Part 3. A Woman Grieving. From the moment she got up in the morning to when she went to bed, Neelu felt a weight clamped to her chest. Sometimes it moved up and down or migrated to the top of her head, making her vision cloudy, and she felt disoriented. When she told Raja about these experiences, he waved his hand dismissively. "That's all you talk about these days? Don't you have anything else to say? I'm so sick and tired of hearing about how your world has gone dark. Fed up? I can't listen to it anymore." That's how he'd become over the past few weeks, quick to anger, callous about Neelu's feelings one moment, then apologetic and weepy the next. In sharp contrast to their gloom, the newspapers were filled with celebratory headlines. No one had expected King B to cave in so readily. He'd retreated. He'd given up. Well, not exactly, some pointed out. He was still the king, although only ceremonially, like the British crown. Did you forget the sacrifice we had to go through? A few hundred killed in the process, gunned down by the police and the army. But the losses suffered by those who risked themselves as protesters were accompanied by several tragic accidental deaths. A boy in Biratnagar was trampled to death by a herd of cows barreling away from agitators who in turn were escaping the police. A diphtheria-stricken girl with a swollen neck had passed away in Burr Hospital when all the doctors left their posts to join a burgeoning rally. Someone Neelu didn't remember who, because everything had turned blurry and weepy, suggested that Neelu and Raja petition the government to declare their son a martyr. This advice was given during the grieving period, well after Maitriya's small bony body had turned to ash on the filthy banks of the Bagmati river. Martyr. Had it not been for that Julus, nothing would have happened to Maitreya. The man who suggested it continued, softly, patiently, as one would talk to dumbfounded parents who were, understandably, incapable of clear thinking. Maybe that's what God had in mind, to sacrifice this poor boy for the good of us all. His words reminded Neelu of one of the Christian prophets, Abraham, who had been willing to sacrifice his son like a lamb, to please his God. "Every single person who died in the past few months is a martyr," said one of Raja's colleagues, emphatically, angrily. Neelu nodded, Raja nodded. But what would the label martyr do? How would it change anything? But she was too weak to raise this question, didn't want to ask it. She looked at Raja, who, head lowered, was staring at his lap. After the morning period, Raja started going to his office early, soon after dawn, and returning late at night, sometimes with alcohol on his breath, although he was never heavily drunk. Neelu knew that he joined his colleagues at a bar in Baneswar, but she didn't pester him about it, and he didn't offer excuses as to why he was late. She could imagine him at the bar, his tie loosened as he took slow, steady sips of whiskey on the rocks while listening to the conversations of his colleagues and laughing occasionally at a joke or a witty observation. And his mind wandered to what? To her? To Maitreya? Then he'd refocus, observing the faces at the table. They'd turn their attention to him now and then, ask him a question or two, and he'd respond, perhaps relate an anecdote about a wealthy hotel owner he'd interviewed, how opulent her home was. After an hour or two he'd find that he was no longer smiling at their jokes and, downing his drink, he'd slowly stand and say, "Bedtime for me, my friends." In the taxi on the way home he thought about their dead son. Neelu knew that. She couldn't be sure whether he also wondered about her and what was happening between the two of them, how they could no longer talk. But surely he pondered how their son's death had come about, his role in it. Yes, Raja's role, that's how Raja thought of it, that's how she too had begun to think of it within days of their son's funeral. At times she would look at him and think, "This is all you're doing?" The thought startled her, and she'd argue with herself and try to suppress it, but it would return when she watched Raja's drooping face as he drank his morning glass of tea. "You and your stupid protests." But in another part of her mind she acknowledged that he wasn't even in the city when the events that led to the tragedy were set in motion. When Raja discovered her gaze on him, something denial, anger, perhaps even self-loathing flashed in his eyes, and he withdrew further. One morning as the two were drinking tea, Neelu complained that Principal Thupa had instituted a new policy that only added to the headaches of the teachers. Without warning Raja slammed his palm on the table and said, "Criticize, criticize, that's all you do. As if you yourself are perfect." He stood, ready to leave, but he didn't go, he merely looked away, toward the window. "I was only talking, Raja. You don't say anything anymore." He faced her. "To say something I have to feel like saying it. But I don't feel like it anymore. Especially with you." She began to weep, quietly, but it had nothing to do with what Raja said. It was a reaction to how dark and gloomy the mornings had become, how tough the days. One evening during dinner, in a burst of energy after school, she'd made some rotis, Raja's favorite. She said, "Sometimes I think that had you not gone to Kaikani, things would have been different." She hadn't planned on saying this, until the moment she heard her own voice saying the words. She hadn't consciously formed the idea. She knew full well that Raja hadn't wanted to go to Kaikani. But she was convinced that, had he been in the city, he'd probably have joined the march, the very crowd that had prevented her from taking her son to the hospital. In fact, as Maitriya's body had gone cold in her arms, a picture had flashed through her mind, Raja in the horde outside, his arms lifted. What if Raja had indeed participated in that march? Every time she thought of this, Neelu closed her eyes. But Raja had indeed been in Kaikani, bored out of his mind by the incessant chatter of his boss's relative, who was going to build a world-class resort, one with an auditorium, a luxurious garden for evening receptions, an Olympic-size swimming pool, and a terrace jutting from a cliff for an even closer view of the white Ganesh Himal. And what will support the terrace if it's going to extend so much in the air? Raja had asked. The man had paused for dramatic effect and said, "Plexiglass." Now Raja stopped chewing and looked at Nilu. Will you ever stop? Why are you always after me? His tone surprised her, for she hadn't thought she was accusing him. I meant to say I might have been able to call you, and you could have picked up the third person sooner, before the crowd blocked the way. Third person. Sorry, I didn't mean to call him that. It just slipped out. He leaned forward on the table, rested his head on his palm, and said, You want to talk about what ifs? Do you? I could accuse you of having been the one with him, and you didn't even try to find another way to rush him to the hospital. Instead of waiting for the damn taxi, I'd have carried my son in my arms and leapt through the crowd, kicking the people out of the way if I had to. She laughed derisively. Yes, correct. They'd have recognized you for the great man you are. They'd have thought you were young Bahadur Rana himself, the daredevil, leaping across the gorge to save your son. They'd have genuflected. They'd have said, Finally here's our savior. Sometimes he came home after she'd already gone to bed, at 11 or midnight, and he'd quietly let himself in and stand in the doorway while she lay on the bed in the dark, holding her breath. What she expected of him, she didn't know. He'd seem not to move for a minute or two, as though orienting himself, taking stock of his surroundings. She sensed that he was contemplating what it would be like not to be faced with this anymore, the small lamp she left on for him in the living room, the dark bedroom where she was sleeping, waiting. He'd stand before sitting on the sofa, which creaked. Then there'd be silence again. When finally he'd come to bed, he'd have visited the bathroom to brush his teeth, and the smell of alcohol would be replaced by mint. He gently put his hand on Nilu's arm as though he was about to wake her to give her some important but devastating news, and her heart would tremble, and she'd come close to putting her hands over her ears and saying, I don't want to hear it. Keep it to yourself. But he'd just stroke her arm for a moment or two, then turn to the other side and go to sleep. At night his body jerked and thrashed like a child's, and he cried out for his mother, not Keiki, not Jamuna Mummy, but the one who'd abandoned him. Ama, he'd wail, then mutter something incoherent, his eyebrows twitching under the lamp she'd turned on. Once Raja came home and grabbed Nilu and kissed her passionately. His cheeks were moist. She unbuttoned his pants and stroked him, trying to make him hard. He massaged her breasts as though he was kneading dough. When her strokes didn't work, she took him in her mouth and felt him harden, slowly. He was grunting, his eyes closed, giving it all he had. She slid her mouth away and slipped her body up, adjusted herself so he'd be able to penetrate her, but within minutes he went limp. It's pointless, he said, and put his clothes back on and left the room. When she checked on him later, she found him reading a book, but he wasn't concentrating. He didn't flip the page even after several minutes. Nilu sat on the sofa, waiting for him to speak, but he didn't. Only when she stood up to return to the bedroom did he say, Looks like I might go to Delhi for a few days. There's been an invitation to a conference. The boss wants me to go. You should go. Yes, that's what I'm thinking. It'll be good for your career. Yes. It'll help you become the chief editor. After the funeral, people had said, your heart will remain sad, but slowly everything will turn out all right. You have to trust time to take care of this. Slowly, slowly, your days will become brighter. Remember, your son's soul up there in heaven would also want you to move on with your lives. Remember that. 2 days after Roger returned from the conference in Delhi, he told Neelu that it would be better if he lived by himself somewhere. Did something happen in Delhi? She asked. No. Then why now? What will it solve? I didn't say it'll solve anything. Did I? Did you hear me say that? Then why? He shrugged, sighed. What are you thinking, Raja? Are you thinking about us separating? He looked at her glumly, reached out, and tucked a strand of her hair behind her ear. Lately everything has just become impossible. Maybe, if we lived apart for a while. She didn't disagree with him. Still, when he proposed it, it felt like rejection. What happens if it leads to a permanent separation? From the way he stared at her, it became apparent to her that he hadn't really considered that possibility. In a way, it gave her hope, for it meant that he did envision their coming back together. But in another way it rankled, for it signaled that his urge to move away was impulsive and childish, that he hadn't taken into account the possibility that they'd remain separated forever. It won't, he finally said. Raja, we might become more estranged. Didn't I say it won't? He said, quickly, dismissively, making her flinch. Why can't you think a bit positively about this? Why do you always have to be negative? He moved to a flat in Delhi Bazaar. She packed 2 suitcases with his clothes and bed sheets, and they arranged for a truck so he could also transfer a couple of plastic chairs, a small lamp, and a large bookshelf, which 2 boys Amit had sent from the office carried to the truck. After Raja was gone, Neelu sat on the living room couch, listening to the traffic in the distance, near the Chabal market, thinking that soon there'd be a rap on the door and he'd be there, saying, "You really didn't think I'd leave you, did you, Maitani?" He called her later that night. He asked her how she was doing and she said fine. "Are you in your flat now?" she asked. He said yes, he was calling from a shop below as the flat didn't have a phone. Only then did she note the background noises, voices talking, a bicycle bell, a machine whirring, someone's name being shouted. "Come home," she wanted to say, but she didn't. He told her he'd talk to her soon and hung up. For a couple of days he called daily, either from the same shop or from his office in Nepaliyatra if he was working late. He'd ask her how she was doing and she'd say she was doing fine. Then the gaps between the calls got longer. He had given her the downstairs shop's number so she could also phone him. Once, she did dial it, but she put down the phone as soon as a gravelly voice, presumably the shopkeeper's, said, "Hello." Gangata came knocking early one Saturday morning. After Raja left, Neelu had let the servant woman go, so she herself served Gangata tea and sat next to him, asked him how he was, how often he visited Jamuna mummy at the hospital. "Forget about me and Jamuna," Gangata said, getting emotional. "She's going to die in that purgatory any day now, and she's going to drag me into her hell with her. But you and Raja, you have your whole lives ahead of you." "Yes, mate Raya passed away well before his time, but we've mourned for him. Now I have to be aggrieved over you and Raja?" "What's wrong with you, Neelu? What's wrong with that idiot?" "Nothing, Gangata. It's just for a short time." "Then how long are you going to allow yourself to bleed like this?" She had no answer for him. She didn't want to bother explaining to him the darkness that constricted her head, drained away the everyday colors from her world. "How long, Neelu?" He appeared unable to speak. The weight of events in the past years, Raja's dismissal of Gangada's wish for a traditional wedding, Maitriya's death, and, always, Jamuna mummy's steadily declining condition had taken their toll on him. He looked increasingly haggard and worn out. He'd lost weight, and blotches marked his skin. For long after Maitriya's death, he blamed the hoodlums of democracy for snuffing his grandson's life. He didn't accuse Raja, didn't point a finger, but the stiffness with which he stood when he was around Raja indicated that he did consider his son's foolhardiness, his deluded thinking, partly to blame for the tragedy. But his resentment didn't last long, and one day, a couple of weeks into the grieving period, he broke down and embraced Raja, crying, "What happened, Raja? How could something like this happen?" Lately, he'd been preoccupied with putting Jamuna mummy in a private mental clinic. A couple had recently sprouted in the capital. In the government hospital where she was treated now, patients still roamed the hallways unsupervised, and the nurses neglected to give them their daily pills. The few times Neelu had been to visit Jamuna mummy there, she'd had to cover her nose with her sari, so strong was the stench floating through the building. In contrast, the new private clinics had clean, well-lit rooms and nurses trained in counseling. But these clinics were also outrageously expensive. Their fees would leave Gangata bankrupt. And though Gangata had indeed saved the money that he'd collected as rent from Neelu and Raja over the years, he'd recently given it away to charity in his dead grandson's name. But these days Neelu was getting tired of Gangada's constant complaints. Sensing her displeasure, he placed his hand on hers and said gently, "Try, okay? You can't just let your life slide by like this." She nodded. "I'll try, Gangadiye. Shall I talk to Raja? Ask him to return here. Give him a few days, then I'll talk to him." "You will?" "Yes. Promise." She nodded. But she didn't. Days drifted by, and Raja still lived in Dili Bazaar, and she still didn't turn on the lights when she got home in the evening. In the meantime, Gangata had visited Raja, Neelu was sure, to persuade him to go home. She could picture Raja telling Gangata the same thing she did, that right now it was good for both of them to live apart, that he would return home in time. She thought about leaving the city, packing some clothes in a suitcase and taking off. She could just go someplace else, perhaps Pokhara, where the scenery, the lake, the close mountains could give her some solace. With her resume detailing her years of experience at Arnico Academy, she ought to be able to find a teaching position. Private boarding schools were cropping up in Pokhara, she'd heard, so an English teacher would probably be in demand. It also wouldn't matter if the salary was less than what she made now. She had no one but herself to provide for. But when she mentioned this casually to Pratima at school one day, she received a sound scolding. "You're going to give up so easily?" Pratima said. "What's wrong with you, Neelu? You've been such a strong person all your life, and suddenly you're just going to surrender." "Who says I'm surrendering?" Neelu said, slightly peeved. "All I'm saying is that maybe living in another city for some time will help me become more balanced." She almost said mentally balanced, but the phrase evoked Jamuna mummy, so she caught herself. About a month after Raja moved to Dili Bazaar, Neelu was in Potahiti, about to step into a stationery shop, when she saw Mate Raya in the crowd some distance away. There was no mistake about it, the same blue shirt speckled with tiny white fish, his favorite, the same dark black hair, which covered his ears, fell over his eyes, the same intense expression. He was gazing up at the cricket bats strung outside a sports store. Her heart in her throat, Neelu stared at him. She strode toward the store, his name ready on her lips. Then, for a split second, a group of college girls blocked her view, and when they moved away, Mate Raya had vanished. She looked up and down the crowded street, glimpsed his shirt about 200 yards away, weaving in and out of the mass of people innocent. She ran after him, but when she reached the crossroads, he was gone. Neglecting her shopping, she wandered aimlessly through the city, berating herself for being so mired in grief over her son that she was beginning to see him in open daylight. Her dreams about Mate Raya were so frightening that she woke up yelling. Earlier, when Raja was still with her, he'd turn on the light and ask what the matter was, and she'd cling to him, shaking. Darkness had fallen, and she found herself in Tamil, in front of the house where Mate Raya was born. The second-floor flat where they'd lived was cloaked in darkness, and the street lamp threw light on the same old toilet sign next to the window. Was the flat unoccupied still, after all these years? The dark made it hard to see clearly. Still, she could tell that the crumbling house hadn't been renovated. All the time Neelu and Raja had lived there, Bhairavi's mother-in-law kept mentioning how bit by bit she was going to modernize the house, use Chinese bricks to change the facade, install a bathroom on each floor. Sounds of dinner preparations came from the first floor. The wall prevented Nilu from viewing the kitchen window, where she imagined Bhairavi was cooking, wiping her hands on her dota between stirring, whipping, tossing, and mixing whatever she was conjuring for her family. Bhairavi loved to cook and was constantly making new dishes that she'd then bring up to Raja and Nilu: korma, momos, biryani, stuffed okra, samosas, chana masala. Happy stomachs make for happy families, she used to say. Right now an aroma of fried fish pierced the air. For a moment, Nilu savored the smell, pondered whether she should walk in and knock on the door. But she wasn't sure she'd have enough to say. She hadn't spoken to Bhairavi for ages now, not since Bhairavi came to offer her condolences. Nilu caught a fume-spewing Vikram tempo to Chabal. At home she sat in the living room in the dark, her hands between her knees, looking at the floor. Soon the chants started, a small echo in the back of her mind, of people shouting slogans. The words were indistinct, low-key. Someone was encouraging others to do something, to perform a momentous deed, change the course of history. She hated these voices, their muted insistence, their sanctimony. The phone rang, startling her, dissolving the chants. It was most likely Gangata, so she let it ring. Then she wondered if it was Raja. She hadn't heard from him in close to 3 weeks now. Perhaps he needed to talk to her, perhaps he had begun to miss her. "Come home, sweetie," she'd tell him. She had to tell him that she'd seen Mate Raya in Potahiti today. In the dark she fumbled toward the phone. Her voice was hoarse as she said hello. "Nilu." It was Muwa. A wave of irritation coursed through Nilu, and she put down the phone. What did Muwa want? She'd been calling over the past few weeks. The first time, Nilu had talked with her briefly, sensing all the while that Muwa wanted to ask her something, a request, a favor, but before she could do so, Nilu had hung up. Since then Muwa had been phoning every few days, and every time Nilu had heard her voice, she'd hung up. Soon after Mate Raya died, Nilu dreamt of Muwa's charred face as she burned during her funeral on the banks of the Bagmati River. Nilu woke up from the dream deeply satisfied, then chagrined that such an awful image, the cremation of her own mother, would give her pleasure. The last time she'd seen her mother was when Muwa had visited briefly to offer her condolences after Mate Raya died. While Mate Raya was alive, Muwa had seen her grandson only a handful of times. Once they met outside a tailor's shop where Mate Raya, in nursery school then, was being fitted for his uniform. After the tailor took his measurements, Mate Raya squirmed with laughter when the tailor's hands touched his armpits, and gave him a lollipop. Mother and son emerged from the shop, and there was Muwa, clinging to Summit, yes, almost dragged by her lover's arm, her eyes glazed, a contorted smile on her lips. She was wearing a sari Nilu recognized from her childhood days, so old that the colors were beginning to fade. Why was she wearing it when she had so many new saris to choose from? Because she was drugged out of her mind, that's why. The shoes she wore were garishly new, a loathsome pink color. Muwa, barely coherent, exclaimed that she couldn't believe how much Maitreya had grown, while he sucked on his lollipop and turned his face away in shyness. He had no idea who the woman was. One of Muwa's front teeth was missing, her hair looked different, darker, richer, but slightly askew. She was wearing a wig. Had she gone bald? She appeared giddy, both in mind and body, ready to crumple to the ground if she weren't holding on to Samrat, who had aged too, with graying hair at his temples and new lines on his face. The sight of the two, together even after all these years, nauseated Nilu. Samrat was grinning and looking at Nilu with that all too familiar gleam in his eyes, and she felt demeaned again, as she had when she was 16 and he first moved into the house. Nilu offered an excuse about being late for something and made her escape, dragging Maitreya, who was slightly intrigued by Muwa's questions about whether he recognized her or not. "Bring him home to see me," Muwa had called out as Nilu and Maitreya walked away. The phone rang again. Nilu moved to the window. Her neighbors directly across the lane, a family that had moved to the neighborhood only recently, were seated at their dining room table. The son, who was about Maitreya's age, was standing on the chair and gesturing dramatically, perhaps rehearsing for a performance. His younger sister gazed up at him, and his father, a man with a bulging stomach who always spoke to Nilu outside his gate in the morning, was smiling, nodding, occasionally saying something Nilu couldn't hear. Although Nilu couldn't see the mother, she knew the woman was there, probably also encouraging her son. The boy finished his performance, and the family clapped. The father embraced his son, his face beaming. Then he saw Nilu and folded his hands in namaste. Nilu nodded curtly and closed her curtain. The way her neighbors, not just the family across the lane but others in the surrounding houses, gazed at her from their roofs and balconies and windows, it was clear that they sensed something had gone wrong with her marriage after her son's death. One neighbor, a nice woman 2 houses down, someone who'd even looked after Maitreya a few times, had asked Nilu, on the day Raja had taken some belongings away in the truck, whether everything was all right. "Everything is indeed all right," Nilu had said, and from then on only curtly smiled at the woman when she saw her. Her heart had closed to everyone around her. No wonder Raja too had moved. Tonight would be typical of the other endless nights since Maitreya died. Either Nilu would fall asleep soon after she returned home from work, only to wake up a few hours later, or she would be terrified by a dream at some point in the night, then unable to return to sleep again. She'd become used to these patterns, and even though she felt tired most of the day as she taught, she'd stopped fighting her sleeplessness. These days, especially in the afternoon, she'd resorted to assigning exercises to the students because she didn't have the strength to stand in front of the blackboard and lecture. As the students bent over their work, she'd doze off in the chair, waking when she heard the students giggle. Before, she used to devise new ways to get the students interested in the material she taught. To prepare them for the annual city-wide spelling contest, she'd found jingles that would help them with problem words, write I before E except after C, or when sounded like A, as in neighbor and way. The jingles were still on display on the classroom wall. A teacher last year had received a written reprimand for napping in the classroom, and Principal Thupa had delivered a stern lecture in the staff room, saying that parents didn't pay an exorbitant amount of money for their children to be taught by sleeping instructors. The accused teacher, a man close to retirement, had sat next to Nilu, shamefaced, and Nilu had pitied him. Nilu wondered if one of these days a student would report her behavior to Principal Thupa, or if he himself would walk by her classroom and find her dozing. Although the principal had gone out of his way to be nice to Nilu since Maitriya's death, he wouldn't hesitate to put her on notice. But, Nilu thought wearily, it didn't matter, her heart was no longer in teaching. She had started moving through her class periods perfunctorily, her mind barely registering what knowledge she was imparting to the students. She couldn't conjure up the exact words she wanted, and kept saying that thing instead. Frequently, she had to ask them to repeat their questions. Every few days she remembered her role and tried to perk up, imbue her voice with a false enthusiasm, as she talked about history and English, how the Rana rulers built Victorian-style palaces while the public walked around in tatters, or how to concoct compound and complex sentences. But the facade wouldn't last, for soon her voice would lose its energy, and a fog would envelop her mind. The students noticed her distractedness, and they whispered, or shot paper balls across the room, or made unnecessary visits to the bathroom. Nilu's stomach was beginning to cramp, and she knew that it was hunger, so she decided to force herself to eat. In the kitchen she checked the refrigerator and found a box of Bengali sweets that Pratima had thrust into her hands a few weeks ago. She could possibly prepare rice and dal, but the thought of cooking only for herself so late at night amplified her sense of loneliness, so she settled on the sweets. Sitting on the living room sofa with the lights on, she began to eat. At first, her throat tight, she could take only small bites. She started with the barfis, which, to her surprise, still tasted good. Soon, she began to sample the varieties of sweets in the box, laddus, chamkams, kalakand. Her nibbles gave way to mouthfuls, and in no time she was devouring the sweets as if they were a meal. Over the next few hours her stomach would punish her for this indulgence, but for now all that mattered was the sweetness on her tongue. In the morning when she went to the veranda to water her plants, she saw Maitreya, kneeling by the tap in the yard in his blue shirt, cupping his palm to drink the water trickling down. Something clambered up rapidly through her spine, and instinct told her to return inside, shut the door, and crawl back into bed, wake up again to a different morning. Then he was gone. Fear remained with her as she went to Arniko Academy that day. In Upadhyay the other day she'd wanted to run after the boy, grab him if that was possible, ask him questions about where he was, whether he was happy there, whether when he died he'd been in pain or if he'd just drifted off to sleep, whether he missed her. But today she found herself asking further questions about his appearing to her. Why was he coming to her? What did he want? Was he going to do this for the rest of her life? It frightened her, the notion of her son's ghost haunting her without her being able to shake him off. Perhaps because of the fear, which kept her alert, Neelu found herself more energetic than usual and taught her students reasonably well that day. Then, in her last class, she turned after writing something on the blackboard, and she saw him, briefly, sitting in the back of the room, chin on hand, looking at her. In the staff room, as she collected her things to go home, Pratima said, "Your face looks kind of ashen, Neelu. Are you not feeling well?" She said she was fine. She only needed to go home and lie down. "Let me take you to my home for dinner today," Pratima said. "That way you won't have to worry. You can just lie down on my bed." "No, no, I don't want to give you any trouble." "What trouble?" "Nonsense." Neelu gave in. Besides, the prospect of encountering Maitreya again was making her sick. Pratima lived in New Road, in an impressive 7-story building her grandfather had started constructing when he first came to the country in the late 1940s. The Ganguly family occupied the top 2 floors, and the bottom 5 floors were leased out to various businesses. Pratima had married, divorced, and then returned to her parents, who, even though the street had become impossibly crowded and noisy, had continued to reside in their ancestral home for sentimental reasons. Apart from summarily dismissing her previous husband as a very bad man, Pratima didn't say much about why her marriage had collapsed. She didn't have any children. It was nice to be high up in busy New Road, watching the traffic and the bustle below, for it took Neelu's mind off Maitreya. "When my grandfather built the first floor of this house," Pratima said, "hardly any cars used to ply through here, only pedestrians and bicycles. The street was partially paved with asphalt, for Prime Minister Jaddah Shumsher Rana wanted half of it left as gravel, for his horses. When my father was growing up, he used to hang out in Bagol Park right there." She pointed to the west shelling peanuts, watching cinemagoers in Janasua Hall. "He told me that those days you could even see the snowy mountains to the north from Bagol Park. Imagine that. Try seeing past your nose in New Road now, with this smog and this crowd." My grandfather didn't mind how this road rapidly filled with banks and airline offices and newspaper stands, how the noise level increased year by year. What aggravated him was the hippies, who began arriving in Nepal in the late 1960s, with their long, matted hair and their colorful vans. They passed through New Road on their way to Freak Street. I can still hear him complaining about them. "Filthy foreigners," he called them. "They're going to destroy our culture," he said. their loud music and their uncouth ways. I remember one time I was sitting at the window, I must have been 6 or 7, when I saw a couple of hippies, a man and a woman. And they were kissing each other in traffic as they crossed the street. It was a deep, penetrating kiss, and they walked very slowly. My grandfather came up behind me and slammed the window shut. I remember the fury in his eyes. When I think about it now, it's strange that he hurled some of the same labels at them that were hurled against him as a foreigner in Nepal throughout his life, especially when he first began to set up his business. Dode, he was called. Thieving Indian, with his conniving ways. But he was never deterred, and he was the most patriotic Nepali I ever knew. He didn't like it when my grandmother spoke Bengali to her children at home. Speak Nepali, he used to exhort them. You're Nepalis now. Even after Nilu and Pratima went inside and shut the door to the balcony, the clamor from below didn't taper off. Once in a while, a loud honk from a car would startle Nilu. I still can't believe you can sleep with this kind of racket, Nilu said to Pratima, who responded that the only nights she didn't sleep well were during those years when she was married to her ex-husband. What happened in that marriage, Pratima? Are you ever going to tell me about it? Pratima shook her head, her face sour. I should have followed my instinct about my sweet Nepali language tutor. Remember him? I was so much in love with him, but then I decided to listen to my parents. Big mistake. Sensing that Pratima didn't really want to talk about her ex-husband, Nilu changed the topic to their school days. The servant brought their dinner to the room, and as they ate, they recalled incidents from St. Augustine's. After dinner they lay in bed, feeling full and lazy, and that's when Nilu told Pratima about seeing Mate Raya, in the market, in the yard. Pratima put her hand to her mouth. I could be imagining things, Nilu said, but today was the 3rd time. I don't know what's happening. I don't know what he wants from me. Do you think it's Maitriya's ghost? Don't say that, Pratima. That's what I find scary. I don't believe in such things, but there's no doubt in my mind what I saw. I'm just hoping that somehow my depression has made me hallucinate. I completely believe in such things, Baba, Pratima said, and she told Nilu about the ghost of her aunt, which used to haunt her grandfather in Bengal before he migrated to Nepal. As it is, I am frightened, and you want to scare me more. What's there to be frightened of? Pratima said. He's your son. But why is he coming to meet you? That's what's interesting. And that's what we need to find out. I don't want to find out anything, Nilu said, playing with a long strand of thread that had come loose from the bed sheet. My son is gone. There's nothing in this world that'll alter that fact. Nilu, you have to stop thinking like that. They say that death is just a continuation of our reality, that it's not different, that we should embrace death, instead of becoming afraid of it. I should be going home, Nilu said, and stood, arranging her hair at the mirror. "Listen," Pratima said. "I want to take you to meet someone." "Who?" "Someone who is very wise, who might be able to help you navigate this difficult period in your life." Nilu laughed. "Pratima, who are you talking about? A psychiatrist? I just need time, I'll learn how to live with this on my own." "Raja is also trying to do the same, I know. It's not a psychiatrist. It's a person with a great deal of knowledge." It finally dawned on Nilu whom Pratima was talking about. She'd heard Pratima mention, in reverent terms, a soothsayer type of person, but Nilu had never paid it much attention, dismissed it as the preoccupation of a divorced woman. "Are you talking about your Janmanchi?" "Yes, everyone calls him Lamaji." "How can he help me?" "Lamaji knows many things about this world and beyond, things you and I don't." She paused. "He's helped me understand things about my own life, especially about that man I was married to." Nilu put her shoes on. "I'm in no mood to meet any Lamaji Famaji, Pratima. This is a temporary thing. It'll go away. I just have to try harder." That's what Raja said. "Lamaji can also shed some light on Raja, I'm sure." "Ho!" Nilu said, exasperated. "Let's talk about this some other time. You're giving me a headache." Downstairs, as she saw Nilu off, Pratima pinched her friend's cheek. "Nilu, when am I going to see a smile on the face of my best friend, huh? Every day I see you like this and my heart breaks." Nilu walked toward the new road gate. All the taxis hurtling by had passengers, so she moved toward Putala Sadak, where she might find one unoccupied. As she crossed the parade ground of Tundi Kel, she saw mate Raya again, this time playing football with other kids his age. Dusk had already fallen in the city, and the figures chasing the ball were blurry, but it was her son, in possession of the ball, pointing his arm and shouting. "Lamadzi! Your son is unhappy," Lamaji said. He was dressed in an old suit, the shoulders and elbows of which shone, and he even had a tie around his neck. He had a broad face covered with indentations like tiny craters. He was also big-boned, so that he dwarfed Nilu and Pratima as they sat in a small room in Bodha. Nilu still wasn't sure why she'd come. She had a hard time believing that this man, who didn't know her, would be able to tell her anything about mate Raya. But mate Raya hadn't stopped coming to her, and every time he did, she felt like crying. When Pratima told her that she'd called Lamaji in advance and told him they were coming, Nilu had said no, she wasn't going. But Pratima had been persuasive. "If you don't like what he says, just ignore him." "Okay." Lamaji's phone, which sat on the floor next to him, kept ringing throughout their consultation, and he answered it each time, granting appointments, dispensing medical advice, issuing instructions regarding a construction job. Next to him stood tiny statues and framed images of deities, along with half a dozen head-clearing incense sticks embedded in a bruised apple. First, Lamaji asked for Maitriya's photo, which, it turned out, Pratima had conveniently brought along in her bag. It showed Maitreya standing with one leg on a soccer ball, his hand on his hip, his somber eyes looking at the camera. Nilu remembered giving the photo to Pratima some time ago. Lamaji took the picture and put it on the floor amid the gods and goddesses and began sprinkling it with red powder from a box. He threw a few kernels of rice onto the floor in front of him, studied them, and said that Maitreya was unhappy. Saying unhappy is not enough, Lamaji, Pratima said. You have to say what he's unhappy about. Smiling, Lamaji said something to the effect that Maitreya was trapped in the netherworld, a state of transition between this life and the next one he was going to inhabit. He mentioned a word that sounded like bardo, but Nilu couldn't be sure. But he is unhappy with you, he said, looking at Nilu. Why? Pratima asked. This time instead of divining from his rice, Lamaji closed his eyes in meditation. He sharply drew in his breath, then opened his eyes and said, I can't be sure. Then what good is your insight, Lamaji? Pratima said, exasperated. People like us come to you so you can give us answers, not confuse us with identinos. I'm not a god, Lamaji said tersely. Sometimes these spirits are not that forthcoming. Looks like your son was quite sad while he was alive too, correct? Even when he was small, he had an old man's way about him. Nilu was a bit startled by this revelation, for that's exactly what she herself had thought of Maitreya. The boy had been such a devoted, affectionate son that during the exam season, when Nilu became overwhelmed with marking student papers, he always offered to help. You're too young, Kara, she said to him, but he wouldn't leave her side until she told him that she couldn't concentrate well with him sitting so close and observing her every move. Then I'll make some tea for you, he said, and he went to the gas stove, turned it on, and put some water on to boil. Then Nilu couldn't concentrate because she was worried he'd burn or scald himself, and she had to abandon her work and go into the kitchen to take over. One time when she was sick with pneumonia, he'd refused to go to school and stayed with her all day, applying cold compresses to her forehead, running to the pharmacy down the road to purchase aspirin and cough syrup, and washing the dishes while Nilu slept in the afternoon. He did all this because the servant hadn't returned from a visit to her home village. At that time Raja was in Kitwan National Park on an assignment for Nepaliyatra, and she had no one else to take care of her. Seeing her son worried about her and doing all the household chores, she nearly picked up the phone to call Gangata so he could come over to help. But Gangata had his own worries. Jamuna Mummy's mental hospital had been vandalized, traumatizing the patients, so he had to go there every day to be by his wife's side. Nilu had even contemplated calling Muwa, but then she couldn't stand the thought of being in the same room with her, smelling her booze breath. hearing her braying voice, watching her face break into a smile to reveal her missing teeth, her overdone makeup, her wig. She didn't want to subject her son to Mua's influence, so she never made the call. Maitreya refused to go to school even after Raja arrived home 3 days later. So, for his sake, Neelu had to mask her chest pains with smiles until he finally agreed to return to classes. Lamaji's characterization of Maitreya as possessing an old man's ways reminded Neelu of what his teachers said about him. Maitreya was so quiet and composed in class that they had wondered if everything was all right at home. It just seems abnormal for a kid to be so disciplined, so calm about everything, when everyone around him is so intent on bedlam, one teacher had said. Maitreya displayed a brooding quality that the teacher didn't think was healthy, so she had suggested that Neelu and Raja take him to a psychiatrist to have him examined. At that time they'd squelched their anger at the teacher because Maitreya loved all his instructors, especially this one. This teacher, however, did plant a seed in Neelu, and she began to worry, observing her son to discern any signs of mental imbalance. Maitreya had large, expressive eyes, and although he loved sports, especially soccer, he preferred to stay at home and talk to his parents rather than go out with his friends to play, which was a bit odd for a boy his age. He liked to read, and spent hours on the sofa after school with his head in a book, pondering aloud why certain characters acted a certain way, which reminded Neelu of Raja's bookishness and tendency to philosophize during his jobless days in Tamil. Perhaps this serious, questioning quality was what had caused his teacher to worry. "My son wasn't sad," Neelu said. "But he acted quite old for his age." "He was a gentleman," Lamaji said. This characterization nearly brought tears to Neelu's eyes. Among his friends in the neighborhood, Maitreya was the peacemaker, often stepping in to break up quarrels and fights. He brought home sick and injured animals, a rabbit with a gaping wound on its back, a kitten weak from malnourishment, and nurtured them until they got better. Lamaji's eyes were fixed on Neelu's now, and eventually he said, "It's a difficult time for you. There's a man, someone who's also suffering. But you two were connected in some past life, so you have to go through each other." Lamaji was rambling, and Neelu was losing interest. The phone rang, and Lamaji picked it up and launched into an animated description of designs for a shrine, in a house that he was apparently having built. Neelu signaled to Pratima that they should leave. Pratima raised her hand and said loudly, "What to do about her son, Lamaji?" Lamaji produced a Rudraksha bead from somewhere in his pocket, circled it in front of the deities while carrying on with his construction talk, then handed it to Neelu. "Keep this on your person," he told her. "It'll help you, in the long term." Neelu slipped the bead into her bag as both she and Pratima stood. Pratima placed a 20-rupee note in front of Lamaji, but he barely looked at it as he bid them goodbye. Outside, Pratima apologized. "He is building his first house, so he's quite preoccupied these days." They walked to Chabal, where Pratima caught a taxi to New Road. As Nilu entered her house, she thought about what Lamaji had said about Raja. She was sure it was Raja. Who else did she have, that they were connected in a past life? That's what Nilu too used to think when she followed him from St. Augustine's to the Jagadamba school. But now their connection forged in this life, let alone a past one, was turning out to be tenuous. You have to go through each other, Lamaji had said. What a concept! Go through each other. And come out all bruised and battered on the other side? She shook her head. She should have known better than to be persuaded to visit someone like Lamaji. These charlatans were adept at playing with people's minds. A visit to MUWA. As if Maitriya's visits weren't enough, Muwa also kept phoning Nilu. One day she even came to the house, shouting Nilu's name as she banged on the door. Come on, I know you're in. Open the door. I need to talk to you. Then, in a slightly lower voice, something has come up, Khori. I need your help. Inside, Nilu held her breath. Was Muwa in some kind of trouble? She fought the urge to open the door. Muwa never needed Nilu before, she didn't need her now. Muwa had visited the Chabal house twice, once after Mate Raya died and once before that, while Mate Raya was alive. That first time Nilu had come home to find Muwa sitting inside on the sofa with Mate Raya, who had returned from school about an hour before Nilu did and let himself in with his key. Nilu was struck by how comfortable her 5-year-old boy was with his grandmother, whom he didn't know. They were facing each other, and he was reading to her. She listened to him with her head cocked. There was a yellow pallor to Muwa's skin. Her jaw had gone slightly crooked, as though she had just had some dental work performed. Add to that her jet black wig and her dark mascara, and she looked ghoulish. When he saw Nilu, Mate Raya said excitedly, Muwa, grandmother, has come for a visit. Had you known she was coming? Of course Nilu hadn't, and she attempted a smile at Muwa. Nilu, it has been a long time. Nilu couldn't speak. She nodded, then turned to her son and smiled. How was school, son? For the next few moments Nilu focused on Mate Raya, and Muwa watched them interact. What a beautiful boy, Muwa said, distracting Mate Raya, who then turned to her and asked her why she didn't come to visit more often. There was a knock on the door, and Nilu hoped that it was Raja, arriving home from the office earlier than usual. But it was Maitriya's friend, wanting him to come out and play soccer. Mate Raya looked at his grandmother, who asked him whether he enjoyed playing that sport, and Mate Raya nodded. Then you should go, Muwa told him. I need to talk to your mother anyway. After Mate Raya reluctantly left, Nilu felt obligated to ask Muwa whether she wanted tea, and Muwa fished out a small bottle from her bag, opened the cap, and said, just give me half a glass of water. Slowly Nilu went to the kitchen and brought her some water. Miwa poured her whiskey or rum or whatever it was into the glass, then took a sip and closed her eyes. Still the same, Miwa? Nilu asked. At this age I can't change my habits. So, what made you remember us? Remember me, I should say? Your grandson you don't even know. You haven't given me the opportunity. Who has stopped you from coming here? I haven't been invited. You're my mother. You need an invitation. Nilu, I haven't come here to squabble with you. Then what have you come here for? Miwa downed the contents of her glass, then handed it to Nilu, signaling that she wanted more. After Nilu brought her more water, she refilled her glass, took a sip, and said, I need for you to lend me some money. Me lending money to you? Whatever happened to all the money you had? That money is still there, but I can't use it right now. That's why I have come to you. Nilu shook her head in confusion. I don't know what you're saying, Miwa. You ought to have at least a few lakhs in the bank, if not more. What happened to all that money? It's still there, I tell you, Miwa said. Then use it. Why come to me? You know how much Raja and I make. I'm just talking about a few thousand rupees, Nilu. It's become really difficult for me. How much? About 10. What do you need it for? Some expenses have come up. I can't reveal everything to you. Summit's still with you. Miwa nodded. She pulled a cigarette from her bag and lit it, her hand trembling. She took a deep drag and said, he takes care of me. I don't have 10,000. The maximum I can give you right now is 4. I've come to you after so many years. Don't disappoint me like this, Nilu. And you wouldn't have come here, had you not needed money, Nilu replied. She went into her bedroom, pulled open the drawer where she kept some cash, counted out 5,000 rupees, and took the money back to Miwa. Here, she said. Now you can leave. I don't want Mate Raya seeing you smoke. I'll snuff it out when he comes in, she said. She put the money in her bag, then asked about Raja, where he worked now. But when Nilu began answering, Miwa dug into her bag, looking for something, which turned out to be a pill. She popped it into her mouth, then washed it down with her drink. Soon she stood and said she'd better be going, otherwise Summit would wonder where she had gone. Nilu saw her to the door and asked, and what does he do these days? Doesn't he ever work? Miwa took her time putting on her sandal. He used to work, but it's been hard for him. His mother died a couple of years ago. He's been heartbroken since then. Mate Raya was playing soccer in the yard. He shouted, Grandma, I'll come to visit you in your house. Yes, yes, Miwa said, then held out her palm as if blessing him. She faltered on the steps and would have tumbled, had Nilu not caught her. Miwa grinned, revealing her yellowed teeth and gums. "I nearly broke my hip some time ago," she muttered. At the gate she told Nilu, "Sometimes you can come and visit me, can't you? We live in the same city, but you treat me like a stranger." "Okay, I'll come," Nilu said. Later during dinner she told Raja about Muwa's visit. "That's really odd," he said. "I wonder if she and Sumit have depleted her bank account. But how can they spend lakhs and lakhs of money so swiftly? I don't understand. Unless he's swindling her." Raja swallowed, then said, "I should have told you this before, but I didn't because I thought you'd be upset. I saw them together at the casino about a year ago." Raja had gone to the casino at Hotel Everest to write a special feature for his magazine. There, he'd seen Muwa and Sumit, who were too drunk to notice him. As Raja interviewed the manager and workers and some players, he kept an eye on them. They were gambling quite heavily, from what he could gather. One of the waiters told him that the two were regulars and over the months had lost a lot of money. "But they keep coming back," the waiter informed me, Raja said. Mate Raya was quietly listening to their conversation, but Nilu didn't care that he was learning these things about his grandmother. She hadn't spoken to him a great deal about Muwa and once had even told him that Muwa wasn't much of a mother. Apparently Mate Raya had pondered that for days, for one day he suddenly asked her whether she wished she had had a different mother. Taken aback, Nilu hadn't known how to respond. Hesitantly, she'd said that she wouldn't go that far, for a mother was a mother, a notion she herself didn't find convincing. Muwa could have been a better mother had she tried, that's all I'm saying. After mulling over her answer, Mate Raya asked, "But no one is perfect, isn't that right? Isn't that what you told me?" She smoothed his hair and said, "Of course you're right. Maybe I expect too much of her." She had wondered, then, if she was judging Muwa a bit harshly, but she knew she wasn't when she recalled her days at Nilu Nikanjay before she went searching for Raja in Lankaur. No, she could not accept Muwa back into her life again, no matter what Mate Raya thought. He was too young to understand, give him a few years. She just had to make sure she avoided speaking about Muwa to him. On second thought, the news of Muwa and Sumit's frequenting the casinos didn't surprise Nilu. It seemed like a natural extension of their debauchery. What was surprising was how quickly Muwa had managed to deplete her money. As far as Nilu knew, the sale of the travel agency after her father's death had brought Muwa lakhs of rupees, along with the prime property of Nilu Nikanjay and several plots of land, as well as investments in factories around the country. Just the bank account itself, and the interest it accrued, would have been enough to support a lavish lifestyle, including pandering to Sumit's whims. If Muwa needed to pester Nilu for a few thousand rupees, then where had all that money gone? That night Nilu stayed awake for a long time, remembering her childhood, the big, empty house, Sumit's lecherous eyes, Muwa's lack of interest in what was happening at St. Augustine's. Next to her lay her son. Mate Raya had his own bed in the corner, but he preferred to sleep with his parents, and excepting those nights when Raja and Nilu felt amorous, they let the boy slide in between them. Tonight, as usual, Maitraya's face was buried deep in the pillow, his favorite way to sleep. Many times in the night Nilu would gently push him so his nose would get some air, but within minutes he'd be back in the same position again. Next to Mate Raya was Raja, who used his hands as a pillow when he slept, his knees pulled high up, close to his belly. Mate Raya would end up not getting a single paisa of the property that Nilu's father had accumulated. This thought struck her that night. She hated it. When she gave birth to Mate Raya, it had briefly occurred to her that her son, if Muwa allowed, could inherit a significant amount of money. It was pure and simple greed, albeit only for Mate Raya, not for herself. But after Muwa visited them in Tamil to see her newborn grandson, Nilu had vowed that she'd have nothing to do with Muwa's money. And now, hearing that Muwa was squandering her wealth playing flush and kitty and roulette and whatever else they played in the casinos, that old thought returned to her. Hadn't it crossed Muwa's mind that family properties were passed down from one generation to the next? Idiot, Nilu chastised herself. She herself was making a decent income, so was Raja. Mate Raya was attending a good school. They had enough to eat, to buy decent clothes, to indulge themselves at restaurants now and then. Why was she grasping for something that would not make her and her family happy? What was it that Raja theatrically used to recite to his imaginary street audience in Tamil, those famous lines from Devkota? Yes, eat greens and nettles / with a heart full of bliss / now that's true happiness. Repeating those words like a mantra, Nilu had tried to make herself sleep that night. Eat greens and nettles, now that's true happiness. Nilu's phone didn't stop ringing. She unplugged it, then reconnected it because she didn't want to miss Raja's call if he wanted to talk. Then, one day when she answered the phone and Muwa said, "Nilu, please, don't put down the phone," she didn't have the heart to cut her off. "What do you want?" Muwa was weeping. "Was I such a bad mother to you? Am I so bad that you can't even speak a word to me?" A wave of emotion washed through Nilu, then she reminded herself that even as she said those things, Muwa tripped over her words. How much of this was simply the alcohol talking? Still, she didn't hang up, and asked, "Why have you been calling me so much? What is the matter?" Her anger toward Muwa had lasted only for an instant. Now she felt resignation, apathy, numbness. "I need to see you, talk to you." "Speak." "No, in person." "I can't do it over the phone." "You can come over this afternoon." "Nilu, I can't. I sprained my ankle yesterday. It's hurting badly. Yesterday I was even considering going to the hospital to make sure it's not broken. It's swollen, and I can hardly walk." Nilu felt sorry for her. "Where's he?" A pause. Something was amiss. He's not here. Can you come this afternoon, Nilu? Nilu said that she'd be there at 3. At the opening of the alley leading to Nilu Nikanjay, Kancha, now old and wizened, still sat inside his soda shop. Nilu was just going to pass by him, but he peered at her from the side window and said, "Looks like Nilu Nani. Am I right?" Nilu nodded and asked how he was doing. He said his bones were getting creakier. He was so sad to hear about her son's death. "Coming to visit your mother?" he asked. She nodded. "I don't know what's happening in that house in there," he said, pointing toward Nilu Nikanjay. He leaned closer. "I don't see Sumit around these days. Has he left?" "I haven't been here in ages," Kancha died, "so how would I know?" Kancha looked sad. "What kind of a mother and daughter are you two? Living in the same city but not visiting each other. TCH, TCH. Nilu bid him goodbye and moved on. The last time she was here was when she'd secretly brought baby mate Raya to meet Keiki. Since then, she had deliberately avoided this area, often taking streets that bypassed Jamal, or, if she had to come to this vicinity to go to a bank or a bookstore, walking on the other side of the street so that she would not even pass close to the soda shop where Kancha could spot her. Years ago, within days of Muwa's visiting Nilu and Raja in Tamil to see their newborn, Nilu was walking past Nilu Nikanjay on the other side of the street when she spotted Keiki, tapping her cane on the ground by her feet, in the process of exiting the alley near Kancha's shop. Kancha said something to Keiki, and briefly, Keiki turned toward him and answered. But their voices were smothered by the sounds of traffic before they could reach Nilu, who hid as best she could behind a lamp post. She watched Keiki emerge onto the sidewalk, where she sniffed the air, it seemed, to orient herself to her surroundings. Then Keiki turned to her left and began walking, tapping the cane. Her progress was slow, and she was jostled and bumped by other pedestrians. Nilu knew she should have cut through the traffic to reach Keiki and aid her in finding her destination. But talking to Keiki would mean listening to her lamentations about Raja. By then Keiki knew that the two had married, but because Nilu hadn't been to Nilu Nikanjay, she had no way of gauging how Keiki felt about their being together, and she had to wonder why Nilu hadn't brought Raja to see her. Keiki would also expect her to ask after Muwa, which Nilu had no desire to do. She still had a sour taste in her mouth after Muwa's visit. Besides, and this prevented Nilu more than anything from approaching Keiki, she seemed to be on a mission. Despite her slow progress, there was determination in the way she trudged along, undeterred by the shoves from other pedestrians. Later Nilu would learn, from Ramkrishan, that day Keiki had gone to visit her son and his wife, after nearly 2 decades, and had returned disappointed. Was she expecting something from her son? Nilu had asked Ramkrishan, whom she'd run into in the vegetable market of Asan, where he was inspecting a long white radish, holding it in his slightly trembling hands. His back was a little bit hunched, but when he haggled with the farmer, his voice was as firm as ever. Nilu stood next to him, watching him for a moment before she called his name. He turned, squinted, exclaimed in pleasure, and threw the radish back into the basket, which prompted the farmer to raise his hand in exasperation. Ramkrishan asked how Nilu was, and the baby. When Nilu inquired after Keiki, saying that she'd seen her braving the crowd the other day, Ramkrishan shook his head, and his eyes began to tear up. All she thinks of is Raja. There's nothing else in her mind. After her visit to her son's house, Ramkrishan told Nilu, Keiki had said nothing to him for a few days. One day Ramkrishan casually asked her whether she'd managed to see her son. Keiki didn't respond, and Ramkrishan was thinking that it'd probably be another day or two before Keiki would speak to him when she said, "My grandson is a fine boy, but I feel nothing for him, do you hear me, Ramkrishan Dai? He called me grandma, but there is nothing in my heart that I can offer him. And you know why? Because every day, whatever love I have in here," she jabbed a wrinkled, knotted finger at her chest, "I save it for Raja, in case he comes back to me." Now it was Nilu who, standing amid the swarm of the market, fought back tears. "I don't know, Ramkrishan Dai. I've asked Raja many times, but his heart is not in it. I'll ask him again, but after all these years, I think he's hesitant to reopen an old wound." On the way to Tamil, however, an idea came to Nilu. At home she didn't tell Raja that she'd run into Ramkrishan or what he had said about Keiki. She hadn't told Raja about watching Keiki negotiate the sidewalk traffic the other day. It was useless with him. Her pleading with him to go see Keiki had fallen on deaf ears, and she no longer wanted to push him toward it. There will come a time, she told herself, when Raja might feel a prick of conscience, and he'll go to Keiki of his own free will, but he couldn't wait forever. Kaki's health had continued to deteriorate. The next Saturday, the day before Nilu went back to teaching after maternity leave, she carried baby mate Raya with her to Jamal. He was only a few months old, and she'd slipped a cowboy hat on his round head to ward off the winter chill. He was wearing a pair of blue corduroy overalls, and he smiled and gurgled at her, threads of saliva hanging down his chin. Raja, already at the bookstore, didn't know that she'd taken mate Raya out. At Nilu Nikanjay's gate, Nilu hesitated. She had no desire to see Muwa, nor to expose mate Raya to an inadequate grandmother, but she would have to take that risk if she was to see Keiki. Gently, she lowered the latch and slipped in. Crossing the yard, she glanced at Muwa's bedroom balcony. But her curtains were drawn, just as they had been when Nilu was growing up. From the veranda she peeked in and presently saw Ramkrishan Dai inside, moving toward the kitchen. She knocked on the door, softly, and he turned and came to open it. She put her finger to her lips and whispered to him that she had come to see Keiki. Ramkrishan's face lit up at the sight of mate Raya, who had fallen asleep. She passed mate Raya to Ramkrishan and went to the kitchen. Keiki was curled up in a corner. Close up, her face was a landscape of deep wrinkles. Her body too seemed to have shrunk to half its former size. Nilu called her, but Keiki seemed to be in another land. A thread of drool snaked its way out of the side of her mouth. Keiki. Nilu whispered loudly. Keiki groaned, then, appearing to sense that someone was calling her, tried to sit up. Stroking her forehead, Nilu said, "It's me, Nilu. I brought someone with me I think you'd be pleased to meet." "Who?" Keiki said, almost querulously. Her face became alert, and she sat up. "Raja!" Keiki cried, a sound like that of a bird in the wilderness. Ramkrishan passed mate Raya to Nilu. "It's not Raja," Nilu said. "It's his little son, mate Raya." Kaki's face fell, and Nilu regretted not having announced right away whom she'd brought. "Raja Hoina?" Keiki asked, looking defeated. Nilu took Kaki's gnarled and leathery fingers and placed them on Maitriya's forehead. "He has Raja's face, Keiki. Feel him carefully." Slowly Keiki began to explore the baby's face, as soft whimpers escaped her mouth. At the gate to her childhood home Nilu paused. Vines and creepers had strangled its facade. The house looked smaller, more weathered than what she remembered from a few years ago. She found the gate unlocked, and went in. The yard was littered with newspapers and empty Ruslan vodka bottles. The garden was overgrown, with wilted and dying flowers and tall weeds. Had Ramkrishan given up on it? On the veranda the chairs were toppled, most likely by the recent storm. She nearly stepped in what looked like a pool of oil. She wondered if Ramkrishan had taken ill. He must have been feeling lonely since Kaki's death. When, long ago, she watched Kaki's quivering fingers explore Maitriya's face, Nilu had known that she would not live for long. Keiki was breathing heavily as she ran her palm over baby Maitriya's head. She had barely any flesh left on her bones. But more than anything, Nilu knew, her spirit was giving way. Maitriya's presence might have revived it for a short while, but then Keiki clearly wanted her Raja, and no one else could replace him. It was the faithful Ramkrishan who came knocking at the Tamil flat to deliver the news one morning as Nilu was getting ready to go to Arniko Academy. Raja had already left to open the bookstore, and mate Raya had just woken up and was being entertained by the servant girl. She passed away peacefully, Ramkrishan told her, in the middle of the night. Nilu wanted to go see Keiki, but Ramkrishan said that her son had already taken her to the ghat for her cremation. All day at school, Nilu's mind dwelt on the woman who'd nurtured Raja when no one else would, not even the old man who'd found him in the bushes of Tundikal. She wondered how Raja would react when she delivered the news of Kaki's death, though she already knew that it would not sadden him, not make him pause. If anything, it might remind him again of the loss of his real mother. So, in the evening when she reached home, she told him nothing. When he commented on how quiet she was, she said that the teaching that day had tired her, and she turned her attention to mate Raya. The next morning she left the house a bit early and went all the way to the Swayambanath temple, where, with the help of a priest, she lit 100,000 wicker lamps in Kaki's memory. "She's one of your own children, Lord Buddha," Nilu prayed, as she watched the flames flicker in the wind. "She embodied your teaching of compassion. She gave herself completely to raise an orphan boy. Yet she died thirsting for his love. Please grant her peace." Nilu pushed the button for the bell, but nothing sounded. She pushed it again, then knocked, at first gently, then louder. Soon footsteps sounded on the stairs, and after a moment Muwa opened the door. She wasn't wearing her wig, and Nilu saw that she was virtually bald, with only small tufts of hair remaining on her scalp. She looked like a cancer patient, which shocked Nilu. She inhaled sharply to detect the familiar smell of alcohol, but the air was fresh. Had Muwa given up drinking? Nilu refused to believe it. Inside, the house was as disheveled as the yard and the garden. 2 towels lay in the hallway that led to the kitchen. Nilu waited for Ramkrishan to come, but he didn't. "Let's go to my room," Muwa said, and walked up the stairs, holding the railing. She was limping a bit, which meant that she hadn't lied about her ankle. Nilu followed. Upstairs too, in the open hallway that overlooked the front door below, she spotted dirt, blotches on the floor where a drink had been spilled, and curls of dust. "Where is Ramkrishan Dai?" she finally asked Muwa. "He died a couple of months ago." "He died?" Nilu froze. She wished Muwa had prepared her for this. She had expected, she realized with sadness, that Ramkrishan would be part of the household forever. During this visit in particular she had hoped his presence to cushion herself against Muwa. "He died during the night," Muwa said, pushing open the door to her room. "In the evening he'd brought me a glass of warm milk before he went to sleep. Then in the morning I kept calling and he didn't come, and when I went to check on him in the shack he wasn't breathing." Muwa sounded slightly piqued, as though she had expected Ramkrishan to warn her in advance about his death. Muwa's room was dark and reeked of cigarette smoke, as usual. Cobwebs hung from the ceiling corners. All the chairs were piled high with unwashed clothes, which gave off a disagreeable smell. There was no place to sit except on Muwa's bed, and the sheets there looked unwashed, so Nilu remained standing. "Who took his body to the funeral?" Muwa sat on her bed, wincing as she adjusted her leg. She lit a cigarette and took a sip from a glass by her bedside table. "He had a nephew somewhere in the city. I found his number and called them. At first he wanted me to take care of Ramkrishan's funeral. He said that his uncle devoted his life to me, and that was the least I could do. Can you believe it? I don't know where these servant people get their nerve these days. It's all because of the politicians, especially these communists. they're always inciting them to ask for their rights. Now, where would I go arranging for his corpse to be burned? So I told the nephew no. If you don't come to fetch your uncle's corpse, he's going to rot in this house. Well, did you at least give him some money? Muwa'id Nilu. And where would I get money? Do I have a steady supply of it? I gave his nephew about 5,000, that's all. I can't live my life just handing people money left and right. I don't understand, Nilu said. Where has all your money gone? Then she recalled what Muwa had said about Samrat over the phone. Where is Samrat? Is he not with you anymore? He is. Muwa snapped. Where would he go, poor man? He's just gone away for a few days. The ash on her cigarette end was growing longer, and then it dropped. But Muwa was looking at Nilu, her eyes cloudy and drunk. Why have you let the house get to this state? Didn't you hire anyone after Ramkrishan died? Muwa lay back on the bed, took a deep drag, blew out the smoke, and closed her eyes. Muwa, why did you call me here if you are just going to lie down there? I'll go. Don't go, Nilu, Muwa said. Can't you just stay here with me, for a few minutes? Reluctantly, Nilu sat next to her. Muwa opened her eyes and took Nilu's hand. I've made some mistakes. The cigarette in her fingers had burnt itself out. I've lost everything. The news didn't surprise Nilu. It's your money, she said. You can do whatever you want with it. Gambling. Muwa nodded. I don't even remember how I got into it. Samrat loves to play flush and kitty, and suddenly we were going every day. All of your property in the villages is gone. Yes, everything is gone, except for this house. She looked pleadingly at her daughter. Nilu, don't get angry with me, okay? I really don't know what happened. Why should I get angry? Nilu said. You've always been like this. It's not a surprise to me. She paused. Why did you call me here? I want to transfer this house to Samrat's name. Nilu stared at her mother, then gave a short laugh. Then do it. Why ask me? You're my daughter, Muwa said. I haven't kept anything for you to inherit, and I thought, this is the house where you grew up. Maybe you're attached to it, maybe I need to ask your permission first. My son is dead, and you think I would be worried about this stupid house? Nilu said, unable to mask her contempt. Give it to whoever you like. I don't need anything from you. Raja's flat. She began to hear Maitriya's voice inside the house. Ma, do you think it will rain today? He said from a corner of the room. As she read on the sofa, he whispered into her ear, will you read to me, Ma? It was as if he was teasing her, even provoking her. One Saturday morning she was peeking through the curtains at the neighbor's house, where the son was once again performing for the family, when she heard a rustling sound behind her. She closed her eyes and prayed. But the sound continued, and when she turned to look, a boy's shadow flitted across the wall and went into the bedroom. "Mate Raya," she shouted, as though scolding her son. She strode to the bedroom, and of course there was no one there. "Stop this," she said to the air. Then, realizing how ridiculous she sounded, she grabbed her bag, and not caring that she was dressed in her house dote, left the place. She emerged onto the main street of Chabal, not knowing where she was going. A minibus hurtled toward her from Upadhyay, the conductor leaning out of the back door, yelling, "La, la, Bainswar, Dili Bazaar, Ratna Park, La, La, La." Instinctively she raised her hand, the bus screeched to a halt, and she was inside. She had to find Raja. She had to talk to him, tell him what was happening to her. Was she losing her mind? Was that why he had left her? As the minibus lurched forward, she held the rubber strap hanging from the ceiling. Bodies pressed against her. A couple of hands, men's, lingered briefly on her thigh. These men hadn't changed, the buses were as rickety as ever, and hundreds of girls and women were still being pawed, across the country, every day like this. But she had changed. It didn't matter to her anymore what these men did, the discomfort she felt on her thighs, her crotch, her bottom. Gone were the days of becoming offended, feeling dirty and violated when she was touched and fondled, or when young men in the streets hurled lewd remarks. The bus dumped her in Dili Bazaar, and she quickly maneuvered through the dense crowd of this neighborhood and approached the building where she knew he lived. It was a nondescript three-story building, its yellow paint peeling off in spots, a satellite dish dutifully perched on the roof becoming dwarfed by tall buildings, some still under construction. He doesn't get enough sunshine, she thought. But then, she herself kept her own curtains closed most of the time. She hesitated at the gate. Other people lived here, and she didn't want them watching her from their windows when the gate clanked open. "You are his wife, not his lover, so you don't need to be secretive," she told herself. But this self-assurance also gave her pause. It'd been close to 3 months since Raja had left. What was their status now? She remembered when they first got married and moved to Tamil, they'd mocked their newly married state. "Hey, hubby," she'd teased him. "Hubba, bubba." He'd called her Dilahi and demanded, as he stood from the chair where he'd been sitting, that she touch his feet like a demure, husband-fearing bride. She knelt before him, suggesting she was indeed going to place her head on his feet to receive his blessing, then quickly clasped his ankles and yanked them toward her, making him fall. His back struck the chair, which slammed against the window. Swooning in pain, he hopped around the room, and, terrified, she followed him, attempting to lift his shirt to check for a bruise. He was laughing and wailing at the same time, and she saw that a horizontal welt had appeared on his lower back. "It hurts?" she asked. "Of course it does. Why did you do it?" When she protested that he'd started the whole thing with his ridiculous touch my feet business, with a stern face he said, "Bad wifey. Now, even though I'm in pain, I'll have to fuck you. You give me no choice." And he'd begun to slowly take off his clothes in the manner of a reluctant striptease, and she kept watching him with laughing eyes until he was down to his underwear. "Raja, the window is open," she said, but he merely glanced at it with a pained expression and flung his underwear away. The neighbors across the street had a clear view, so Neelu rushed to the window and closed it. "What do you say, wifey? Some love or no love?" He was completely naked now, his arms by his side, his penis limp but in the process of rising, his face twisted in pain, part real, part exaggerated. She went to him, put her hand on his penis, and said, "Who needs more love, this little man or you?" Later, she had him lie on his stomach and rubbed some amrutanjan on his back, blowing on the peeled skin as she did so, and he murmured to himself and said, "Mmm, delicious." The latch on the gate to Raja's building did clang loudly, and figures did appear at the windows, but Neelu strode in, looking straight ahead. The second floor, that's where she recalled Raja saying he lived. She ought to have phoned him before visiting, so he wouldn't be surprised, as he certainly would be now. She also remembered that he had never invited her over. At no point in their phone conversations, which had been dwindling anyway, had he suggested that she come to see where he lived. This in itself should have warned her to turn back. Neelu was on alien territory. Even more alien than how Lainkaur had seemed when she had tracked down Raja in Bayari Dai's shop. That time at least she had been propelled by fond memories of their childhood together in Neelu Nikanjay. Today the air was heavy with death and estrangement and hurt. But, despite everything, Raja was the only one with whom she could discuss Maitreya, so she climbed the staircase and knocked at the first door she came upon on the second floor. She heard a bit of a scrambling inside, some fervent whispers, before Raja's voice floated out, tentatively, querulously. "Who's there?" Neelu stopped breathing, stood still. Raja asked again who it was, this time louder, more demanding, and she felt compelled to respond, "It's me." "Neelu." From the floor above, a middle-aged woman descended the stairs, arms crossed at her chest to effect a casual demeanor. Once she reached Neelu, she looked her up and down, then continued down the stairs, her slippers slapping. Raja's door opened, only a few inches, and he peered out. He was wearing his undershirt, and tufts of chest hair poked out. "Neelu," he said. "What a surprise." He gave her a nervous smile. "I was passing through." She lied. "And I thought." "1 minute, okay," he said. "I'll be right out." He shut the door and she was left standing, she could hear the footsteps of the middle-aged woman beginning to ascend the stairs. From inside Raj's door rose the high-pitched voice of a woman, a young woman, now. A hand clamped over a mouth. Neelu could almost visualize it. Then voices muffled, panicky, and once again silence. The door opened, and Raja slipped out, shutting it behind him. He wore a shirt now, a bright red and white one that Neelu remembered purchasing for him the day she received a bonus from the school, a year before mate Raya died. "Let's go out," Raja said, taking her by the arm and leading her downstairs. Neelu allowed herself to be led down, through the yard, out of the gate, and into the dusty alley, where Raja said, "I was inside all day, cramped, suffocated. That's why I wanted to come out." She nodded. The middle-aged woman was now on the roof, leaning against the balustrade, looking toward the horizon. "Shall we walk around to get some fresh air?" he asked, and she nodded, again, unable to think coherently. As soon as they entered the main thoroughfare of Dili Bazaar, they were assaulted by the loud honks of trucks and fumes from passing taxis and old chug-along vehicles. They moved quickly, almost frantically, as they turned right toward Ganeswar. Apart from a few mutterings about the crowd and the black smoke, they didn't say anything substantial. How could they, walking so fast, weaving through pedestrians? The crowd only seemed to thicken as they moved, and because of some construction up ahead, the little walking space on the street had completely vanished. Occasionally a three-wheeler or a motorcycle darted closely past Neelu, almost touching her because she was closer to the street. Finally irritation made her ask, "Where are we going, Raja?" "Maybe the street opens up a bit farther down," he said, but she simply stopped walking and shook her head, kept shaking it. If she cried, she was going to make a fool of herself in public. "Well, what do you want to do?" he asked, resentfully. "It's not my fault that there's no breathing space here." "I shouldn't have come," she said, looking straight ahead. "That's not what I mean," he said. "You came, that's good. I was just thinking about you this morning." She didn't believe him. She didn't trust him, couldn't anymore. It occurred to her with such force that she nearly stumbled that the woman inside his flat was someone he'd either met in Delhi or who'd accompanied him there. His reason for wanting to move out after returning from that trip was more than a rift with his wife. He'd actually found someone else. The power of this realization made the world go completely dark for a split second, before she could see again the people swarming like flies, the heat rising off the asphalt, the ding-ding-ding of construction, the dust swirling and smothering the air. "Let's just find a place to sit. Right here, how about this?" In front of them was a grungy-looking restaurant, with a stained curtain partly open to reveal chairs and tables inside. The proprietor, who had a huge belly, sat on a platform next to the door, where pakaras and other fritters simmered in a vat filled with thick oil. It didn't matter how sickening the place was, she wanted to sit, exchange some words, then head home. Get it over with. Here. Raja pointed toward the proprietor, who was watching them. Yes, she said, then parted the curtain and walked into the eatery, which was empty. He followed her. A young boy in blue shorts and a vest came to take their order. 2 cups of tea, Raja told him, and after the boy left, he looked at Neelu defiantly, suggesting that since they had escaped the prying eyes of his slipper-slapping neighbor and the deafening noise outside, he could handle what she was going to say. But when she said nothing, merely met his eyes and looked away, his demeanor softened and he said, "I still can't believe that you came to see me here." "Should I not have?" she asked. "What kind of a question is that?" "I'm just asking." "Of course you should have." The young boy slapped 2 glasses of tea on their table. He asked them whether they wanted snacks, and they both shook their head. They watched the boy as he went back to the proprietor, and through the gap in the curtain, they saw him kneel and begin washing dishes in a bucket of water. "That boy is Maitriya's age," she said in an accusatory tone. Raja observed the boy, took a sip of his tea, and made a face. "How are you, Neelu? We haven't talked in a long time." "Well, looks like you've been keeping yourself busy," she said. "Oh, stop acting like a spurned wife now," she chided herself. "Let him have 10 women in his room if he wants. He can go cavorting with them in the gardens of Godavari. He can give them all fancy necklaces and rings. He can present them with red roses, whose smell they'll inhale, and they'll ooh and ah and gaze at him lovingly." He was still a handsome man, notwithstanding how gaunt he'd become recently. The soft, scraggly beard on his chin made him even more desirable. It should be no surprise that women were falling for him. "It's not what you think," he said with a sigh. "What?" "What you saw in the flat." She laughed, a little too loudly. "What did I see in the flat? You didn't even open the door." He splayed his palms and looked at them. "She's Amit's niece. You know, Amit from Nepaliatra. She comes to visit me every now and then. Sometimes she wants help with her English vocabulary." "You're teaching her English?" He appeared hurt. "I do write for an English magazine, and I'm pretty good, even though I didn't go to a boarding school, like some people." "I shouldn't have come without a warning," she said. "Should have given you time to prepare yourself." "It's nothing like that, I'm telling you," he said, quite loudly. He quickly flared with anger toward her. Absence hadn't changed that. Did he act this way with that woman in his flat too? Did he speak sharply to her? "Then what is it like?" she said. "Did you meet her in Delhi?" "No, I didn't meet her there." "But she was also in Delhi." "Ah." Amit had taken her there at his own expense, for sightseeing. He seemed to have reconsidered why he'd need to explain anything to her, for he said, "Look, seeing you after so long, I don't want to spend time here talking about Jaya, who is just a friend, nothing more, nothing less. A young woman spending the day in the flat of a married man. I mean, you and I are still husband and wife, aren't we? Or has that changed? He began to rub his temples. Or has that changed? It hasn't changed, he said, not looking at her. At least you can meet my eyes when you say it. But he didn't, and to her that was proof that he had moved on. I see. He snapped his head up. Well, it has changed somewhat, hasn't it? Otherwise we wouldn't be living separately, Nilu. It was not my idea. They were aware of the boy, who had drifted in at some point and was standing in the corner, watching them. But you drove me, he stopped himself. Look, I would have gone mad had I still been in the Chable house. And, given how we're behaving today, I think we need some more time apart. She didn't like how she felt jealous, which made her sarcastic, but her ears were still ringing with that woman's querulous voice. Nilu had come to talk about how she was seeing the ghost of Mate Raya, thinking that Raja would commiserate with her, hold her hand, offer suggestions. But here they were, bickering and wrangling. The waiter boy was still standing, observing them with his large eyes, but strangely, his presence wasn't bothersome or intrusive. He's my witness, this thought floated through Nilu's mind. Raja combed his hair with his fingers. The silence grew and deepened, and she looked down at her hands, and he looked at a stained poster on the wall, of Krishna playing his flute, his 1600 maids frolicking in the background. Outside, the traffic rumbled, then it was the clouds that rumbled, and it began to rain. The proprietor called the boy in a loving voice. She wondered if the young woman, what had he said her name was? Jayanti. Jaya, was waiting for him in the flat. If she was, he didn't show signs of impatience. Nilu, Raja said quietly. Trust me, please. There's nothing between me and Jaya. These past few months have been really hard for me, being away from you. Do you know something? It came out before she could stop herself. The reason I came to visit you was because I've started seeing Mate Raya. In person. In the market, in the yard. He gazed at her quietly. Finally he said, I don't know what to do. It's been a year since Mate Raya passed away, and every day it seems to get worse for you. Now this. Nilu stood and said, go back to your hussy right now, that's what's bothering you, isn't it? That I dragged you away from her, from whatever you two were doing in that room. He didn't stop her, even though it was pouring outside and she didn't have an umbrella. She walked out into the drenching rain, holding her bag above her head as she headed toward Chable. The rain made it hard to see whether the cars passing by were taxis or private, so she kept moving, completely soaked. A young man in the city. Shiva came into Nilu's life as someone whose sole purpose might be to pay back Raja for the hurt he'd caused. Even as she went searching for Shiva's apartment across the city, even before the two began to keep each other company, Nilu knew that their association was going to be short-lived. There were moments when she thought of Shiva as a slightly younger, less suave version of Raja. At other times in the maternal feelings he evoked in her she recognized textures of emotions she'd have felt toward her son, had he been alive. Shiva had appeared one day at Arniko Academy, looking for a job, and Principal Thupa had yelled at him, saying that the young man had heard wrong, that the school's lab assistant position had already been filled. It was the principal's yelling, and not the fact that there were no jobs, that Shiva had found offensive, as he told Pratima in the staff room, where she took him, out of pity, after the confrontation. He was wearing a pair of black pants and a blue shirt that had some dirt encrusted at the collar. He had a slim face, with big eyes. He was wearing sandals. The humiliating encounter had brought a defiant look to his face. As he sipped his tea, Nilu told him that she'd talked to Principal Thupa on his behalf, and she asked him to come back the following day. She didn't know why she said that, and she regretted her words immediately. "Don't feel so despondent," she added. Speaking like this released something inside her. She felt protective toward him, and he looked at her sharply, alerted by something in her tone. "I'm not despondent," he said. "I'm just amazed at how people can be so heartless." He began to yell at me as soon as I asked him about the job. Nilu noticed that his hands shook a bit as he held the cup. He asked her what her name was, and she told him, mildly surprised that it didn't feel odd to be conversing with this stranger in the staff room where teachers entered and exited all day, coming in between their classes for a cup of tea or just to relax or to mull over what they would cook for dinner that night or to read the newspaper and chuckle at the myriad strange happenings in the city and the world. The bell rang for a change of classes, and suddenly a babble of voices and noises surrounded the two of them. Nilu repeated that Shiva should return tomorrow and that now she had to teach, and he nodded. But when she left the school premises that day, she found him outside the gate, his hand behind his back, studying the street. "Don't you have a house to go to?" she asked. He smiled wanly. "Walk me to the bus stop," she said, and he obeyed like a devoted younger brother. Since moving to Chabal, she'd been taking the city bus to and from work, as the school bus didn't reach her neighborhood. On the way to the stop, she and Shiva didn't say much, but he waited patiently with her until her bus came. "Okay, go home now, and come tomorrow," she told him as she stepped into the crowded vehicle. Mate Raya was at the front of the bus, facing her. She averted her gaze. "What do you want?" she asked him in her mind. "Why don't you leave me alone?" Her heart was pounding, and perspiration broke out on her forehead. Slowly she turned to look. He was still there, sandwiched between two men, their sweaty bodies squeezing him between them. But he didn't appear uncomfortable, and he continued to stare at her, making her anxious, then afraid. With a great mental effort she challenged him from across the bus, "What do you want?" But he continued to observe her, steadily, until she couldn't bear it any longer and got off at the next stop. She didn't think it could come to this, becoming fearful of her own son. But all the way home she remained tense, wondering whether he'd appear by her side, accuse her of something, demand something from her that she couldn't give. Her hand instinctively dipped into her bag and fingered the Rudraksha that Lamaji had given her. At home, without changing her clothes, she crashed on the sofa. Loud music sounded, right next to her window. It had the screech of heavy metal. She'd seen him, the neighbor boy, at this window, with a gleaming cassette player, probably a new gift from his parents or perhaps a relative. Apparently everyone doted on him. And here he was, trying to get her attention, she was sure, for he'd seen her go into her house and only then had he increased the volume. She went into her bedroom to get away from the noise, but there too the music thumped loudly. Finally, she opened her bedroom window a bit and waved at him. He waved back, grinning, then swayed his head to the music. She gestured to him to turn down the volume, but he kept smiling and closed his eyes. She shut the window and pulled a pillow over her head, muting the noise. On the way to Arnico Academy on the bus she kept an eye out for Mate Raya the next day, but he wasn't around. Throughout the bus ride she remained alert, expecting to be jolted by Maitraya's sudden appearance, or by his whisper close to her ear, asking her if she could make him some aliyabeta, the potato patties that were his favorite snack. She was so tense by the time she entered the school premises that she had to hurry to the bathroom and close herself in a stall for a few minutes before she could go to the staff room. During recess, she wondered what would happen if Mate Raya were to visit Raja, how he'd react, whether that would cause a rift between him and that woman of his. Over the past few days, just recalling the woman's voice had hurt her ears, given her headaches, made her miserable. After her visit to Raja's flat that day she had gathered all the photos of him, and of her and Raja together, hanging on the walls of the house, and put them away in a box. The one in the bedroom she didn't put away because it also had Mate Raya. Lost in thoughts of Raja, and Mate Raya, she'd forgotten about Shiva until she heard Principal Thupa's voice, instructing the peon. She briefly hesitated to intervene, then, fortifying herself, went to his office. For the next half hour Neelu argued with Principal Thupa, told him that she knew the lab assistant's position hadn't been filled. The principal said that he'd already promised the job to a qualified person he knew, and Neelu answered that it was unethical for him to hand the job to someone without conducting proper interviews. They went back and forth like this until Neelu said, "Sir, this is the kind of matter the school board might not take lightly." The mention of the school board alerted Principal Thupa. Just 2 months ago the school board had reprimanded him for keeping at home a second-hand Apple computer that the board had approved for the staff room. It was too soon for the board to hear about another instance of improper conduct, especially if his chosen lab assistant didn't have a background in science. "Neelu miss," Principal Thupa said, then took off his glasses and began to polish them vigorously. Small things like this don't need to be taken to the board. Okay, I'll talk to him. No guarantees, though, and that you should note. As she made her way to her classroom, Nilu felt mildly jubilant, as though she had scored a victory against Principal Thupa as well as the world at large. See what I can do, she said to herself. To everyone. To Raja. But Shiva didn't show up. Nilu waited for him for nearly 20 minutes at the end of the day, as the children and staff and teachers of Arniko Academy streamed past her. When the school was empty, Nilu went to the guard and asked him whether Shiva had come by that day. The guard shook his head. Yesterday, he and I spoke for a few minutes before he went in to talk with the principal Sahib. I discovered we were from the same area in Gorkha. That's why I let him in. Had I known the principal Sahib would yell at him like that. Do you know where he lives? The guard thought for a moment. Wait. I think he said he lives behind a hotel in Kalamaitai. Oh yes, Hotel Gandhi. She said goodbye to the guard and headed home. But as she neared the bus stop, she was repelled by the prospect of going to her empty house, sitting alone on the sofa and staring into a corner, possibly getting frightened by the ghost of her own son. Without wanting to, she found herself picturing Raja with that young woman. She saw them, drinking tea, standing shoulder to shoulder by the window, watching the activity on the street below, listening to the faint sound of jazz from the stereo, jazz because Raja had given up on rock and roll after mate Raya was born, finding it too discordant and noisy. Raja would turn to the woman, who'd smile at him, her lips very close to his mouth, and then they'd. Nilu hailed a taxi and gave the driver her destination. Kalamaitai was a hubbub of activity in the evening. The vegetable market was in full swing, and the depot was filling with buses that had arrived at the city after long-distance journeys from Pokhara, Burgunjay, and Biratnagar. She hadn't come to this part of town in months because it was far from Chabal, nearly at the opposite end of the valley. She moved up and down the street once, craning her neck to look at the signs. But she couldn't locate Hotel Gandhi. Then she took the road that ended with a fork toward Tahachal on the left and Basantapur on the right. Somehow she felt uncomfortable asking anyone about where the hotel was, conscious that people would think she was staying there. She mocked her own feelings of insecurity about this. Who cared what anyone thought, really? Then she happened to glance into an alley, and there it was, a sign saying Hotel Gandhi. It was affixed to an old house that adjoined other houses in the alley. She hadn't expected anything as crummy looking as this, and now she was unsure about what to do. For a few minutes she waited at the opening of the alley. The marketplace around her hummed with shoppers buying vegetables and fish and meat. Bicycle bells tinkled and cars honked incessantly. Her school guard had said that Shiva lived behind Hotel Gandhi. But since the hotel was not in a freestanding building, there was nothing behind it. She wondered if she ought to turn back, but then she realized she'd already come this far, She'd argued for Shiva with Principal Thupa, and it seemed like a waste to not go this extra step. She had to stoop a bit to enter the door of Hotel Gandhi, and as soon as she was inside she was bombarded by a smell, half food, half something rotten. She resisted the urge to pinch her nose, as there were people in the little room where she now found herself. Behind a small desk sat a man, reading something, and he smiled at her as she entered. In the corner was a dumpy woman cooking momos in a large pot. Two men sat on benches alongside the wall, waiting for the food. Was this a momo shop? Sit down, the man said. She asked him whether this was Hotel Gandhi. Yes, it was, the man said. Did she want momos? Oh, this is a restaurant. I am actually looking for a hotel called Gandhi, you know, the night sleeping kind. The hotel is upstairs, the man said. Do you need a room? The men on the bench looked at her expectantly. So did the woman, before she removed the lid from the large vat in which the momos were being cooked. It'll be another minute or two, she told the men. No, Neelu said to the man. Now, with two men and the cook watching her, she felt foolish telling them what she was looking for. I'm looking for someone who lives nearby, behind Hotel Gandhi, I was told, but I don't know where to look. Come with me, the man said, and stood. He turned and began to climb the stairs next to him. No, you misunderstood, Neelu said with urgency. He's not staying at the hotel. He's renting a room somewhere nearby. I understood what you are saying. From a window up there I can show you the houses nearby and tell you which ones are rented out. She glanced at the cook, who encouraged her with a nod. Neelu followed the man. The stairs were narrow and wooden, and she wondered what kind of people stayed in a hotel like this, what the nightly rate was. On the second floor, there were two rooms, the doors were closed. Do you have guests in the hotel? She asked. The man nodded. All the time. It's a good location, with the bus station so nearby. If you have friends, then he looked her up and down and probably realized that she and her ilk might not stay at his hotel. He beckoned her to a small window on the second floor landing. Standing next to him, she could smell his wife's momos on him. See, that house over there has two rooms rented out, he said, pointing. And that one over there has one. How do I get there? You have to go around to the main street, and enter through another alley. But it's right there, she complained. Isn't there a way through the back of your hotel? The man shook his head, then looked her up and down. His body was quite close to hers, and his wife was downstairs. At once she said, "No problem. I'll find my way." Out on the street, she entered the small alley he'd mentioned, and she was in a courtyard, from where she could see the back of Hotel Gandhi, even hear the low murmur of the stove. She stepped into the first house that the hotel owner had pointed out. Once again she had to climb some stairs to reach the second floor. A man was leaning on the railings that overlooked the courtyard, and he glanced at her questioningly. She told him she was looking for a man named Shiva, from Gorkha. The man pointed to the opposite side of the courtyard, told her that someone from Gorkha lived on the 5th floor. Neelu couldn't believe how difficult this search was turning out to be. She was already beginning to feel tired. Right now it appeared as if she would not find him. And it was quite possible that he was not home. A young man like him, he could be out with friends, or gone somewhere to eat dinner. A pink hue had spread across the sky, within minutes it could turn dark, and here she was, quite far from home, looking for a man she hardly knew, based on the words of a guard who could have gotten it all wrong. But the house was just a few dozen yards away, and she felt she had no choice but to plod ahead. Neelu made her way to the house and climbed the stairs, this time to the 3rd floor. Then she saw him, through a window on the narrow balcony that ran alongside the building. He was at another window in his room, sitting on its ledge, head leaning against the wall, looking out to the north of the city. He cut a glum profile, and for a brief moment she watched him. Finally she called his name, Shiva. Startled, he turned to her. "Didi," he said. He stood and desperately tried to hide something, and once he straightened up, he looked like an animal that had been frightened out of its wits. "What a pleasure," he said, but didn't come to the door. "I have come to deliver some good news," she said. "Aren't you going to let me in?" Embarrassed, he opened the door. Immediately she was assaulted by a strong stench of alcohol. She saw, on the windowsill, what he'd been trying to hide, a bottle of kukri rum, which lay exposed because the newspaper he'd placed over it had slid down. She looked at him. His eyes were glassy, and he wore a silly, sheepish grin. "You been drinking?" "No, no," he said. Then his eyes traveled to the exposed bottle, and he said, "Just a peg or two. I was getting bored." "Please come in, please." "Maybe I shouldn't," she said. A gust of wind blew her hair, and she tamed it with her fingers. "Please, Didi," he said, and scrambled to empty a chair, his only chair, of its magazines and clothes. The floor was littered with books. 2 of them lay open near the floor by his bed. Neelu sat down primly, even more unsure about the wisdom of this visit. The drinking, naturally, disgusted her. Shiva stood before her, like a child awaiting instructions. He was frazzled, clearly, for his hand kept smoothing his hair. "I came to give you some good news." "Didi, I'll make some tea, okay?" He rushed to a corner stove, where a few pots and pans lay about. She thought of rejecting this tea, but she also wanted to see what he would do, how he would make it, so she remained quiet. He rinsed a pot in the sink, filled it with water, and set it to boil on a portable gas stove. He sat on his haunches, watching the water, seemingly afraid to face her. She felt herself melting. Poor guy. He looked terribly depressed and lonely. She went to the window, which commanded a broad view of the city because Shiva's flat was so high. The Swayambanath temple could be seen in the distance, rising above the city's hazy smoke. Everywhere she looked there were houses. When she and Raja took long walks in the city before Maitriya's birth, they'd ventured into this area, she now remembered. But in those years most of this area was open fields or farmland. She squinted toward Chabal, but it was too far away for her to discern anything familiar. "It's a nice view from here," she said. Her eyes fell on the bottle of rum on the sill, and she picked it up to examine it. 3XS were marked on the label, letters that also could signify, she noted with bemusement, blue movies. "I've never understood what the charm of this thing is," she said. She rotated the bottle in her hand, the glass glinted in the sunlight. She opened the cap and brought her nose close to the opening. The smell hit her nostrils quickly, then traveled down her throat. She took a deep breath, then closing her eyes, she put the bottle to her lips, took a swig. The rum burned the inside of her mouth, and when she forced herself to swallow it, it sizzled down her gullet. She turned toward Shiva, who was watching her. "Diddy?" he asked, in astonishment. "What? You thought I couldn't drink? Watch me." And Neelu took another gulp, this one bigger because the first one had already dilated her throat. "Drink from a glass, please," he said, and brought her one. But she didn't take the glass from him. Warmth was already welling up in her chest, spreading down to her belly. Her head swam. It had been ages since she'd drunk alcohol. Probably the last time was in Tamil, with Raja. "Are you going to turn out to be like your mother now?" a part of her mind asked. But she knew that wouldn't happen. It was just a momentary impulse, ignited by something, mostly by the images of Raja and the woman in his flat. She moved a bit closer to Shiva, and, handing him the bottle, said, "Now it's your turn. Drink. Diddy, you have surprised me a great deal today. I didn't expect you to. More drinking, less talking." She was on the verge of giggling. She had to control herself. This frivolity was reminiscent of her days in Tamil with Raja. Shiva also took a swig, then wiped his mouth with the back of his arm, like a bandit. Neelu laughed at him. "What? What?" he asked, smiling. He had let his hair go long, going down past his earlobes, which, again, reminded her of Raja's hair when they lived in Tamil. She took the bottle from him and swallowed another mouthful. The alcohol now tasted sweet. "Do you stay cooped up in your room like this all day, drinking?" "Sometimes," he said. "Sometimes I'm not in the mood to do anything. Nothing seems to matter anymore. Even reading I find boring." "Why? What's wrong?" she asked. She stifled an urge to put her arm around him. He aroused something in her, an impulse to protect him. He had that face. I just feel so disillusioned sometimes. Come, sit here, she said, and she set the bottle down on the floor and sat on his bed, as though this were her room, and patted the spot next to her. Tell me what's wrong, Babu, she said. He came and sat next to her, his body not touching hers. Good boy, she thought, in her increasing drunkenness. I don't know, Didi. Sometimes I just feel like giving up and not even going out of my room, not opening the door or my curtains, not getting out of bed in the morning, just sleeping and sleeping until. Hesitantly, she tousled the hair on the back of his head. Her hand moved down to the back of his neck, and briefly she squeezed him there. Then, conscious that her hand was on a virtual stranger, she withdrew it to her lap. The water he'd set for tea had been boiling for some time, but neither he nor she got up to turn off the gas. His face had slipped into a sad look, which returned whenever there was a lull in the conversation. Who is in your family? She asked. A brother and a sister-in-law. My father passed away recently. Is your brother also in the city? I don't want to talk about him right now, he said. Didi, have you eaten? She shook her head. Will you eat with me today? Here. No, we'll go to my regular restaurant nearby. Well, shouldn't you be saving money by cooking at home? Sometimes I get disheartened just cooking for myself. Well, you have no reason to be lonely now, she said, then paused for dramatic effect. The principal wants you to return for an interview. Really? After his yelling yesterday, I thought he'd never give me that job. That's why I didn't come today. Well, I talked to him, persuaded him. Neelu was disappointed by Shiva's reaction, which was not as enthusiastic as she'd hoped. She'd expected his face to light up, for him to thank her profusely, but none of that happened. So, you have to come by tomorrow to talk to him. Okay, he said. Shall we go out to eat? She glanced out the window. It was already dark outside, and she was far from home. She'd have to take a taxi on the way back, as most of the buses and tempos would have stopped running by now. But who was waiting for her at home? No one, except shadows of her dead son. All right, let's go, she said. Her mind was still swimming from the rum, and she took his arm as they left the courtyard and emerged onto the main street. The eatery was quite close, and as soon as she entered it, Neelu realized that it served mostly out-of-towners, or bus drivers and conductors who plied the highway out of Kathmandu. She was the only woman in the Bhojanalaya, and the men stared at her as she entered, still holding Shiva's arm, but it didn't bother her. Sit here, Shiva said, pointing to a corner, and she nodded. When the meal was placed before Neelu, steaming rice, chicken floating in gravy, delicious smelling dal, 2 other vegetables, and some achar. She discovered she was ravenous. "This is the best bhojanalaya in the Kalamatai area," he said. "It's famous." The food was very good, and soon she found herself immersed in sucking the marrow of a bone or chewing on spicy potato achar. He ate more slowly, staring into the distance at times so that she'd ask him, "What are you thinking?" He shook his head at her. After they were done eating, he directed her to the tap in the corner, where she washed her hands and gargled to rinse out the remnants of the food. She wiped her fingers and mouth with a grungy towel hanging on the wall and was surprised that she didn't blanch. After dinner they strolled through the Kalamatai area for a while. She had slipped her arm into his, and he seemed to think there was nothing unusual about it. She wondered what would happen if Raja, in the unlikely event that he'd come to Kalamatai, would chance upon them. Would he get angry? Upset? Then she thought of Maitreya, and for a brief moment she let go of Shiva's arm. Dwelling on Maitreya distressed her, made this small bit of happiness she was experiencing with Shiva seem fraudulent, inappropriate. And she was startled by this renegade thought her dead son didn't have a right to pass judgment on his mother. After strolling for a while, the two headed back to Shiva's flat. A woman with a baby stood on a landing and smiled at them as they went up. Shiva didn't even notice her. In this city, Neelu thought, there's always a woman poised on a landing or a staircase, prying into other people's lives. Inside his flat, she said, "I should be going home. It's getting very late." "Do you have to go now, Didi?" he said. "I feel like you just got here." "Okay, I'll stay for a minute or two more. But you also need to get a good night's sleep so you're fresh for your interview tomorrow." Shiva poured himself another drink. He also offered her more, but Neelu declined. Her mouth felt acrid now, and her mind was slowing down. Propping a pillow behind her head, she lay on the bed, her legs extended beyond its edge because it was small. Holding the drink in his hand, he sat next to her. The principal must already have chosen someone for the job. He just said okay to you to make you happy. These people are all alike, I know it. Don't think so negatively. Negative? Didi, you can't even trust your own family these days, your own blood. He downed his drink, grimaced, then set down the glass. He lay down next to her and rested his head on her shoulder, before she could say anything, before she could tell him no, that's not what she came here for. But she realized that he wasn't going to try any hanky-panky, that he was merely tired and sad, and incredibly, she leaned over and kissed him on the temple. He turned his face toward her, like a child. After a while he said, as though he were talking to himself, "This city. It makes me sick. So many people, so many cars, so much money, and all of the people wrapped up in their own worlds. I feel like screaming sometimes. If I stay here one more day, I'll begin to unravel, go insane. I won't survive. All I want to do is stay in my room and drink. There was an undertone of something in his voice, a mild aggression, a rejection of this world. Why don't you go back home if you don't like it here? She asked. I don't want to bore you with my long-suffering story. You won't bore me. I can tell you only if you stay with me tonight. Are you blackmailing me? Okay, if you say blackmail, then it's blackmail. He smiled at her. She looked at her watch. It was already 10 o'clock. Where had all the time gone? She didn't look forward to making her way down to the street, then trying to find a taxi in the dark, then traveling through the poorly lit streets. But then, she couldn't stay here, could she? Could she? She pictured Raja learning that she'd spent the night in Shiva's bed, and she felt the urge to get up immediately. Several excuses floated through her head as to why she was here in Kalamattai in the first place. Then the voice of the woman in Raja's flat sounded in her ears, like an echo that had been hounding her for days. No one really cared where she was, what she ate and where she slept. Shiva was right. The city would carry on of its own accord. It wasn't going to stop to ruminate and lament over her life, nor over this poor boy here. Okay, I'll stay, she said. Absurd. Neelu awoke, startled, to the blaring noise of traffic. The sun had already come in through the window of Shiva's room. The unfamiliarity of her surroundings gave her a jolt. What had she done? The rum bottle was on the windowsill, now empty. The entire room reeked of alcohol. Her chest and stomach felt sticky from sweat. Her temples were throbbing, and she knew that a headache was coming. Had she and Shiva? But no, nothing had happened. They had talked late into the night, he had drunk some more, and then, she remembered now, he had fallen asleep in her arms. It had been close to 2 o'clock when she'd at last fallen asleep, her mind occupied with images from Shiva's life. His story was not an entirely unfamiliar one, an aging father, an older brother whose loyalty to his father and his brother begins to shift once he gets married, a beautiful but conniving and manipulative sister-in-law who slowly begins to dominate the house. Shiva's brother and sister-in-law had not bothered to hide the sounds of their lovemaking in the family's small house in Gorkha, and that's the act, Shiva claimed, that killed their old father, who had stopped speaking, more out of shame than any illness, the last few weeks before his death. After their father's funeral, Shiva's brother, egged on by his wife, had intensified his bullying of Shiva, so one morning he'd quietly packed his bags and come to Kathmandu. He drifted from job to job, most of the time finding it easier to lie in bed all day, drinking. When he went without work for a long time, a kind of panic would grip him, and he'd have visions of wasting away in his flat as life went on around him, no one to look after him, and no one to knock on his door. That's when he renewed his efforts to search for a job, and that's how he'd ended up in Neelu's school. His face was turned away from Neelu, his mouth slightly open as he slept, and he had pulled up his legs. Affection toward him welled up inside her. She glanced at her watch. It was nearly 8 o'clock. She wouldn't have time to go home, wash up, change her clothes, and head to Arnico. She could call in sick, but then today was Shiva's interview with Principal Thupa and she needed to be there so Shiva wouldn't be summarily dismissed. She sat up in bed and stretched. Where was the bathroom? She knew it was somewhere in the building, but where? She stood and went to the mirror attached to the wall. Her hair was a jumble, and her eyes puffy. Absurd, she thought, as she took stock of the unkempt room, the sun lifting the haze outside to reveal a landscape dotted with houses, the cries of children somewhere close to the building, Shiva sleeping soundly in his bed. She had to go to the bathroom. She opened the latch on the door and peeked out. Seeing no one, she went down the balcony. There were 2 more doors on the floor, but they looked like rooms. She went down 1 more floor. The woman with the baby was standing outside, watching her descend. There we go again, Neelu thought. Are you looking for the bathroom? The woman asked. Neelu nodded. It's right at the end of this balcony. Neelu hurried in and shut the door. It was filthy, with feces encrusted on the commode and a pool of murky liquid on the floor. Holding her breath, she finished her business, then washed her face quickly in the sink, wiped it clumsily with her handkerchief, and stepped out. Seeing the expression on Neelu's face, the woman with the baby said, I have given up on telling these people to clean the toilet. No matter how much I tell them, these young men don't listen. Each one of them needs a wife to take care of him. Then, smiling coyly at Neelu, she asked, and who are you to that young man? I don't even know his name because he never stops to talk to me. I'm his sister. Really? Then how come I've never seen you around here before? Neelu felt like playing with the woman a bit. I eloped with a truck driver when Shiva was very young, but finally I've returned. And I'm going to live with him. The woman's face paled. Eloped? Yes. Now that I'm going to live with Shiva, you and I can be friends. Yes, why not? But clearly the woman now didn't want anything to do with her. Neelu returned to Shiva's flat, took the comb from her bag, fixed her hair at the mirror, and rearranged the folds of her sari. Shiva was still sound asleep, so she went to him and put her hand on his shoulder and said softly, Don't forget to come to the school for your interview. Around 11 or 12, okay. He opened his eyes briefly, said, What? She repeated her reminder, and nodding, he went back to sleep again. Shiva didn't show up. By the time the afternoon recess rolled around, the tenderness that Neelu had felt toward him last night had evaporated. What was his problem? During recess she went to the gate and asked the guard whether he'd seen Shiva, but the man said he hadn't. As she went back in, her eyes met those of Principal Thupa, who was leaning against the wall outside his door. "So where's that young man of yours?" Principal Thupa asked her. "Do you think this is some kind of a game, Nilu miss? One day you are in my office, ready to eat me alive, and then when I tell you to bring him for an interview, he's not here? What do I owe him that I need to keep holding the job for him? More accurately, what do I owe you?" "Nothing," she told him. "You owe me nothing. You can give the job to your own person." "I'd rather give it to my own person than to your person," he said, and walked away. When Nilu went to the bus station, Shiva was standing there, waiting for her, and she pretended that she didn't see him and boarded her bus. He jumped on after her, but the bus was crowded, and 2 or 3 people were squeezed between them, so he couldn't get close to her. Once or twice he attempted to lean forward to speak to her, but he was either pushed back or chastised by other passengers. When she got off at Chabal, he too got off and followed her, apologizing, saying that he simply had slept until the afternoon. Just before she turned the corner to her house, she stopped and confronted him. But when she spoke, none of the anger remained, and she said, matter-of-factly, "That job is already gone. I don't understand you. Why didn't you come? It's not about me, it's not for me, it's for you." He hung his head in shame, and she kept speaking, then gave up and invited him for tea and snacks before he headed home. He followed her like a chastised and sobered child. Once they reached her house, she thrust her index finger in front of his face and sternly said, "Why do you make it so hard for yourself?" He said that sometimes he wished the ground beneath him would simply melt and he would be sucked in, and that would be the end of that. "Stop saying such things. You are young, and you have much to look forward to in your life. Don't give in to these momentary feelings of hopelessness." She let him sit on the sofa, handed him a magazine, and went to the kitchen to make some food for him. She had some onions, which she chopped, dipped in batter, and plopped into a frying pan, to make patatas. She also made some yogurt lassi and took the tray of food to the living room. He had made himself comfortable on the sofa, his legs stretched out, his hands supporting his head as he read the magazine. He ate the patatas with gusto, praised her cooking, drank the lassi and burped, and gave her an embarrassed smile. "Eat more," she told him, but he said that he had eaten late that day and so his stomach was full. Shiva stayed with her until darkness fell, then, gradually sadness descended on his face like a shadow, and he said that he ought to be going. Nilu told him that if he wished, he could stay at her place, sleep on the sofa, as it would be hard for him to find transportation back to Kalamatai at this hour. "Here, I'll fetch you a blanket and a pillow," she said, and once again he complied. She checked on him during the night and discovered that his blanket had slid onto the floor. She picked it up and put it over him, and in a state of semi-sleep, he muttered something, whether it was die or diddy, she couldn't tell. Nilu imagined Raja visiting her to find Shiva's head on her lap while she read to him. She would not crack her door only a bit, as Raja had done, and deny him the pleasure of meeting Shiva. She would not hem and haw about who the young man on her sofa was, as Raja had done concerning his young woman. "He's my boy," she'd say to Raja. "Marokita," she'd repeat, and leave him to deduce what exactly that meant. She imagined him telling her not to be so silly, and she'd respond, "I'm over Mate Raya now." Nilu was aghast at herself for wanting to use Shiva as an instrument of revenge. Her emotions were spiraling out of control. She was fully aware that with Shiva she experienced a cravenness that was more maternal than anything. She anticipated his arrival at her house each evening, cognizant of the watchful eyes of her neighbors. The boy's mother across the way refused to look at Nilu when they happened to meet in the lane. The boy hurried inside when he saw her coming. She could see her neighbors' minds churning. A supposedly grieving mother, abandoned by her husband, is entertaining a young man at home. Some grief. Those days when Shiva didn't come, Nilu went searching for him in Kalamaitai. She'd find him in his room, sitting by the window, drinking, in the same position she'd found him when she first went to his flat. He'd be wearing the same blue shirt, the same grey pants, his head would lean against the wall at the same angle, and he'd be drinking the same kukri rum. The picture was so similar that she experienced a momentary confusion, as though she'd been thrust back in time to relive that earlier occasion. "Shiva," she'd call, just as she had the first time, and he'd appear startled again, but now, and that's how things had changed, he'd make no attempt to hide his drink. He didn't say, "What a pleasure," as he had the first time. She'd make snacks for him when he came over, spicy chickpeas, fries, and and aliyabeta. Nilu didn't tell Shiva that aliyabeta were Maitriya's favorite, that her son could eat dozens and dozens of them at a single sitting, and then complain of a bellyache, that she made these potato patties for him even when he was sick just so that he would get some food into his stomach. She watched Shiva carefully as he bit into a patty, to see if he expressed the same kind of delight that Mate Raya had, and then she immediately was struck by how foolish she had become. "What a strange thing," Shiva said, when he learned how Mate Raya had died. "When everyone else was hailing an event as a great moment for our country, your life turned upside down." She noted that he said everyone else was hailing, not what he himself thought. He never talked politics, anyway, which she found to be a relief. She forced herself not to think about her son while she was with Shiva. Mate Raya no longer came to her, but she sensed her son's eyes on her, sad as always, but sometimes, she imagined, also a bit critical. She hadn't divulged much to Shiva about Raja. Shiva did know that she and Raja were estranged, but somehow he'd gotten the impression that Raja lived abroad. Nilu tried not to offer Shiva any drinks when he came to visit her, and most days she was successful. He seemed fairly content to lounge around in her house. But some days he became so fidgety that she had to pull out the quarter bottle of cookery rum from her cupboard and pour him a drink or two. She couldn't believe, given that she'd resented her mother's drinking all her life, that she was pouring drinks for Shiva. But it's not the same, she told herself. Muwa is my mother, I don't have a blood attachment to Shiva. One of these days I'll convince him to quit, she thought, then inwardly mocked her stupidity. But even if she did allow him to drink, she put away the bottle quickly and usually suggested that they go for a walk. It was during one of these walks that she thought of heading to Raja's neighborhood. The idea came to her suddenly, as they were standing in front of the Chabal Ganesh temple, where she had steered Shiva after they left the house under the watchful eyes of the neighbors, who had congregated on their rooftops to take the evening air. Let them talk, Neelu thought, let them disapprove. Let them die with disapproval etched on their forehead. At Chabal Ganesh, as she stood, eyes closed, in front of the shrine, it occurred to her that she wanted Raja to see Shiva. What for? A part of her mind queried. What good would that do? But Raja needed to know that she was capable of looking after her own needs. Her own needs? She couldn't believe her own rationalizations. She steered Shiva toward Dilli Bazaar. He was like a child, really, she thought, someone who had been thrust into a world that had hurt him and confused him. She slipped her hand into his, and only then she realized that people she knew could walk by and see her like this. They'd talk about her for days. Gangata would hear of it, if he hadn't already, and he'd probably make a phone call or visit, asking what was going on, who was the young man she was being seen with. Why have you given up on Raja? He'd ask, as he'd asked 1,000 times before. Why have you two given up on your marriage like this? What is the point of remaining married if you're each going to go your own way? In anger, he'd then suggest that they get a divorce, which wasn't, of course, what he really wanted. But he'd say it only to startle her into the realization that divorce was a real possibility unless she and Raja mended their ways. But Gangata was old-fashioned. He assumed that Neelu and Raja were nice people, who didn't ruin themselves through divorce, whose basic goodness would throw them back into each other's arms. This same steadfastness had made him bristle at his mother's suggestion that he get rid of his crazy wife, that had made him love and care for Jamuna Mummy, even though living with her, and shuttling her between the mental hospital and home, had turned him into a frazzled, irritable man by age 50. Dilli Bazaar was a bit far away, but it was nice to breathe in the evening air instead of taking the bus, as Neelu had done the last time she'd visited Raja. She wasn't sure what was going to happen, but she hoped that somehow Raja would spot her with Shiva. She didn't know what else to expect. What would happen if Raja were to become riled up and challenge Shiva, as he used to do to street hoodlums during their Tamil days? Somehow she couldn't picture Raja behaving like that now. Maitriya's death had defeated him, and now he too was merely surviving, trying to eke out whatever small pleasures the day doled out to him. Seeing things this way made Nilu feel for Raja, but it didn't prevent her from thinking this, he has to see me with Shiva. They walked down the hill that led to Kalopol, which resembled a shanty town now, with shacks and huts cropping up under the black bridge alongside the thin river. They kept moving, turned left in the direction of Dili Bazaar. "Where are we going?" Shiva asked, and Nilu said that it was merely an evening walk. She recalled the long strolls with Raja, who, because he reads so much, was more of a historian than she was, even though history was one of the two subjects she taught at Arnico. He used to give her many lessons as they traversed the city. The neighborhood they passed in Kalopol, she remembered him saying, was where Dharmabhakta Mathama, the wrestler who'd plotted to kill Judha Shumsher Rana, had been hanged from a tree. When they visited Kobar, he reminded her of the story, one she knew but still enjoyed hearing him recite, about the gash on the side of the mountain. The Bodhisattva Manjushri had sliced the mountain there to drain the water from the valley, thereby giving birth to the Kathmandu Valley. It was Raja who told her that barely more than a couple of decades ago, Tribhuvan Airport used to be a cow pasture. Before Indian pilots landed their small aircraft, they had to radio in to request that the animals be shooed away. At this airport King T had landed when he returned from his exile in India, after the Rana autocracy was toppled. King T emerging from the door of the airplane, clad in Dora Surawal and the national cap, waving at the thousands of jubilant faces that welcomed him. This photo was forever etched in every Nepali's mind. The benevolent king returns home, Raja had intoned, after setting his people free. But it was the story of King T's escape from the clutches of the Ranas, who had kept him captive in the palace, that had really excited Raja. Listen, Nilu, this sounds like a clip from a thriller. One early morning the king's entourage leaves the royal palace for a picnic, with the king and his sons insisting that they drive. As they pass the Indian embassy, all the cars glide into the embassy's gate. Chaos. Bedlam. The Ranas are furious, frothing at the mouth. They can't believe the king has sought shelter with the Indians. They slam the poor infant Prince G, King T's middle son who'd been left behind, onto the throne, declare him the king. The Indians orchestrate the royal refugees' escape to India. The anti-Rana Nepali Congress begins attacking Nepal from the south, capturing cities, and makes inroads into the hill towns. Eventually, Mohan Shumsher Jung Bahadur Rana has no choice but to give in. The rest, as you know, is history. What happens after that, Raja? Nilu had asked coyly. Tell me please, sweetie, I'm dying to hear it. It's so enchanting, like a fairy tale. But no happily ever after there, Maidani, Raja said, with a dramatic sigh. Out of the hands of the Ranas, into the hands of the Shah kings. Shiva had no such story to tell Nilu. He had fallen silent as they approached Raja's block in Dili Bazaar. And abruptly, in Raja's lane, what Nilu had desired came to pass. Raja stood on the roof of his building, enjoying the evening air, and he now was staring at Nilu, clearly incredulous that she had appeared near his gate, with another man. Next to Raja was a young woman with long, dense black hair, the woman in his room, Nilu was sure, none other than who she thought it would be. Nilu! Raja shouted. Nilu had no choice but to stop. How are you? She shouted back to Raja. What brings you here? The young woman was looking at them, then looking away, then looking back again. We are just taking a walk, Nilu said. She didn't know why, instead of standing there like a fool, she simply didn't move on. You came for a walk from Chabal to Dili Bazaar. Between the gate and the roof, the distance was about 25 or 30 feet, but somehow Nilu was able to read their facial expressions with surprising clarity, a trick of her own mind, she was sure, to amplify her embarrassment. What had led her to start out on this incredibly foolish venture? What must Raja be thinking of her now? And what would Shiva think when he found out who Raja was, for clearly he hadn't yet, as he was standing there patiently, a half-smile plastered on his face, waiting for the niceties to end. Yes was all she could say to Raja's query. Is everything all right? Raja asked. She nodded. Raja turned to his woman and said something Nilu couldn't hear. To Nilu he shouted, "Wait, I'll be right down," and disappeared. The woman stayed on the roof, her arms crossed at her chest, looking fidgety. Raja appeared on the stairs, where the middle-aged woman with the smacking slippers had miraculously materialized. She asked Raja something, and Raja responded and hurried down. Who is he? Shiva asked as Raja approached them. Someone I know very well, Nilu said, sounding mysterious, thinking that she could probably still escape without Shiva's discovering Raja's identity. The latch was lifted, the gate swung open, and there was Raja, flesh and blood. He joined his palms in namaste to Shiva, then addressed Nilu. You can imagine my shock at seeing you here, so far from Chabal. Well, I don't know how we ended up here. Isn't it strange? And who's your friend? Raja asked. This is Shiva, she said. She could have sunk into the earth. Shiva shook hands with Raja, who didn't mention his name. But even if he had, Nilu didn't think it would register with Shiva, who might have heard her mention Raja by name only once. And who's your friend up there? Nilu asked, tilting her head slightly toward the roof. You know who she is, Raja said. He seemed emboldened by the fact that now Nilu too had someone, he no longer had to feel defensive. I told you about her. He called out her name, Jaya, and asked her to come down. Then Raja addressed them. Well, since you two walked so far today, your feet must be aching. Why don't you come inside and have tea? I don't have a big flat to boast of, but it's enough for us to sit around and chat. Nilu had begun to say no when Shiva said, actually, I was just about to say to Nilu, did he hear that we ought to stop somewhere for tea? Everything was moving too quickly. Did Neelu imagine that glint in Raja's eyes when he heard Shiva call her Didi, and Neelu felt her mind go blank. Jaya appeared at the gate, looking anxious. Perhaps she had expected an altercation between the estranged husband and wife by now. "Let's go in," Raja said, ushering Shiva and Neelu in, while Jaya looked on in disbelief. "We're all going to have tea." He put his hand on Shiva's shoulder. "Shiva bye," he said, emphasizing the bye for her benefit. Neelu was sure. "Don't tell me Raja is going to have fun with this," she thought. "What have I gotten myself into?" Neelu was reminded of the way she and Raja, at his prompting, used to poke fun at passengers in the city buses. As Mate Raya grew up, Raja had enlisted their otherwise serious son to play pranks on Neelu. One time they hid the final exams of her students that she was supposed to grade for the following morning. In panic, Neelu ransacked the flat for the stack of papers. Raja and Mate Raya, who was 4.5 years old then, looked on, with concerned expressions. Neelu phoned the guard at school and asked him to check the staff room for her exams, all the while eyeing her son, whose solemn face was getting strangely distorted. Then Mate Raya could hold it no longer and he burst into tears, declaring to his mother that he'd never pull a trick on her like that again. Raja stood on his toes and pulled the exams out of the top of the cupboard. But so unhappy had Mate Raya been with his participation in this practical joke that he'd remained upset for hours. That was the kind of boy he was. Surely Raja wasn't going to try anything tricky now, Neelu thought, as they climbed the staircase. But the slipper-slapping woman was standing right outside Raja's door, obviously waiting to get a closer look at the entourage. Outside the door, Raja introduced her as some auntie, his landlady, without bothering to tell her who Shiva and Neelu were, although Neelu was certain the woman knew who she was. The woman remained outside the flat, staring at them, even after Raja shut his door behind him. Neelu had imagined Raja's flat as an unkempt, messy affair, much like Shiva's room, but it was neat and tidy, with not a speck of dust anywhere. The sofa had clean covers, small statues of Ganesh and Krishna gleamed on the side tables. When they lived together, Raja was notorious for leaving his clothes lying around, which even young Mate Raya found exasperating. Obviously, Jaya had been taking care of him. The younger woman's incursion into Raja's territory was deeper than Neelu had assumed, deeper than Raja himself had let on when they met in the restaurant a few weeks ago. Jaya was hiding behind Raja as they stood in the room. Shiva said that it was a nice-looking flat, asked Raja how much rent he was paying. Raja said that it wasn't exactly cheap, and the two drifted close and began conversing about renting in the city, which left Neelu and Jaya awkwardly by themselves. Jaya threw a furtive glance at Neelu, who gave her a wan smile and asked, "So, what do you do?" Jaya took 2 steps toward her and said, "Didi, I attend a local music school. I am studying music." Neelu nodded. She had nothing more to say to the girl. She wished Raja and Shiva would stop talking so she'd not feel compelled to engage her in conversation, but Raja and Shiva, talking with animation about the profusion of houses in the city, had now moved to the window, and so she and Jaya were even more by themselves. "What kind of music?" "I play the sitar." She paused. "Didi, I." Afraid of what was coming next, Neelu said, "You must be very good." "I'm okay. I play in the hotels around here. I also sing." "Really? Then you must be excellent." Jaya smiled shyly. "How old was this girl?" "Did Raja say she was 25 or 30? He never gave a clear answer." "She couldn't be more than 21, or at the most, 22. I can play for you, Didi, if you want." Neelu was thinking of a response that would quash this idea. She was getting annoyed with how the girl addressed her as Didi. Was she deliberately acting naive? But then, Shiva also called her sister, and what exactly was Neelu's relationship with him? Raja had obviously been listening to the women's conversation, for he turned to them and said, "Yes, yes, you should play. You should hear her, Neelu. She's really good. When famous Indian classical singers come to play here, Jaya gets to accompany them on stage." "Maybe some other day," Neelu said. "What's wrong with today?" Raja said, and he slapped Shiva on the back. "What's wrong with today, Shiva bhai? You tell her." The gleam in his eyes made him look almost manic. But Neelu noted, with satisfaction, that the sorrow on his face showed when he thought no one was looking. In the downward curve of his mouth, the sag of his jaw. "Didi, what do you say?" Shiva asked. "Shall we stay for a while?" "Yes, what about it, Didi?" Raja asked emphatically. Neelu resented how much enjoyment Raja was getting out of the situation. But, tired of being the naysayer, she said okay. "I'll make tea, then," Jaya said, and she went into the kitchen. The apartment had 2 rooms, one the kitchen, and the other the fairly large bedroom, half of which functioned as a living room. The bed was made, the windows covered with clean, pretty curtains. Raja sat on the bed, and Neelu and Shiva on the sofa, facing him. After a moment, Raja began to ask Shiva questions. Where was he from? How many in his family? What was he doing in the city? As the conversation flowed without Raja's revealing his identity, Shiva seemed to become impressed by Raja's friendliness, for he smiled more. He listened to Raja attentively. Neelu didn't say much but rather watched Raja, who every now and then returned her look. Jaya returned, bearing a tray of tea and biscuits, which the men consumed quickly, their lips moving as they chewed and talked. Jaya sat scrunched on a corner of the bed, well distanced from Raja, and let her toes trace a pattern on the rug. Occasionally she stole a glance at Neelu, who felt as if she was playing the role of the jilted, troubled wife in a bad movie. But that's not how it is, she told herself forcefully. Since she didn't know where she and Raja stood with each other, there was nothing wrong with what was happening. Then she couldn't help but be amused at her own anxious attempts to render as normal what was ultimately absurd: the husband, his lover, the wife, and her friend all coming together for some chia and biscuits and music, sung by the husband's lover, and all of this in a country where even widows and abandoned wives dared not express any longing for men. It increasingly felt like a scene out of an awful movie. Any moment now, she thought, something terrible is going to happen. A fist fight is going to erupt between Raja and Shiva. Jaya is going to shed her silly inhibitions and lunge for Nilu's hair, to drag her out of the flat. Or, less melodramatically, Jaya is going to insinuate, through words and gestures and facial expressions, that Nilu is threatening her territory, that if Nilu thinks that Jaya is a young filly who's going to take it all lying down, she is mistaken. Of course none of that happened. After they finished tea, which was delicious, much better than Nilu knew how to make it, Jaya picked up the sitar that had been leaning against the wall next to the bed. Did she keep the sitar here? Was she living here? What about her family? Would they allow this kind of indiscretion let her live with a married man so openly? Then Jaya asked Raja, "What shall I play?" "Well, I don't know if these two can listen to the twang-twang of your hardcore classical music. Why don't you play something lighter, something they might know?" "But I play the classical ones better than the others, you know that." "You might bore them is all that I'm saying." Jaya considered what to do and then settled on a popular Hindi song. She had a very sweet voice, making nice modulations as she sang, and it was hard not to fall into a kind of a trance listening to her. Nilu watched her face, pretty, with tender lips and innocent eyes, luxuriant dark hair. A girl who'd just barely stepped into womanhood. Nilu watched Raja. His hair was graying on the sides, and he had gathered a few more thin lines on his cheeks than Nilu remembered, but he was as handsome as before. It wasn't surprising that Jaya had fallen for him. Nilu herself had pursued Raja all the way to the Jagadamba school when she was a teenager, propelled by the tug of her heart. Why was it a surprise that Jaya was in love with him too? He treated women well when he wanted to. He liked to laugh, and although their son's death had stifled that laughter, he hadn't completely lost his mischievous streak. There was no reason why a young, talented woman like Jaya wouldn't want to spend time with him, especially if the alternative was to content herself with the half-grown, emotionally stunted, uncouth men her age who populated the city. Take Shiva, for example. Although he was sweeter than most men she'd encountered, he'd yet to come fully into his own. This became evident when he got that lost look on his face. Nilu tried to imagine Jaya and Shiva together, which seemed the more logical union, given how close they were in age, but she couldn't. Jaya, as young as she was, wouldn't go for someone her age, Nilu was sure. It was ridiculous, sitting there listening to the melancholy tune of the sitar, to Jaya's equally moving, penetrating voice, and allowing these absurd thoughts to crowd her mind. The music stopped, and as if on cue the doorbell rang. Raja went to the door and opened it. A boy entered, carrying a tray with a bottle of alcohol, 4 glasses, and some snacks in bowls. A little celebration as we listen to Jaya's music, Raja said as he took the tray from the boy and gave him some money. At what point had Raja asked the boy to fetch the drinks, Neelu didn't know, for he'd never left the flat while the 4 of them were there. Did he have an arrangement with his landlady to send drinks when he entertained company? Did he have regular company? There were so many things about Raja and his new life, Neelu realized, that she didn't know. Raja poured the drinks. Neelu was too lethargic to protest, and Shiva eyed the glasses as Raja filled them. Shiva glanced at Neelu, seemingly seeking her approval, then quickly looked away. Raja passed the drinks to everyone. Jaya smelled hers, scrunched her nose, and turned her face away. Neelu held her glass in her hand. "Cheers," Raja said, and raised his glass. Raja's and Neelu's eyes met as the glasses clinked, and Raja seemed to be mocking her a bit, fondly, as though she had called this encounter down upon herself. "I can just get up and leave if I want to," she answered back with her eyes, and took a gulp. The whiskey was hot as it went down her throat. She drank more, closing her eyes. "More," Raja said, and without waiting for her response, refilled her glass. Shiva and Jaya were conversing about some well-known classical sitar players, and Raja, gazing into Neelu's eyes softly, asked, "So, what else is going on in your life?" "Nothing," she said. "What's going on in yours?" "Nothing." Something was welling up in Neelu's chest, and it would have come out, had Shiva and Jaya not been there. And Raja too for the moment appeared to abandon his mocking attitude, for she could tell that he was also trying to say something. But eventually the only thing that came out of his mouth was, "Everything all right?" She nodded. "Everything all right with you?" Jaya and Shiva could hear everything they said, but it didn't matter. There was no pretense that it was a private conversation between a husband and a wife. In fact, there was no conversation, it was only small talk. Neelu's eyes were tearing up, and so that Raja wouldn't see it, she turned to Shiva and Jaya, who had moved on to discussing popular singers. Neelu could feel Raja's eyes on her, as though he was hurt that she had turned away when he was trying to express something significant to her. But it was too late now. A door had closed between the two. It was unbearable, what was happening, but she couldn't blame Raja, and yes, she would be perfectly happy blaming herself for it, but what good would come of it? To quell her own thinking, she asked Shiva and Jaya, "What are you two talking about?" "Just some singers," Shiva said, then he stood and went to the bathroom. "Who do you like, Didi?" Jaya asked. "I hardly listen to music anymore." He says that you two used to listen to rock and roll when you were younger. Neelu glanced at Raja, who was looking out the window. Shiva returned and sat down, slightly off balance. His favorite was, what is it? Led Zeppelin or something. I can't even pronounce it. I can't stand that music, did he? So loud and obnoxious. Gives me a headache. Well, we were all younger then. Shiva had closed his eyes, as if trying to understand and digest images running through his mind. Where did you meet him? Jaya asked Neelu. Oi, Shivaji, where are you? Neelu asked. Shiva opened his eyes, which were beginning to turn red. She wants to know where we met. Shall I tell them? Her intention was to respect any hesitation he might have about revealing how he'd come to her school looking for a job, but her tone, as she asked him, sounded contemptuous, and he noted it, for he appeared a bit startled, wounded. You may, if you wish, he said. I have no problem with it. Something about his voice annoyed her. It doesn't matter, she told Jaya. Raja was watching both their faces intently. For a while there was silence, then Neelu said that they'd better leave. Shiva didn't move. He gulped the drink he had in his hand, then poured himself another one. Let's go, Shiva, Neelu said, standing. Let me finish this. She remained standing. Raja asked her to sit down, but she didn't want Shiva to get drunk in front of Raja, so she shook her head. She wished Jaya the best of luck with her music, then went and stood by the door. Her chest felt constricted, as though she was being squeezed into a tight place. Shiva was taking his time finishing his drink, and by the time he stood, slightly tottering, she was already outside Raja's door. When Shiva did emerge, she quietly walked in front of him and went down the stairs. Neelu didn't speak to him as they left Dilli Bazaar. Night had fallen, and of course they were already tired from their earlier walk. The logical course would be to catch a bus, and so they headed toward the corner. Did I do something wrong? Shiva asked. No, nothing. Then why are you mad at me, Didi? I'm not mad at you. In silence they waited for the bus. Was he assuming that he was going with her to Chabal? Tonight she didn't want him there, she wanted to be by herself, thinking about Raja, about what was going to happen to the two of them, whether she had lost him forever to Jaya or to whoever might come along next, whether there was still something left between them that could be rekindled, then handled with care. She remembered how Raja had wept for days after burning Maitreya's body on the god of the Pashupatinath temple. On the other hand, she, instead of crying, had sunk deeper into depression, day by day. Then the gloom had transformed itself into a weight that sat on her chest, her head, until it discolored her world. Instead of mourning with Raja, she'd allowed her own grief to overshadow his. Surely that was why he'd turned away from her. She had known Raja for how long now? More than 2 decades, since those days when they played together in the yard of Nilu Nikanjay, as Keiki watched over them, when as teenagers they laughed and chased each other into the barely passable alleys and lanes of Langkaur, when they sat on the hilltop looking over Samakosi, with the Swayambanath temple in the distance, as darkness fell and fireflies began winking in the rice paddies below. She didn't want to recall those moments by herself, in the darkness of her own room. She didn't want to remember Maitreya by herself, she wanted to clasp Raja's hand and draw strength from their collective memories, before their son was born, after their son was born, after their son died. They shared a history. There was a reason Raja had come to live in Nilu Nikanjay when he was barely 6 years old. There was a reason she'd gone looking for him when she was 16, a reason she'd pulled him to the Gaheswari temple for their shortcut wedding. Well, the wedding was a shortcut, but the bond was long-standing. "Won't you help me, Raja?" She pictured herself asking him this question. And yes, she could see him melt before her, because he was her Raja, and he loved her, and she suspected that tonight he'd wanted to say a lot more than he could. She had to give him another chance, and he had to give her another too. The minibus to Chabal arrived. The boy conductor leaned out the back door and, thumping the bus's side, shouted, "La, la, la, Chabal, Chabal, Chabal. Chabal Bodha, la, Bodha Chabal." She waved at the bus, then glanced at Shiva's face. He was looking at her expectantly, waiting for her to ask him to come along. "Chabal," the boy conductor asked her as the bus halted. She nodded. Turning to Shiva, she said, "You go home now, okay, Shiva?" And she boarded the bus. He stood there, gazing at her as her bus pulled away. Book 2. Part 1. A Daughter in America. Years later, after their daughter Ranjana had left for America, Raja occasionally teased Neelu about Shiva. "So, whatever happened to that Shiva of yours, Maitini?" Raja would say as they went out for their evening walks in Budhanilkantha, where they'd moved a few years after Ranjana was born. "How would I know?" she said. "And what about your own Jaya? What did you do with her?" She knew what had happened to Jaya, but she went along with the ritual bantering, even took pleasure in it. Making fun of their transgressions made both of them equally guilty, therefore equally exonerated. "You know she got married soon after you and I got back together," Raja said, a bit sheepishly. "I bet she's still pining for you. She probably thinks of you at night when her husband is snoring next to her. And what about poor Shiva, eh? You were all over him in those days, weren't you? Poor, unhappy Shiva. I wonder what he's up to now." Neelu didn't know. Over the years she'd anticipated running into him, but every year Kathmandu's population burgeoned, making its streets narrower and more constricted. She could be out all day without seeing the face of anyone she knew, not even distant acquaintances. Nearly 2 decades had gone by since she'd bid a goodbye, which turned out to be final, to Shiva at that Bainswar bus stop. He could be anywhere in the city, or even out of the country, for that matter, as so many Nepalis were leaving these days. He could have gone back to Gorkha to his brother and sister-in-law. Perhaps they'd reconciled, perhaps Shiva had forgiven his brother. How absolutely crazy it had been in Raja's flat that day, she with Shiva, Raja with Jaya, but both she and Raja yearning, as they'd admitted in the intervening years, for each other. And as if their wishes were combining forces in the air above the city, she had run into Raja in New Road 2 days later. By that time something had already begun to change inside her. It was subtle, but she felt it. Her mind felt lighter than it had in a long time, less crowded, more spacious. She'd catch herself smiling as she lay in bed because of a sweet feeling of anticipation that reminded her of the days when she and Raja began to talk, shyly and hesitantly, in Bayari Dai's shop long ago. Where was this tiny bit of happiness coming from? It didn't make sense, for Raja was still with Jaya. Then she glimpsed Raja in an eyeglass store in New Road, trying on a pair of sunglasses. She was on her way home from a visit to Pratima, who'd taken to bed with jaundice. For a moment she simply stood outside and watched him. He was looking at himself in the mirror, trying on different styles. His eyes were slightly puffy. He mustn't be sleeping well, Neelu noted. The shop was too small for her to step into, so she called to Raja, loudly, from the sidewalk, "Who are you preening for?" Startled, he turned toward her. "Neelu? What brings you here?" She told him about Pratima's jaundice, then asked him what he was doing. "My eyes have been hurting in the sun lately," Raja said. "Did you see a doctor?" "Not yet." "You might need glasses." "That's why I am here." He was smiling. "No, I mean glasses prescribed by a doctor." So, that's how it was for a while. Neelu stood outside the shop, watching him while he tried on different frames and turned to her for advice, just like the old times. She watched his face, the circles under his eyes, his sad chin. She stifled the urge to touch his cheek. Soon he settled on a pair that she endorsed, and he took out his wallet to pay, but it turned out that he had less money than he thought he had. Typical Raja. Neelu dug into her purse for the 300 rupees he needed. And it didn't seem unnatural, once he emerged from the shop, that they'd walk together, and he'd ask her whether they should have tea, and they'd slip into a restaurant inside a hotel next to the Jada Shumsher statue. The very restaurant, Neelu realized, once she was inside the revolving door, where she'd written her Jonathan Swift essay. The place still looked the same, except everything had become a bit run down, paint peeled off the wall, a dank smell hung in the air, the waiters' uniforms looked faded. She could even remember the table where she'd sat that day, and she led Raja to it. Nearby, that long ago afternoon, a few government workers had sneaked away from an official rally, then bolted back to it out of fear of repercussions. There was no one else in the restaurant today. At the table, Nilu and Raja looked at each other. The silence reminded Nilu of their Lankaur days, when they could spend long hours without speaking. But they were adults now, having lived apart for nearly a year, and a kernel of unease had grown between them. Still, for Nilu it felt good to be with Raja. She enjoyed just looking at his face in the brand new sunglasses, which he hadn't taken off. Raja broke the silence. "Why are you smiling?" "Nothing. I was thinking you should keep a servant. Just for a single person, it's a bit too much. But surely you don't wash your own clothes." "A washerwoman comes to the building every week to collect the laundry." The waiter brought their tea. "The flat is maintained very well," she said, and watched his face carefully. "And you know the reason." "Maybe I don't." "Don't act naive." "Jaya? Is she the reason?" He smiled. "I don't know what you're thinking." "I don't know either. She seems like a very sweet girl." "I don't blame you for liking her. And I don't blame you for liking Shiva. What I am to Shiva is not the same as what you are to Jaya." He read the accusation in her voice. "I don't want us to sit here and blame each other, Nilu." "I'm not blaming you, Raja," she said. "Just clarifying. I treated Shiva like a brother. Sometimes like a son," she nearly said. "Shiva is not a happy soul." "Who is?" Raja asked. "You look like you're happy now." For some reason Raja looked upset. "You don't know what I'm thinking, what I'm feeling." "What are you feeling, Raja? Why can't we talk to each other anymore?" He averted his gaze, then reached across the table to clasp her hands. "I worry about you every day, Maitani." "Do you? How you're eating, how you're sleeping." "Every day." "You never come to visit me." "I want to." "I'm afraid that you'll start on about Mate Raya again, and forgive me, Nilu, but I've already grieved for my son. It has to end." Their tea, murky brown, was getting cold. Holding hands felt good, their smiles felt good. Once more, the silence stretched. Then, out of nowhere Nilu said, "In just the past day or two I've felt a lift, a lightness." She didn't know what more to say, and he watched her face. Finally, she asked him about his work. He had nothing new to report, except that he was getting tired of traveling and was taking on more desk assignments now. "How is Muwa?" he asked. "Have you heard from her?" She told him about her visit to Nilu Nikanjay, Muwa's squandering of the property, how she wanted to transfer the house to Summit. Raja shook his head. "You did well to get out of that house when you did. I couldn't have done it without you." "No, I had nothing to do with it, Nilu. You did it because you're strong." She mulled over what he said. "Well, I'm not so strong after all, given how I wasn't able to move past Mate Raya for so long. That has changed now, hasn't it?" Our son wouldn't have wanted you to grieve over him forever. She realized the truth in what Raja was saying. Maitreya hadn't haunted her for a while now, and she had a feeling that he wasn't going to come back. She felt a sharp ache at that thought, but it soon subsided when she fixed her gaze on Raja's face. They talked well into the evening, as customers drifted into the restaurant for dinner. Neelu and Raja ordered some finger foods, but the chicken chili and the pakita sat cold as they held hands. He had moved to her side of the table and leaned against each other. They stayed together until about 8, then left the restaurant. "Shall we walk?" Raja said. She nodded. They walked for a full hour, all the way from New Road to Chabal, where the lights were out because of load shedding. "Do you want to come in?" Neelu asked, as though they were just exploring the initial stages of courtship. "Just for a little while," he said. "Don't ask me to stay the night, though." "I won't." She was aware of someone's eyes on her as she opened the door. It was the boy next door, at his window, his face shrouded in darkness. A candle burned on a table behind him, and Neelu saw his father by the door to their room. "Don't sit in the window in the dark, son," the father said in a reprimanding tone. Inside, as she hunted for matches, Raja grabbed hold of her and pulled her toward him. He cupped her cheeks with his palms and kissed her, deeply, hungrily. Then they held each other, the darkness around them strangely calming. As Ranjana grew up, Raja and Neelu teased each other and laughed about that period in their lives. "You wrenched me away from Jaya," he said to her. "I did orchestrate that walk down your lane, but the rest, you're to blame for it." Intermittently, well into their middle age, when Neelu became the principal of Arniko Academy and Raja was promoted to the position of chief editor at Nepaliyatra, when the house became quiet after Ranjana left for America, they bantered like this. And now, nearing 50 years of age, in this nice, quiet house in Budhanilkantha, one of the few places in the city where people could escape the crowd and the smog, Neelu was no longer haunted by Maitreya. Some days when Raja went to a friend's house to play chess and she was alone at home, she stood still in the kitchen, listening to the sounds around her. Or when in the garden, reading, she lifted her eyes from the page and scanned the shrubs and house, to see if she'd feel her son around her, hovering, demanding her attention. Sometimes, on the bus going into town, she simply closed her eyes to find out if he'd come to her in her mind's eye. But he didn't. They'd all Neelu, Raja, Gangata reveled in the arrival of Ranjana, a vivacious little baby. Gangata especially doted on his granddaughter and saw her as a symbol of the reunion of Raja and Neelu. Gangata was the one who had given Ranjana her name. Rejoicing. "She's going to grow up to be something, you just watch," Gangata frequently said. But Gangata himself wasn't able to see whether his prophecy would come true. When Ranjana was 2 years old, Gangata was hauled off to jail on charges of accepting bribery. The government alleged that he'd received 10 lakh rupees in exchange for approving a loan application for the construction of a mega hotel. It happened quickly, and before Neelu and Raja could figure it out, Gangata was imprisoned. At first he denied the charges, saying his enemies were behind this. But on Neelu and Raja's third visit to the jail, Gangata broke down and admitted his guilt. He said that he was only thinking of Jamuna Mummy and how he wanted her to get into a nice private clinic where she'd be taken care of properly. My thinking was muddled, he kept repeating. Something was moving fast inside my mind, like a train. Why didn't you simply sell the Chabal house? Raja asked, confounded. The one where we live? That would have been more than enough to pay for Jamuna Mummy's clinic. Then I'd have had to ask you to leave, Gangata said. I couldn't bring myself to do it. That's extreme foolishness. Raja said. We could have simply moved to another flat. It's not as if we can't afford it. As it is, we are paying you some rent. Gangata hung his head in shame. It's not that easy. I put the Chabal house in Ranjana's name last year. Raja and Neelu stared at him. When they told him that they could worry about Ranjana later, that they'd still need to sell the house now to pay for his growing legal expenses, Gangata would not let them. That property belongs to my granddaughter, he warned them. Don't you dare touch it. When Raja and Neelu went together to see Gangata, he appeared tough, even laughed and cracked jokes, but when Neelu went to him alone, he wept. How is my Jamuna doing? Neelu told him that she went to see Jamuna Mummy in the mental hospital every 2 weeks and that she was the same as usual. She hadn't become any worse, if that was what Gangata was fearing. Did she ask about me? Neelu couldn't tell him that Jamuna Mummy referred to her husband as that Gadha, had told Neelu that he was in cahoots with the royal palace to have her hanged from the ceiling of the mental hospital. He thinks I don't know, Jamuna Mummy said. The news people on television tell me everything. That was the year that the director of the mental hospital had started allowing the patients 1 hour of Nepal television in the evening. Otherwise, the condition of the hospital hadn't changed from when Neelu had visited it with baby mate Raya. Now it was Ranjana she carried with her to the hospital. Neelu had promised Gangata that she'd try to visit Jamuna Mummy every week, but with her teaching and taking care of Ranjana she hadn't been able to keep her commitment. Then, within a few months of Gangata's imprisonment, Jamuna Mummy died in the hospital. The prison officials didn't allow Gangata to attend his wife's funeral. The next time Neelu and Raja went to visit him, he looked so frail and malnourished that he could barely stand up behind the bars. In moments of incoherence he asked about Jamuna Mummy, what she was doing. Then, a few days later, the jail warden called Raja in his office and informed him that Gangata too had passed away, in his cell. Neelu and Raja soon came to terms with Gangata's death, for they had Ranjana to focus on. And how fast their daughter had grown. One day she was catching the bus to kindergarten and returning home to sing them the do-re-mis she'd learned, and the next day Nilu had to buy her sanitary napkins because she'd suddenly bled at school. Ranjana's birth had helped heal their marriage, Nilu felt, for their joy at their newborn daughter gradually dissolved any remnants of the pain of that one year when they'd drifted apart. Raja had missed her terribly during that time. That much had become clear to Nilu, and she also knew that his short association with Jaya had been nothing more than an attempt to nurse his wounds, to drive away his loneliness, the hurt he felt when Nilu wallowed in her own grief, excluding him. Now when she looked back, her grief over mate Reyes seemed to verge on insanity. Could she have willed his ghost into her life? That soothsayer, Lamaji, had said that her son's spirit was unhappy about something, and over the years she had wondered, although she hadn't told Raja this, whether he'd been sad about his parents' separation. Otherwise, why had he stopped coming once she and Raja reunited? The entire thing remained a mystery to her. But so much had happened since Maitreya's death that his short life seemed deep in the past. When Nilu contemplated the mind-numbing sickness that crippled the country a few years after they'd burned their son's body, the trauma of her son's death paled by comparison. Within months of burning Jamuna mummies and Ganga Das remains at the Ghat, the Maoist rebels unleashed their violence. They seemed to come out of nowhere with their old, clunky rifles and their unforgiving eyes. The countryside became awash with blood, policemen butchered, the throats of villagers cut, husbands shot in front of their wives and children. "I don't care," Raja said, as Nilu pointed out, on the television screen, the rows of bodies strewn across a hillside. "It's Kali Yuga in Nepal. It's hell. Let them butcher one another until none are left alive. I don't have faith in anything anymore." But that was not true. Of course, Raja cared. How could you not be affected when you had to take care at the vegetable market, lest the garbage bag lying in the corner explode in your face? How could you not be moved by the photo of the village teacher whose throat had been slit, his head hanging low as he remained tied to a stake? The mayhem sweeping across the country, the ineptitude and idiotic arrogance of the several governments in handling the crisis, stunned all, and although Raja tried to remain aloof from it, Nilu could tell that it was becoming hard for him. When he played with Ranjana even until she was 8 or 9, Ranjana liked to play hide and seek inside the house, ducking behind furniture, squeezing herself into closets. He stopped abruptly in the middle of the living room, transfixed by the news of, say, how a family of innocent peasants had been gunned down by the army because they were suspected of hiding the rebels. "Papa!" Ranjana would shout in complaint when she realized that her father was no longer searching for her, wouldn't come and lift her up and swing her around the room. "1 second," Raja would shout back. If Nilu entered the room, he'd pretend that he was still hunting for their daughter. Why Raja had to put on this mask of indifference, Nilu could only suspect. If he allowed himself to feel again, the old, tormenting emotions from Maitreya's death would return in force. It was all a question of not allowing oneself to feel too much about Nepal's rapid plunge into darkness, into a free-for-all. And, adding insult to injury, one summer evening the crown prince went berserk and gunned down his family members, including his father and mother and brother and sister, inside the palace. "What a bizarre country we live in," Raja said. "Look, look." He pointed to the television, which was showing a younger, more handsome photo of the crown prince, now in a coma after shooting himself at the end of his killing spree. "That moron who just wiped out his entire family is now officially our king, even though he is virtually a corpse." Neelu shook her head. "What does this remind you of?" Raja asked. "Didn't the Ranas do this when they ruled our sorry bunch, ages ago? Kill their own fathers and sons and brothers so they could be declared Western Senior Commanding General or Southern Commanding General, or the Maharaja of Kaski and Lamjung, or whatever ridiculous title they gave themselves. You remembering Jungi again?" Yet what had happened inside the palace seemed only a natural extension of the feudal days of the Ranas, those days when a prime minister would be brutally murdered by his cousins as he got his feet massaged, when a nephew would shoot his own uncle in the head from behind, as Jungi did, in his quest for power. Whenever people took to the streets, shouting, something still flickered in Raja's eyes, and he began to pace the room. When Ranjana was 14 and thousands of people jammed the lanes and alleys of Kathmandu, asking that King Ji relinquish his powers, Raja told Neelu, "Bewakufs, all of them. Nothing is going to happen. They could topple this king, and in his place will emerge another 100-headed monster. Like the demon raven, Papa," Ranjana said from the floor, where she was drawing on a piece of paper. "That's the truth," Raja said. "Look at these people. They'll gather in the streets, shout their slogans, people will die, and another regime will be born. What changes? Nothing. But things are always changing, Papa," Ranjana said. "And how do you know that?" Raja said, eyeing her suspiciously. "Do you have access to a secret that I don't? Do you have a private guru somewhere who tells you what life is like?" "I have a private guru right here," Ranjana said, tapping her head. Then something occurred to her, and she stood up and meekly approached her parents, who were sitting on the sofa. She joined her palms in namaste and bowed her head, then said, "But what is that saying? Mata, Pita, Guru, Deva, mother and father before even teacher and God. Don't the scriptures encourage children to touch their parents' feet at least once a day?" She knelt before her father and her hand reached for his feet. Raja, at once realizing what she was about to do, quickly lifted his legs onto the sofa, laughing. "No, you won't. I was fooled once. I won't be fooled again." "Darn," Ranjana said. "I thought I had Papa this time." She went and sat by Neelu, who was watching all this from behind the pages of a novel. "Don't blame me," Neelu said to Raja. I didn't teach her that. You are just paranoid from something that happened more than 20 years ago. When you first moved to Tamil? Ranjana asked. Yes, and I still have the scar to prove it, Raja said, and lifted his shirt to reveal an indentation, the size of a fingernail, on his lower back. Neelu ran her finger over it and said, "That's it? And you call that a scar? It looks as if Ma lovingly bit you there. What are you complaining about?" "Like mother, like daughter," Raja said. "Too clever. Who do I look like more, Papa?" Ranjana said, placing her cheek alongside her mother's for comparison. "Ma or you?" "You look like me, of course," Raja said. And she did. Ranjana had his height, the same tapered face. This made him happy. When Ranjana first announced her intention to go to America, Raja was heartbroken. Her decision had surprised both Neelu and Raja, but Neelu said later that it wasn't as if Ranjana had gone behind their backs and sneakily applied to American colleges. They knew she was interested in going abroad, but somehow they hadn't really thought it would happen until the day she received the acceptance letter from Northwestern University. "But there are good colleges here, aren't there?" Raja had said. "America is overrated anyway. Have you ever seen anyone from America who's happy? The future is not there, but here." When Ranjana said that she was going there to study, not to search for happiness, Raja responded, "Studying in America is overrated too. Look at all these people who are returning with their M.B.As and whatnot and still they can't find a job. At least if you study here, you'll make connections. You'll be able to what do they call it now, yes, network." "But Papa, I want to study anthropology, not business, and America is much better for a field like that." Raja was about to object when Neelu butted in and said, "You have to let your daughter make some of her own decisions at some point, you know." Unhappy as he was, Raja had relented, and before long Ranjana had flown to Chicago, where she was going to stay with Umesh as she attended Northwestern. Umesh was Raja's cousin, a distant nephew of Gangata. He was a chemistry professor at the University of Chicago. Initially, when Ranjana applied to colleges, Neelu and Raja had hoped that she'd get into Umesh's university and live with him and his family, at least for the first year. But the University of Chicago had rejected Ranjana. Instead, she'd been admitted to Northwestern in a northern suburb of the city. Ranjana had stayed with Umesh's family in his house in Oak Lawn for the first month, then, soon after the semester started, found an apartment near her university because she said the commute consumed a lot of her time. Ranjana's move turned Raja into a bit of a worrywart. He fretted at night about her, and in the morning, bleary-eyed, he'd call his daughter in America, asking petulantly whether she had eaten well and whether she was getting enough rest between her studies. "You aren't lonely there, are you?" he'd ask. One July morning, well into a year after Ranjana began her U.S. studies, Raja, and Nilu were sitting in their living room when Raja mentioned that perhaps Ranjana's career choice was not a good one. Whatever can you do with anthropology anyway? Do you know any anthropologists? I don't. I can't even pronounce the word properly. She should get on a better track, such as business, or even study to be a journalist, and those opportunities are plentiful right here. I don't understand where this track business is coming from, Nilu said to him. You are beginning to sound like typical Nepali parents, worried that their children might not turn out to be doctors and engineers. You and I were never on track. In fact, we got miserably off track, remember? Yes, yes, he said impatiently. But I'm talking about a career track, not in the sense you're talking about. You need to let her go. I know she's young, but this is what she wants to do, and she's a level-headed girl. You have nothing to worry about. She's so devoted to her studies that she has been taking classes all summer, when most other students go on vacation in America. In fact, Ranjana had been so busy with her studies that her communication with her parents had been irregular, unusual for a girl who had diligently written letters every 2 weeks during the first few months she'd been in America. These days Nilu and Raja were lucky if they received an email from Ranjana once every few days. Most of these messages were perfunctory, describing how swamped she was and how she had little time for recreation. The emails were devoid of the trademark erudition and witty language of her letters. Lately, when Nilu or Raja called Ranjana's apartment, her roommate said that she was either in class or at the library, studying. And Ranjana would phone back a day or two later, sounding weary, saying she was calling from a phone booth somewhere on campus, using a phone card. Then she'd explain that her summer classes were so intense that she barely had time to breathe. When Nilu or Raja suggested that she didn't need to work so hard, didn't need to take so many classes, Ranjana said that this big push would be over soon enough. Their daughter sounded almost defeated. It worried Nilu that whenever they phoned, Ranjana was never at home. But Ranjana had reassured Nilu. Don't worry about me, Ma. This will all pay off later. Ranjana was ambitious about going to graduate school, and her hard work now was bound to reap dividends when it came time to apply. She'd been getting top grades in all of her classes, Ranjana had written, and taking extra ones during the summer would allow her to complete her bachelor's degree a bit earlier. In August, Nilu thought, once Ranjana's classes were over, she could take some time off to recuperate before the next school year began. Perhaps Nilu and Raja could send her a few $100s for a vacation somewhere, maybe Washington, D.C., where Ranjana had friends. I know she's diligent, Nilu, but in America even normal people get funny ideas, Raja said. What if she ends up joining a hippie group there, or a cult? There are no more hippies in America. You know why? They all came here in the 60s. You were one of the homegrown ones, so you should know. A Nepali hippie, smoking ganja in Tamil's restaurants or down Pai Alley. Raja chose not to get her joke. Yes, but those days were different. Now people don't blink when they chop someone's head off. Neelu couldn't tell whether he was referring to the fairly recent past, when jihadists in Iraq had decapitated Nepali migrant workers, or whether he was referring to the Maoist rebels in their own country, who used to roam the hills with their enemies' severed heads in their arms. But these gruesome, outlandish images had nothing to do with their daughter's college life in America, Neelu reminded Raja. You always dismiss my concerns about Ranjana, he said. I can't have a serious conversation about her with you. I'm worried. Come here, she said. She was sitting on the sofa, making a list of flowers she wanted to purchase at the nursery for the forthcoming growing season. Raja sat next to her, and she set the list aside. What has come over you? She asked. You know your daughter. You don't need to worry about her. She has always made good decisions, hasn't she? But now she's in America, the land of the crazies. He bit his tongue soon after he uttered the word. I shouldn't really say such a thing. May Jamuna Mummy's soul rest in peace. You called her crazy all the time when she was alive. Yes, but one shouldn't say such things about dead people. You've become so serious these days, Neelu said. Relax a bit. Raja became thoughtful. You know, sometimes when I look at Ranjana, I don't know why but I suddenly think of my mother, my real mother, the one who gave me birth. The one you never saw. Why are you smiling? I'm not. Yes, you are. You have that mocking smile. Well, it's amazing how after all these years the woman who you never saw, who abandoned you, is the one you think of more often than either Keiki or Jamuna Mummy. She's never left me, Neelu. I think of her at least once a day. He paused. And lately he didn't go further. Lately what? After some coaxing, Raja told her that lately he'd been having frequent vivid dreams about his birth mother. She was skinny, with sunken eyes, roaming the streets of the city trying to feed her baby on her dry, shriveled breasts. Desperate, she left the baby by a shrub in Tundikel and crossed over to Rani Pakari. She struggled with the bars around the pond, her palms lacerated by their sharp points as she climbed over them. The Singer and the Beauty. Raja's mother's story. She drifted to the drawing room window when she knew he'd be coming, which was in the afternoon. He rode an old Hero bicycle with rusted wheel covers. Expertly maneuvering the bike, rarely touching its bell, he slithered through the alleys of the city center, with its hordes of pedestrians. He was a singer, and he sang as he rode underneath her window. Mohini had to be careful because her father was in his room, listening to the radio, where King M was making an announcement. The year was 1961. King M had just jailed the Prime Minister. The King's voice drifted into the living room, where Mohini sat by the window. In the past, father had beaten her when her eyes had lingered on the neighborhood boys. He'd brandished his cane and whacked her on the legs, saying, "You want to be a harlot? That's what you'll be, a whore." Mother, a small woman with a broad cabbage face, sometimes asked her husband not to hit their daughter too hard, lest he injure her so badly that she'd become crippled or defaced, which would make it impossible for her to marry. But most often mother just watched. "We have to accomplish in years," King M said, "what other countries have taken centuries to do." Mohini had an older brother who had quarreled with her parents and lived a few blocks away, somewhere in Indrakok. She didn't know exactly where, and she wouldn't know because her parents had kept it a secret from her, and had warned her against visiting him. She had adored Pratipdai all of her life, and now she missed him terribly. She couldn't visit her friends after school because her parents didn't want her to socialize. She had a couple of cousins, but they were boys, which meant that apart from polite hellos and how are yous, she was not allowed to speak to them. Pratipdai had become estranged because he'd married a girl of a lower caste, which was scandalous, unthinkable. Even when it turned out that the girl's father's business, selling various types of cooking oil, was quite lucrative, and that Pratipdai would inherit the business because the girl had no brothers, father didn't budge. "There, tell us," he said to his wife. "It'll stain our family name forever. We can't be bought with money." Mohini sensed that mother was attracted to the money, but didn't dare say anything because she was afraid of father's cane, which, when he deemed it necessary, also came down on her. Mohini could see it in mother's eyes, the greed, which slowly gave way to bitterness toward Pratipdai and her new daughter-in-law. King M said that he had to sack the government because it couldn't maintain law and order and it was getting too corrupt. Mohini had talked to her sister-in-law only once. At that time Pratipdai still lived at home, but slowly rumors had begun to spread that he and the Teali's daughter had something going. Mohini herself had heard it from one of her friends, and she had even teased her brother about it. "I want to meet her, let me meet her," she'd said excitedly to her brother, who'd merely smiled, then put his index finger to his lips as father, his thick, odorous shawl wrapped around him, appeared with his cane at the doorway to the room. Mohini learned that sometimes the girl tended her father's oil shop, but when Mohini passed by a couple of times, she saw only the oil-soaked father, or another man who could have been the uncle. Then, one afternoon as Mohini sat by the window, she suddenly became aware of a girl about her age walking back and forth on the street below. Mohini sat at the window when father wasn't around, and today he'd gone out to meet some people. Mother, although she frowned when she saw Mohini doing what she called revealing all your goods to the world, didn't discipline her, as her father did, so Mohini was bolder with mother. Mohini stared at the girl, who, after glancing up and spotting her, hurried on, with her head lowered, then stopped at the general store some distance away. Mohini moved away from the window and flattened herself against the adjoining wall, her eyes focused on the road. A few minutes later the girl walked by again, eyeing Mohini's window. Ah, Mohini thought. She tiptoed out of her room. Mother sat on the floor of the balcony facing the inner courtyard, sifting through the rice to weed out the small stones that could chip teeth. Mohini pretended to have drifted there to enjoy the spring sun. Mother briefly glanced up and muttered something about helping with the chores. Then Mohini began inching away toward the stairs, hoping that the girl was still outside. Mother went into the kitchen, balancing against her hip the nanglo full of rice, and Mohini bolted down the stairs. At the front door she held her breath. She scanned the street. The girl was nearing the house, her eyes still trained on the window. She didn't spot Mohini until she was a couple of feet from the door. Then her eyes widened in alarm. She quickly looked away, but Mohini asked, in a low voice, "Are you looking for Upadhyay?" The girl searched Mohini's face for a few seconds, then she nodded. "He told me he was going to meet me there." She vaguely pointed to her right. "What's your name?" Mohini asked. "Chanda." "I'm Mohini." "I know," the girl said shyly. "He's talked about you often." "Something must have kept him," Mohini said. "I'll let him know as soon as he gets home." She wished she could talk more with Chanda, who had a smooth, gentle face. Mohini could see herself becoming Chanda's friend for life, growing old together as they fondly complained about Upadhyay. Mohini told Chanda that she had to go back indoors. "We'll talk again," she half whispered, and crept up the stairs. Mother had returned to the balcony, this time sifting through lentils. She glanced up at Mohini when she saw her emerge from the staircase and mumbled something Mohini couldn't hear. Sometimes Mohini suspected that if it hadn't been for father, Mother would have been all right. Sometimes Mother talked to Mohini about a piece of jewelry, or some aspect of her childhood, that indicated that she too, in her younger years, had felt what Mohini felt, this restlessness, this strange yearning in the body, this silly impulse to show the world a part of yourself that was wild, unexpected. At times Mother laughed, as a sister might, over something Mohini said. But in the presence of father, Mother frowned and stood sternly with her arms folded when father berated their children. "The whole world is mocking us," father had said one day a few weeks ago, waving his cane at Upadhyay, who kept his gaze lowered. "This can't go on." Upadhyay said, in a low but firm voice, still not looking at father, "Chanda, and I want to get married." The silence was long. "Married?" their father said finally. "To Atili's daughter." "Shame, shame," Mother said. "Our entire Kalak's name will forever be tarnished." Then she said a bit more softly, "Okay, you've had your fun. Now forget about her and marry a nice girl from a suitable family." Upadhyay looked up, directly, into father's eyes. "We are getting married." Father lifted his cane to strike, but Upadhyay calmly stepped back so that the cane struck the air between them with a whoosh. "Don't expect me home any more," Pradipdai said, and left the house. After Pradipdai and Chanda got married, the neighbors indeed mocked Mohini's family. One very old woman with a bent back, so old that her face resembled cracked earth, spat on the ground whenever she saw Mohini or her parents. Father went to argue with Chanda's father, who said that he too had been against the marriage. Chanda's father wore a cap soaked in oil. The two men traded barbs. Father accused the oil man of using his daughter to marry up. Chanda's father stood in his small shop, surrounded by canisters of mustard oil, gyu, peanut oil, soybean oil. He asked Father, "What do you have? An old, rotten house about to fall down? Do you know how much land I own? Do you have any idea how well my oil business is doing? You can take your oil and massage your own balls," Father said. Maji. Chanda's father beckoned to a couple of young men standing nearby, presumably his relatives or neighbors. They came over, gave Father some severe up and down looks, but eventually stood still and looked at the ground, cowed. Father, with his substantial belly and his cane, was formidable. He hit the ground with his cane, repeating his assertion that the old man used his daughter to marry up. The young men glanced at each other, danced on the ground as though they couldn't wait to be gone, then fled, apologizing to Chanda's father that they had an urgent appointment and stating that he ought to reconcile with Father, as they were in-laws already, whether they liked it or not. After the young men left, a glaring match ensued between the two old men. Chanda's father, smaller in frame, oily but sinuous, stood inside his shop, ignoring customers who stopped by with their bottles for oil. Father, his cane tip resting authoritatively on the ground, stood with one hand on his hip. A cow gently nudged his behind with its nose, as if smelling something there. The cow pushed him toward the shop, and Chanda's father pointed at Father and laughed. Despite himself, Father also smiled. "Even God is making fun of us," said Chanda's father, and Father grunted. Soon, he was sitting on a stool in front of the shop, a cup of tea in hand, talking in a low voice with Chanda's father about how hard it was to control your children these days, that his son had basically cut the nose of the entire family. Chanda's father expressed similar sentiments, and the two men commiserated. Their talk drifted to politics. Chanda's father said that King M made a big mistake by playing soccer in Dashrath Stadium with the Prime Minister. The announcement of the game late last year had caused a sensation in the city, and people had flocked to the stadium. The king and his brothers had battled the Prime Minister and his cabinet on the field. "A king is a king, don't you understand?" Chanda's father whispered to Father. He agreed, then added, "But this king is not a fool. Watch him. He's got something up his sleeve." And Father was right, thought Mohini, for King M had indeed moved swiftly, jailing the same Prime Minister barely a couple of months after the king returned from his trip to England. The king, who wore dark sunglasses all the time, was a figure of mystery to Mohini. He looked so solemn during his coronation a few years earlier. Mohini's whole family had gone to witness the coronation, at her insistence. She was 14 then, but wielded more power over father than she did now, and she had pestered him for days to take her. Father, who loathed crowds, had finally relented, and on that day Mohini, father, mother, and Pratipdai had gone to Tundi Khel, where they'd stood with thousands, for hours, under the hot Baisakh sun, waiting for the king to arrive. The parade had been delayed because its many elephants had become gridlocked outside the Hanumandhoka palace, where the crowning had taken place. Father had complained throughout, and Mohini and mother had hushed him, afraid that others wouldn't take kindly to his voicing of discomfort on such a great day. Finally, when the procession arrived, Mohini was stunned by its opulence. Huge elephants, lavishly decorated, carried the dignitaries, including the Queen of England, on a slow passage through the streets. Marching bands and cars followed. After the king sat upon the mandip, a plane flew overhead and scattered flower petals on the pavilion and the crowd. After watching the king's coronation, Mohini experienced a special attachment to him. Sometimes when she went to the temple, she found herself praying for his well-being as well as her own. These days, when she listened to father and the neighbors debating current events, she felt that she knew a great deal more about it than many of her friends did. She imagined discussing the workings of the state with her future husband, and in his expression she saw his growing admiration for her insight, her knowledge. That day, the two fathers established a truce, but that didn't prevent them from disapproving of the marriage of their children. From then on, whenever someone mentioned his son, father said, "Don't say his name to me." For days Mohini ached to visit Pratipdai and Chanda. She sent a letter to Pratipdai through a local boy, telling him about the general neighborhood where they lived, and although the boy claimed that he delivered it, she never received a response. She asked him what their home looked like, but the boy gave only a muddled answer. A couple of times she tried to gather the courage to visit the newlyweds, even anticipated confronting her parents, especially father, her chin up, her voice unwavering as she told them that no one could prevent her from having a relationship with her brother, it was rightfully hers. But when she faced them, she ended up lowering her head and meekly going about her household chores. One day after lunch, father went out for the whole afternoon to a relative's place. Only Mohini and mother were in the house. After cleaning up in the kitchen, mother sat on the mat on the balcony, warming herself in the sun. Mohini sat next to her, and as she half dozed, an idea came to her. In a lazy voice, she said, "Mother, shall I oil your hair?" Mother smiled. Mohini hadn't made such an offer for a while. "How come you are thinking not of yourself but of your mother today?" she chidingly said to Mohini, then patted her head and said yes. Mohini heated some oil and brought it out to the balcony. Seated behind her mother, she began to massage the hair, the scalp, the nape of the neck. "Ah, that feels good," mother said. She closed her eyes. After about 5 minutes, as Mohini gradually lessened the pressure of her strokes, Mother's head began to loll, and she drifted into sleep. Mohini carefully rested her mother's head on the floor, placed a blanket over her face to ward off the sun, then tiptoed downstairs. Only after she stepped into the street did she realize that she had her house clothes on, a faded, torn frock that slightly reeked of the garlic she'd chopped that morning. But she couldn't risk going back up and waking Mother, so she set off, threading through alleys to reach in Dracoke, which was only about 10 minutes away. In the square, she inquired about the whereabouts of Pradipdai's house, nervously scanning the streets for someone who might recognize her and tell her parents. Mother could have awakened by now, but Mohini could manufacture an excuse to placate her, to convince her not to tell father. Everywhere she asked about Pradipdai, people shook their heads, and as the minutes went by her anxiety grew, and she began to perspire. She was about to return when she spotted, at the second-floor window of the house above her, a girl's figure, a half-turned face in the semi-dark room. "Pradipdai," she shouted, her cry almost hysterical. The girl leaned out the window. It was indeed Chanda, already looking more like a woman, with a fuller face, a streak of vermilion powder gracing the parting of her hair, her arms covered with bracelets. "Recognize me?" Mohini asked. "Mohini Bhaini." Chanda gasped. "Are you here by yourself?" Overcome with relief and happiness, Mohini could only swallow and nod. Chanda waved her up, and Mohini went in through the front door and bounded up the dark stairs. Chanda was waiting for her at the landing, outside her flat. She asked whether Mohini's parents knew about this visit, and when Mohini shook her head, Chanda grew concerned. "Why act so foolishly then?" Chanda asked, as she beckoned her inside. "I wanted to see Pradipdai, and you." Chanda had her sit on the bed. She held Mohini's hand and gazed into her eyes. "You're only a year younger than me, do you know that?" Mohini nodded. "Is Pradipdai not home?" "He's out at a friend's place. Should be coming now." Mohini looked around. The room felt a bit damp, but it was fairly spacious, with a corner for a stove and a washing area with a tap. "Let me make tea," Chanda said. "Unfortunately, there's nothing to eat right now, but I can make something." Mohini said, "I should be making some tea for my new sister-in-law." "No, no, you sit there and talk to me," Chanda said. She went to the corner and began to pump the stove. Mohini too sat on the cold floor. As the water boiled, they talked. Mohini learned that Chanda's mother had come to visit the newlyweds and that although Chanda's father hadn't come with her, he had sent some money, about 100 rupees, a week later. Her side of the family had gradually begun to accept their marriage, Chanda said. "But your parents, they still don't like me," she said as she poured the tea into steel cups. "They are very strict," Mohini said. The door creaked open and Pradipdai entered with another man. Pradipdai exclaimed in surprise at seeing Mohini there, then asked about the health of father and mother in the bluff manner of inquiring after mere acquaintances. The man with him was short but had handsome features and soft, lovely eyes that lingered over Mohini's face a second too long, making her blush. The two men sat on the bed while Chanda served them tea, then she joined Mohini on the floor again, facing the men. The conversation soon turned to the cinema, and Mohini learned that Pradipdai and Chanda had seen almost every Hindi film now playing in the theaters. Hulhul with Dilip Kumar and Nargis, Kalia with Raj Kapoor and Nutan, Kalpana with Padmini and Ashok Kumar. Mohini had been to the cinema only once, to see on in Jana Suha Hall when she was about 7 years old. Pradipdai had taken her, secretly, when father and mother had gone to a relative's house in Patan for the day. They dashed through the lanes of Asan and Indrakok and arrived breathless at the cinema, which was at the corner of Jada Sadak. Pradipdai had stolen some coins from father's pockets, and after buying 2 third-class tickets, he'd purchased a bottle of Gukache soda from the soda shop near the gate of the cinema. Inserting his left thumb into the mouth of the bottle, the soda man brought down his right fist on top of the thumb, hitting and loosening the colorful marble that had been lodged at the neck, and sent it diving down to the bottom of the bottle. He then offered the soda to Pradipdai, who took a swig and passed it on to Mohini. The fizz assaulted her nose as she tilted the bottle and gulped. It was her first time watching a film, and the whole experience enthralled her, the horses galloping on the screen, the close ups of people's faces, the deep voices of the actors. The handsome man with the large, doe-like eyes and pouty lips, who was singing a song next to a horse, was the famous Dilip Kumar, and for days Mohini couldn't get his face out of her mind. Pradipdai's friend also had lovely eyes and smooth skin that reminded her, she realized as she inhaled sharply, of Dilip Kumar. His name was Yudhir, she learned, and sometimes he joined Pradipdai and Chanda Baju when they went to the cinema. For a while the three excitedly talked about a Raj Kapoor movie they'd seen recently, in which the actor played a crook. Before Mohini knew it, Yudhir began to sing a song from the film. His voice was intoxicating. It penetrated her, addressed the yearning she'd been feeling lately. Every now and then he closed his eyes, and the song spoke of why the heart was so afraid of love, how the journey ahead was so difficult. His voice was slightly nasal but suffused with so much emotion that she felt a lump in her throat. As if he knew how he was making her feel, Yudhir let his glance linger on Mohini a moment longer than it did on the others. Only toward the end, as he neared his final note, did she realize that she'd heard the song, a duet, before, but it hadn't caught her attention. Now Yudhir had made the song beautiful. Doesn't our Yudhir here have a fine voice? Pradipdai proudly said to Mohini, and she nodded. For a while, then, as the four sat conversing, Yudhir and Mohini sneaked glances at each other. At one point Chanda got up to go to her cupboard in the corner of the room. Pradipdai went down to the courtyard to use the toilet, and Yudhir and Mohini were left alone, he sitting on the bed by the window and she on the floor in front of him. Words curled and twisted inside her throat throbbed, but she couldn't speak. He played with a ring, taking it off his finger and sliding it back again. His eyes roamed the room, then landed on her face. "Sing again," she said to him in her mind, "this time just for me," and, as if hearing her appeal, or simply hiding his nervousness, he began to hum a tune from an old Hindi movie, An Emperor's Lament at the Loss of His Queen, which led to the creation of that giant tomb, the Taj Mahal. "I know that song," Mohini whispered, without looking at Yudhir, and he stopped singing and asked her how often she went to the movies. She murmured that her parents wouldn't allow it. He didn't say anything after that, and soon Pradipdai was back, and he teased them. "You two sitting here like newlyweds, blushing and whatnot. Maybe I can persuade father and mother to get you two married." Mohini stood and slapped Pradipdai's arm. Realizing what time it was, hastily she said goodbye to everyone. "I don't know when I'll be able to visit again," she told Chanda, who squeezed her hands. Down on the street she looked up at her brother's window, and there was Yudhir, following her departure with his gaze. Her father whacked her calves with his cane, making her swoon. Every time he struck her, she let out a cry and reached down to rub her legs. Mother stood to the side, watching, arms crossed, jaw set, her eyes watery, as if she was trying hard not to cry. "No daughter of mine will leave home without my permission," father said as he raised his cane once more. Mother muttered something, and momentarily it seemed father was distracted, for he said, "Hain," to mother, who cleared her throat and said loudly that Mohini was going to be a slut. Father looked at mother in disbelief, as if he hadn't expected his wife to say such a thing. He looked at Mohini, who had now crumpled to the floor, tears streaming down her cheeks. "Get up now," father said. "Go wash your face." The next morning she couldn't move. Mother shouted at her to come to the kitchen to make tea for her father, but every time Mohini tried to set her legs down on the floor, pain shot up her legs to her hips, then onto her back. Mother stood in the doorway. "Did you not hear me? I can't move." Mother's eyes softened, briefly, then turned hard again. "Come to the kitchen." A few minutes later, Mohini did manage to hobble to the kitchen, bracing herself against the wall so she wouldn't fall. Mother had already made tea, and she quietly gestured toward the stainless steel cup, steam curled from it like smoke. "I might spill it," Mohini told mother, who, seated in front of the hearth, was already stoking the fire and preparing to set on it a pot of lentils. Mohini bent down, pain shot through her calf, but she gritted her teeth and sat on her haunches, then reached for the cup. The metal was hot, and she jerked her hand away. Gingerly she reached for it again, this time circling her palm around it so the heat shot through her hand, up her arms, and into her chest, making her forget about the pain in her legs. She stood slowly, as if she was performing a dance. Her right palm clasped the cup as she inched her way toward father's room, where he was sitting on the floor, his back against the bed, his broad face hidden behind the day's gorkapatra, only his thick fingers visible. When he lowered the newspaper, his gaze at her was almost devoid of expression. "Tea," she said, and her voice came out hoarse. "Sit," father said, and she was relieved at the offer because she couldn't stand for much longer. The tea's heat had already dissipated, and the ache and throb in her legs, the underside of her thighs, had started again and was now spreading down to her heels. Mohini lowered her body and put the tea down in front of father, then allowed her rump to collapse on the floor. She pulled up her knees and lowered her head onto them. Much of the anger, the burning humiliation she had felt throughout the night had simply vanished, and now all she felt was exhaustion. If father had started talking about a piece of news, the two neighboring countries, big communist China to the north and messy, dirt-poor India to the south, exchanging razor-sharp words, threatening battle, she would have pretended interest, dragged herself closer to him, sniffed the tobacco lingering in the air from the hookah he smoked first thing in the morning, and rested her head on his lap, which she was allowed to do until she was 5 or 6. "Tomorrow someone is coming to see you," father said. She understood what he meant, and she nodded. Last evening father had said to mother that girls like their daughter would be brought under control only by a strong, disciplinarian husband. Then father had left the house, saying that he was going to see some people about this right away. "Make sure you walk properly by then," he said from behind his gorkapatra. How badly Mohini wanted father to look at her with amused eyes, how badly she wanted him to rub his coarse chin against her cheek and make her squirm, as he used to when she was younger. She stayed for a minute or two more, and he continued reading his newspaper, so she once again stood up, with difficulty, then returned to her room. That afternoon, the pain in her legs lessened a bit, and she dragged herself to her window. Father had gone outside somewhere, maybe to confirm the arrangement for the next morning, when a potential groom would arrive at the house. Since last night, her heart had been numb toward father and mother, and if she was to enter a stranger's house tomorrow as a bride, she'd not feel any loss. "I no longer care about myself," these words reverberated in her head as she looked down at the street. A ray of afternoon sun had somehow managed to squeeze into the narrow alley. Usually the sun shied away from this side of the house, which faced northeast. The other side, facing the inner courtyard, basked in sunlight. Down the street outside the grocery shop, a man stood leaning against his bicycle, talking to the shopkeeper. Something about him held her attention, then he looked up at her, and a tremor passed through her body. "I'm going to die," she thought. Did he raise his eyebrows? Did he? Was that a smile on his lips? She also attempted to smile, but it came out like a smirk. The man said something to the shopkeeper, who leaned forward from his cushion and passed him a cigarette. After he lit it, smoke billowed up from his face. Waving goodbye to the shopkeeper, he walked his bicycle toward her, looking straight at her as though he'd already made his decision about her and nothing was going to hold him back. She became lightheaded, afraid she'd fall out of the window. Falling out of the window, into love. He stopped, and for once she didn't care that mother was in the next room and could possibly hear their conversation, which she knew would start any minute now. Dragging on his cigarette, blowing the smoke out, he asked her how she was, and she said she was fine and what was he doing in this neighborhood. He said something about a friend who lived nearby, but he didn't mean it to be a convincing excuse because he was smiling, his eyes boring into hers. "Won't you come down for a moment?" he asked, and she shook her head. She didn't want him to witness her pathetic state, hobbling and limping. "Do you want to come up?" she asked slyly, and he laughed and said he didn't want to get slaughtered by her parents. Mother's voice rang behind Mohini sleepily, asking whom she was talking to, and she responded that it was no one. "You are no one," she whispered to him loudly. He waved his hand in the air. "It's all out of control," he seemed to suggest. "Sing to me," she said, her chin on her arm, which rested on the windowsill. "Now?" he asked. She nodded. He looked to his left and right. People were going about their business. In a low voice he sang a few lines from a song she didn't know, but of course it was about love, and the heartbreak therein. The singer had been wandering, barefoot, for exactly 7 lives searching for his beloved, and now that he'd found her, he'd been spurned. The next morning father said that she was a lucky girl. The prospective groom had liked her photo, and now he wanted to see her. Although father would have preferred no personal contact between the two until the day of the wedding, this boy was modern, and also too precious to pass up. "You will not betray me," father said. At about 9 o'clock that morning, the prospective groom, his father, and his uncle came to look at Mohini. Fully decked out in a colorful sari, lipstick liberally applied to her lips, Mohini was ushered by mother into father's room, where the guests sat on cushions on the floor. She kept her head down, not looking at the face of the prospective groom. She sat by the door, eyes on the multicolored rug her mother had spread out this morning, her sari veil covering her face. The two fathers were talking, with the uncle chiming in occasionally, and when they began to guffaw about something, she made a show of stretching her neck, and stole a glance. The prospective groom too seemed discomfited by the ritual, for his eyes roamed restlessly. Father called mother, who was then instructed to lift the sari veil. Mohini kept her gaze lowered. "Mohini Nani is very beautiful," the prospective groom's father said. Mother swooped the air with her arm and said, "In the whole neighborhood she is known for her beauty. Just as you are known for your ugliness," father told her, and the two fathers had a hearty laugh at mother's expense. Mohini glanced at the boy, whose name, she had learned, was Daya. He was now looking at her steadily, his earlier restlessness gone, his eyes boring into her. It was an aggressive look, designed to intimidate, and suddenly she became aware that he was really not a boy but a man, with definite lines to his face, a hard jaw already in battle with the world. She closed her eyes and willed Yudhir's face to come to her, and it did. This was all she needed. All she had to do was close her eyes and he'd be there, and all this nonsense, with these two old men laughing at the joke about mother's lack of beauty, this man with his bullying eye, her soon-to-be husband, would simply fade away. That afternoon father came to her room and informed her that the man had approved of her and now they were moving toward an engagement and a wedding date. "Did you see the watch he was wearing?" Father asked. "Romer watch, from Switzerland. One of a kind." He paused at the doorway. "You are lucky." Mohini sat by the window, the pain in her legs now a dull throb. Yudhir came by toward evening, ringing his bicycle bell. He passed below her window, teasing her with a faint smile as he looked straight ahead. Her eyes followed him as he rode to the shop, where he stopped. He had a brief conversation with the shopkeeper, who again handed him a cigarette. After he lit it, he looked at her, but he was too far away for her to gauge his expression. Then he hopped on his bicycle and came toward her, the cigarette dangling from his lips. When he passed by her window, he swung his arm and pitched something up, and her hand darted from her shawl to grab it. It was a crumpled piece of paper. He turned the corner in the distance and disappeared. She cast a glance behind to ensure that neither father nor mother had seen the exchange, then unfolded the paper. "Tomorrow, curry tree in Tundi Kel, 3 in the afternoon," he had written. She tucked the paper into her blouse. There wasn't any way she could go, she knew, it was too risky, especially at this time, when father and mother, in anticipation of the impending wedding, would be watching her like hawks. Still, she felt the pressure of his note against her chest, and at one point in the night even took it out and felt the creases of the paper in the dark. Early the next morning a servant from the groom's family delivered an invitation to the engagement ceremony. But Mohini was preoccupied about the afternoon. Since waking up this morning, she'd been filled with a sense of doom. If she didn't make it to this rendezvous with Yudhir, she'd lose him forever, then she'd be married to a man toward whom she felt nothing. Daya, what an unappealing name, would press himself against her, day and night, making her squirm, and she'd be forced to think of Yudhir, his fingers touching her chin as his voice melted into her ears, his hands slowly rubbing her hips, then up to she sharply inhaled her breasts and then his hand moving down to her belly, rubbing in circles there. Her breathing turned erratic, and her mother, talking about how many guests they should plan on, saw the stupendous smile on her face and said, "Look at you. Already dreaming about becoming a bride." Father was supposed to be out all day, meeting with a potential buyer for a small plot of land in Bhaktapur, which father needed to sell to finance Mohini's wedding. "Don't expect me until the evening," he told Mother as he went down the stairs, tapping his cane against the wall. Mohini monitored Mother's mood. Apart from a few moments of irritation over some household matter, Mother remained happy, often praising the groom's family. What a stellar name they had in the city. 2 servants work in their house, do you know? Only the Raja Maharajas live like that. Mohini acted pleased. A few minutes before 3, Mohini wrapped a lipstick and a small handheld mirror in her handkerchief, which she then tucked into her surawal. Then, carrying a few of her school books from last year, she went to Mother. "Sarita has asked for these books right away," she said. "I need to go to her house to return them." "What books?" "These," she said, thrusting the books toward her. "Don't you remember? This SLC guess paper for practice from Ratna Pustak Bandar, and others. I borrowed them from her last year. I thought we bought those." Mohini feigned exasperation. "Mother, you don't remember anything. She wants them now. She'd sent her brother by this morning. Her cousin is going into 9th grade next year, and needs the books. Wait until the evening, after father comes. Her brother was here just a moment ago. They need the books now. Why didn't you just hand them to him? I couldn't find them at that time." She smiled shyly. "Besides, he came during the time when those men brought those things for the wedding." Her mother eyed her. "Now that you're betrothed, you shouldn't be going out. People will talk." "I don't want to. I'd rather stay here with you and learn how to make radish pickle, so I can prepare it in my new home." "But Sarita will be very angry with me." She was talking a bit too much, and she told herself to slow down. "She lives in Tangle. I'll be back within an hour." Mohini's interest in radish pickle won Mother over, for it was Mother's special pickle. For a long time she'd wanted to teach Mohini how to make it, yet her daughter had resisted, until now. This meant that the girl had finally come around and was anticipating her new life with her husband. How could Mother then say no to a short excursion to a friend's place, to return some important books? "Father will skin you alive if you don't return in time," Mother warned. Mohini bounded down the stairs. "Betrothed," she thought. "And I'm going to meet my lover." She rolled the word lover, Premi, on her tongue, and every time she said it Yudhir appeared before her with his shy smile, and he ran his index finger down her face and repeated, "My betrothed lover." The combination of the 2 words seemed to galvanize Mohini as she emerged onto Kantapath, where the sun was alarmingly bright and the movement of traffic and pedestrians disorienting. She glanced at her watch, it was already 3:15. He would be waiting. Holding the books to her chest, she trotted down the sidewalk, brushing past pedestrians. The old spitting lady from the neighborhood, the one with the horribly bent back, was a few yards away, stooping in front of a peanut vendor, arguing about something, probably asking for samples with no intention of buying. As she breezed past her, Mohini thwacked her on the back of the head with her books, making her tumble forward, onto the mountain of peanuts arranged on an anglo, which scattered all over the sidewalk. Mohini didn't break her stride as she propelled herself forward so she could lose herself in the crowd. She stuck to the walls as she went past Durbar High School, which she had attended until father decided that she needed to be primed for marriage. A quick look back, and she saw, in the far distance, a crowd in the area of the peanut vendor. Although she couldn't see much else, she pictured the poor vendor scrambling to scoop up his peanuts as he chased after young boys who grabbed them by the fistful and scurried off. She entered Tundikel and saw him, leaning against the curry tree on the marble platform and playing a flute. The platform was accessible by a short flight of stairs, and the tree was lush and inviting. His eyes followed her approach, and it seemed as if he was playing to greet her. Even after she sat down he didn't stop. Finally, she said, "They're going to marry me off." He stopped and said, "Congratulations. When is the feast?" She was slightly hurt by the way he said it. "You have no idea." He reached over and touched her lips with his flute. "Let's not mention anything like that, okay? Let's just sit together, talk about sweet things." She slid a bit closer to him on the platform, well aware that someone who knew her, a relative, her father's friend, could easily come in for an afternoon stroll, or cross the field on the way to Singha Durbar. She wondered why he had chosen such an exposed spot, right in the heart of the city, for their rendezvous, but maybe it was better here than in a secluded place. One could simply pretend to come here for the pleasure of open air. She remembered learning from her teacher at school, and from snippets she'd heard from father, the history of this curry tree. For more than a century, Rana dictators had climbed onto its platform, dressed in full military gear, to make important announcements. The sly Jung Bahadur, who launched the Rana dynasty, stood at this very spot in the mid-1800s and turned the army against King R. It was from here that slaves were declared free nearly 40 years ago. Soldiers had been summoned to this spot and dispatched to fight for the British in World War I. After the cruel earthquake of 1934, Prime Minister Jaddah Shumsher Rana had stood here and in a sorrowful voice announced that relief would be provided for the suffering. Mohini told Yudhir about the stooped lady, and he laughed. "Where did you get the nerve to do something like this?" he said. "When I look at you, I see a scaredy cat." "A scaredy cat," she said. "You have no idea what I'm capable of." "What are you capable of?" he asked, sliding closer to her. Now both were sitting only inches away from each other, and she could see a line of grime on the inside of his shirt collar. She pictured herself washing his shirt for him so he could wear it to work and pressing his overcoat with the coal iron that her parents would gift her as dowry. His hand inched closer to hers on the platform but didn't touch it. "You want to see?" she said. He continued smiling. "Then come with me," she said, and her words, even as they left her throat, sounded as if they were coming from somewhere above her. Her eyes scanned the area and fell upon the temple of Bhadrakali a few hundred yards away. The shrine sat amid a cluster of trees and small pavilions. She touched the back of his palm with her finger, then motioned to him to follow her as she headed toward the temple. Her heart was drumming so fast that it seemed to be vibrating in her throat, making breathing difficult. She resisted the urge to look back as she traversed the field to reach the temple. Once inside, Mohini stepped into one of the side pavilions, not knowing what she was doing. She'd come here before, in the mornings with mother, when some regular devotees sat in the pavilion, playing harmonium and singing devotional songs. At this time of the afternoon, however, the pavilion was empty. She found herself in front of a small door, and on impulse she pushed it open and went inside. It was a small room, apparently used to store musical instruments for the singers in the morning and evening, harmonium, sitar, cymbals. Yudhir was right behind her, and she could hear his breath. "Is this your room?" he asked. She asked him to shut the door. He did, and asked her, "You think the goddess will approve?" If she didn't, Mohini said, she wouldn't have left this door open for us. She pulled him toward her. "You think I'm a scaredy cat, huh?" They both fell on the dusty floor. His chest pressed against her breasts, making her nipples swell, and she could feel him down there, rising, and she wanted to laugh. It was she, not he. He was too stunned to know what to do, who lifted her head a bit and planted her lips on his. Where did this boldness come from? Was she going mad? Slut, tramp, harlot, whore, these words passed through her mind in quick succession. Then everything that had been gathering inside her burst forth, through her mouth, her breasts, her thighs, and it seemed only natural to want this man on top of her, to grab the back of his head and press him hard against her own body, to tell father, "Look, see, look what I am doing. Do you see? Right in the heart of the city. Do you believe it? Do you like?" She no longer cared if someone heard their moans and sauntered by to investigate, or if Yudhir thought she was a licentious woman, which she had no way of knowing, not yet. His hands were roaming her upper body, pinching her nipples, sliding down to her crotch. His penis was hard against her, and she bucked her hips so it felt as if they were copulating, although she had no idea what copulating really felt like because she was a virgin. "I'll be a virgin no more," she thought. He didn't fuck her because voices sounded outside, discussing something about the evening, and, hearts pounding, the two scrambled to get up. They opened the door slowly. A few feet away, two men were smoking and arguing. Mohini and Yudhir sneaked outside, then casually strolled to the shrine, with smiles on their lips. A few days later, in a seedy hotel in Bahbazar, down the street from Tundikal, they made love. The neighborhood, at the edge of the fields where Giappas grew spinach and radishes, was known for heavily made-up women standing outside their doors and making lingering eye contact with men, and married men swiftly ducking in and emerging half an hour later, with a satisfied gleam in their eyes. The shoe shop owner next to the hotel had smiled suggestively at Mohini and Yudhir as they walked up to their room. As they made love, Mohini mentally addressed Father, "Do you like this, Father? Do you think my husband would like this?" And in the middle of their lovemaking, she cried, from the incredible pain that was pulsing between her legs, also because she really didn't want to hurt her parents, but that's what she was doing. Mohini bled profusely that afternoon. The bed sheets stained, and she became afraid. Yudhir spit on his handkerchief and smudged the stains as best as he could. Then he sang to her, a sad song that made her want to cry. It hurt her down there, a sharp sting every few seconds. She felt raw, bruised, and already a fullness inside her, akin to what she imagined pregnant women feel. She didn't tell Yudhir about this, but the thought occupied her even as she listened to him speak, with a cigarette smoldering between his fingers, about how he knew people in Radio Nepal who could give him a break and have his songs be broadcast nationally. "I know I am better than a lot of other singers you hear these days." And he recited names that meant nothing to Mohini. She knew only some of the songs he mentioned. She agreed that all Yudhir needed was one song broadcast on the radio, and the public would clamor to hear him day and night. He nodded, distracted, as he inhaled, then said something about how he would produce record after record, and might even go to Bombay to become a playback singer in Indian movies. "Sometimes I think I sing better than Mukesh," he said, so innocently that she had to suppress her laughter. There he was, still in his underwear, exposing his hairy thighs and claiming to be better than the most famous singer on the radio. Even she, who didn't get to watch Hindi movies, knew that Mukesh was like a god. Her hand on her belly, Mohini told Yudhir that she'd never thought Mukesh was good, anyway. She meant it half in jest, but he nodded again without looking at her, dragged on his cigarette, and threw the smoke to the ceiling in a moody way. "Or maybe I should buy a few Bajyadaya Chitha tickets," he said. "Test my luck. You know how much the jackpot is now? 1,50,000 rupees. I could buy all of Radio Nepal with that kind of money, and I could sing to my heart's content." She couldn't help but smile fondly at him. The late afternoon sun had barged in through the drapeless windows, and the shouts and screams of children in the neighborhood had gotten louder. Sounds of an argument somewhere nearby, a man pleading about something, a woman insistent, softly adamant, played like background music to the pleasing lull she felt surrounding her. He stubbed his cigarette and looked into her eyes. "You're going to get married soon, aren't you?" She nodded. "Maybe you and I should elope together," he said. He wasn't serious, of course. "Where?" "Bombay." She nodded, also not serious. "That makes perfect sense. You will start singing for Hindi movies, and I'll also get a job and raise." She stopped before she mentioned the baby. The baby was more hers than his, it seemed, and there was no point in telling him about it. Actually, that does make sense, he said, quickly and excitedly. He sat up, crossed his legs beneath him, and leaned toward her. Have you met this man you're getting married to? Yes, he's a good-looking man. Really? He's a man, not a boy like you, she teased. A good-looking man from a moneyed family, eh? A hint of jealousy crept into his voice, which made her happy, made her want to tease him more. He has a manly face. How rich are they? Very rich. They have many servants in the house, I hear, so I'll live like a queen. That's what mother says. Also, the cutlery they use is made of pure silver. The last part she made up. He laughed. Only the Ranas and the Shahs and the Darbaras in the palace can afford silver cutlery in this country. You want to bet, she said. I dare you to go to their house and look. Why don't both of us go then? The thought made her laugh again, the idea of she and Yudhir climbing the wall of the groom's compound and peeking into their kitchen, which she imagined as spacious and airy, with the servants on the floor, peeling, cutting, slicing vegetables and meat for dinner, 2 fires burning in the corner. But the thought of being trapped in a house like that made her somber. What's the matter? Yudhir asked. I don't know what's happening, she said. Between you and me. He studied her face, then said, What do you want? What do I want? She repeated it again. No one had asked her that before. I don't want to get married right now. He shook his head impatiently and flicked cigarette ash to the floor. I didn't ask you what you don't want. I asked you what you do want. She didn't know. After a while she said, I want to spend time with you. I want to discuss important intellectual topics with you, she thought, then asked him, So, what do you think of the Rashtriya Nirdesan Mantralaya? What? She spoke slowly as if addressing a child, or a deaf or dumb person. The King's National Guidance Ministry. What's that? She laughed heartily. Don't you pay attention to what's happening in our country? Don't you care? Then she echoed something she'd heard father say. It should matter to all of us what the Raja Maharajas do. Yudhir waved his hand in the air to indicate that he couldn't be bothered with that sort of thing. It disappointed her, this dismissal of what she thought he'd find impressive. I know you want to spend time with me, he said impatiently. That's a given. What else do you want? A smile spread across his face. Do you want to marry me? Is that what you want? It was as if he were teasing her, and it made her sad. Also, she'd end up marrying the man mother and father had chosen for her, this much she knew for certain. It's my destiny, she mumbled. That's bogus. Completely bogus thinking. Easy for you to say, Mohini said. You're a man. Look at me. What can I do? Elope to Bombay with me, he said, smiling. Don't joke. My mood is off now. I won't see you after I get married. I'm not joking, Yudhir said. He took a long drag of the cigarette and blew the smoke in her face. She waved the smoke away and climbed out of bed. I hate that smell, she said, and went to the window. The sun assaulted her eyes, and she quickly stepped back. Once her eyes adjusted, she again looked out. On the street below people walked, shopped, or lingered on the sidewalk, smoking and chatting. She saw two women in bright saris and ample makeup, their midriffs showing, outside the steps of the hotel, watching and smiling at men walking by. The Gantagar bell sounded, and with a start she realized that it was 4 o'clock. But the normal anxiety that clamped her stomach was absent today, and she knew that she would linger for a bit longer, perhaps for another half an hour, then head home, and even if father was home, he wouldn't flog her because he'd be afraid of her bruises showing so close to the wedding. Her wedding. She pictured herself circling the pyre, the priest's monotonous chant ringing in her ears all morning, her husband's eyes settling upon her on the wedding night. How will we get to Bombay? Mohini asked, without looking at Yudhir. You leave that up to me. So you've changed your mind. He blew cigarette smoke to the ceiling, then turned his head to look at her. What happens if you abandon me once we get there? Do I look like the type? Mohini faced him. It's been only a few days since I've gotten to know you, she said, and it was true. But already she liked him so much. Even his aloofness she'd come to love, how at times he simply seemed removed from everything around him. He had the detachment of a passerby who had nothing at stake, who could witness events unfolding without bias or prejudice, allowing everything to take shape in its own time. Such a sharp contrast to her parents, who were so involved in her every move, every gesture, which was then analyzed, scrutinized, pondered, and condemned. Her husband would be no different, she'd already deduced, by the aggression she'd seen in his eyes. From one hell to another, she thought. The word hell released more bitter feelings. Here was this man, luxuriously smoking a cigarette on a filthy bed in this questionable hotel in this alley where good girls from good families would rather die than venture into, and by his mere presence he was offering her something new, a door cracking open to a place where you could just linger and taste and touch and laugh without judgment. On the bed, he was now gazing at the ceiling, the cigarette butt so tiny that it was close to burning his fingers. Yudhir was apparently lost in lines of a song he began to softly croon mournful lyrics bemoaning the cruelty of a lover, and Mohini felt like laughing because in her world it was not her lover who was cruel to her, but everyone else. Missing. Raja's talk of his mother unsettled both of them, throwing them into a pensive mood. They hadn't discussed her in years, and when they had, they'd mentioned her only in passing, usually prompted by Ranjana's pesky questions. When Ranjana was a child she was unwilling to believe that her father didn't know anything about her grandmother, and she threw tantrums when Raja told her he had been raised by two surrogate mothers. As she grew up, Ranjana expressed more interest in the grandmother she'd never known than she did in Muwa, who lived in the same city. Yes, Muwa, incredibly, was still alive, still drinking, still living with Samrat. After Nilu Nikanjay went to Samrat, the house survived in his hands only for a few years, after which it was sold to a philanthropist who wanted to set up an orphanage. Most of the money from the sale went to the repayment of Samrat's own debts, Nilu had learned. He did have enough remaining to afford a modest home in Bainsapati, where he and Muwa now lived. Samrat hadn't kicked Muwa out onto the street, as Nilu had expected. In fact, Nilu could tell that in his own way he was fond of Muwa, made sure she ate well and took her medicine, dusted seats for her and brought her a sweater on chilly evenings in the garden, even though he did nothing to prevent her from drinking. Muwa was approaching age 75, and she'd begun to stoop. Every few months she had to be rushed to the hospital. Years of drinking had corroded her organs, but she still walked by herself, and still spoke, albeit in a voice so raspy that it sounded as though she had chronic laryngitis. Every day Nilu expected a call from Samrat, telling her that her mother had passed away. Every few months she went to visit Muwa. The bitterness she'd felt toward Muwa all her life was replaced by a mild contempt, alternating with unexpected surges of compassion. Perhaps it had to do with age, a sense of resignation that certain things in life, in people, remain the same. Muwa walked around the house with a cane, wrapped in a shawl, a cigarette between her fingers. Some days Nilu found her in the garden, inspecting the flowers with trembling hands. Raja went for a stroll, and Nilu began to think about what he had said that his thoughts turned to his real mother when he looked at Ranjana. Nilu was filled with a sense of foreboding, as if Raja's mother, after all these years, had decided to infiltrate their lives by laying a claim to Ranjana to compensate for the claim she had forfeited her own son. Nilu faulted Raja for having mentioned his seemingly unstable mother and Ranjana in the same breath. Ranjana was the most level-headed daughter anyone could ask for. She had been absolutely no problem, even during her early teenage years. Now she was already 19. Still, she was far from home, and lately she did sound as if she was carrying a weight that was hard to balance on her delicate shoulders. The more Nilu attempted to dismiss her anxieties, the more a sense of doom pressed upon her. She opened the window and let in some fresh air, took deep breaths to fill her lungs, to drive away the pressure settling on her forehead. And swiftly, as though it had never left, the familiar heaviness swooped down on her, the anguish that had been her life in the aftermath of Maitraya's death. Except this feeling had nothing to do with Maitraya, with whom she'd made her peace. It concerned her daughter, the pragmatic, loving Ranjana, whom both Nilu and Raja knew would be a solace for their old age, someone who had already healed not only their heartbreak over Maitraya but also their marriage. All of this had vanished in an instant because of Raja's silly comment, which he had likely already forgotten along his walk, as he paused to chat with neighbors. When he returned, Neelu was going to tell him how annoyed she was. "For 20 years I haven't felt like this," she'd say to him. "And you go and say something that you yourself cannot make sense of. And here I am, broken in pieces about it." But it wasn't Raj's fault. She knew her vexation at him was misplaced. He was merely expressing something that had been bothering him lately. She was overreacting. Neelu went to her room and opened her big steel cupboard. She took out the metal box where she kept her daughter's letters and sifted through them to see if she could spot any cause for concern, any passage that had made her pause when she first read it. Nothing. All the letters spoke brightly about Chicago, the apartment she shared with 2 roommates, her classes, the university, the great body of water nearby. She mentioned that she missed Neelu's cooking, but which child living far away from home wouldn't? Neelu rearranged the letters in the box and put it away in the cupboard. She went down to the garden and sat in a chair, waiting for her emotions to change. As the sun began to set, she heard Raja at the gate, back from his walk. He had a hint of a smile on his face, perhaps from having joked with the neighbor next door. Her speculation that what he'd said affected him less than it affected her, turned out to be true. "How far did you go?" she asked. "Oh, just up to the mound." He began recounting the dog problem of Satyalji, their loud, guffawing neighbor, but she cut him off. "We need to call Ranjana. Urgently." The panic in her voice startled him. "Why? What happened?" Neelu had to look away and feel her breath in her chest before she could respond. "Something has happened to Ranjana. We need to call her." Now it was Raja's turn to be filled with dread. "What? Did you hear something? Someone called from America." Her eyes fell on the flowers she'd planted and admired only yesterday, a batch of bright yellow roses that appeared to have lost their luster overnight. "Neelu, why are you not speaking? Something bad happened to Ranjana." "I don't know," she said, and stood up and went inside. It seemed she was punishing him, but for what, she didn't know. Raja followed. "Hoina, why are you acting like this? Why are you keeping me in the dark?" As she went to the kitchen and poured water in the kettle for tea, she controlled the shaking of her hands. She felt Raja's presence behind her, and she didn't know what to say to him. "Tell me what happened," he asked again, this time a bit more gently. "Let's call her," she said, turning to face him. "Did someone tell you something?" She shook her head and moved to the living room, where she sat on the sofa, picked up the phone, and began dialing. The number to Ranjana's apartment in Chicago, which she shared with her 2 roommates, came to her easily. Raja stood next to her, watching. The phone rang 3 times before one of the girls answered, in a drowsy voice. It was very early there. Neelu asked to speak to Ranjana. The last few times she'd called, one of the roommates would pick up the phone and tell Neelu that her Ranjana was at the library. Neelu still couldn't tell these girls' voices apart, even though one of them was a red-headed American and the other was a Japanese girl who had immigrated there when she was a child. "Who is this?" the girl asked. "This is Ranjana's mother, from Nepal." "Is this Angela speaking?" "Oh, hello." Her voice was suddenly alert. "Ranji isn't here." Neelu had never liked the shortening of her daughter's name to Ranji, and now in the roommate's American accent it seemed even stranger. When Neelu had asked Ranjana why she allowed her roommates to call her that, she'd responded that it was an easier name for them, and that it really didn't matter, did it, what she was called. "Where is she, then?" Neelu asked Angela. "She's never home when I call her. I need to." "Is she at the library again?" "What is she doing so early at the library?" "Mrs. Bassnett, I need to tell you something. Actually, it's been nearly 2 months now since Ranjana moved out of here." "Moved out? To where?" "I don't know. She's never told me." 2 months? "But that can't be true," Neelu said. "She's never mentioned anything like it, and she's been calling me." Was this roommate making a fool out of her? Was Ranjana in on the joke, instructing the girl? "Let me speak to Ranjana." "I swear I'm telling the truth, Mrs. Bassnett." The girl was pronouncing it Bassnett. "She asked me not to tell you, and I went along because we all love Ranji here. But we're all worried about her." "What do you mean worried?" "She asked you not to tell me?" "Why?" "I have no idea. I wish I could tell you more." "Is she still in Chicago?" "I don't know, Mrs. Bassnett. The last couple of times you called, I sent her emails to inform her, but I don't know whether she's still in Chicago." Neelu's world swam. Her own voice seemed to come from a distance. But how did it happen so suddenly? Was there a problem? "There wasn't any trouble with us," the roommate said. "She paid us a month's rent so we could look for a new roommate." Raja was making hand signals, inquiring what had happened. "But something must have happened," Neelu said. "Otherwise why wouldn't she leave a phone number with you for us? That's not like Ranjana at all. You aren't hiding anything, are you?" The roommate grew defensive. "I have told you everything I can. Why would I have any reason to hide anything from you?" She then said that she had to go to class and that if she learned anything more about Ranjana's whereabouts, she'd call Neelu. Neelu stared at the phone after the roommate hung up. But Raja was bursting at the seams, so she told him what the roommate had said. The color drained from Raja's face. "But she'd have told us if she was going to move. This doesn't sound like Ranjana. Maybe the girl is mistaken. She didn't sound like she was joking. I'm going to call Umesh and see what he knows. It's possible that she got fed up with her roommates and moved back to Umesh's house." But Raja's conversation with Umesh soon revealed that he didn't know that Ranjana had moved elsewhere. The last time he spoke to Ranjana, Umesh told Raja, was several weeks ago when he invited her home for some Nepali food, but she couldn't come because she was busy writing papers. Unfortunately, Umesh himself was struggling to meet the deadline for a book he was writing, and thus he hadn't called Ranjana, except for one time, when he was told that Ranjana was at the library. He'd left a message, but Ranjana never called back. Raja seemed about to cry as he spoke into the phone. For goodness sake, where could she have gone? This is so puzzling. Neelu took the phone from him and spoke to Umesh. She told him that he must go to Ranjana's apartment right away and find out from her roommates what exactly had happened, especially the one named Angela, with whom Neelu had conversed earlier. The roommates were hiding something, Neelu was certain of that. Please, Umesh Babu, this is an urgent matter. Umesh said something about an important committee meeting he was scheduled to run that afternoon, and perhaps he could just phone Ranjana's roommate. Neelu said that she was worried sick about her daughter, and if Umesh didn't go there immediately, she wouldn't know what to think of him. As Ranjana's guardian in America, it was his responsibility to make sure that nothing happened to her. Neelu was about to add, in her anger, that he'd already failed his duties as their daughter's guardian by not keeping a close eye on her, but she only said, "Put yourself in our shoes. How would you react if she were your daughter?" Raja was making desperate hand signals, advising Neelu to calm down. "Baju, you are panicking for no reason," Umesh said. "She could have found new friends to live with." "I know my daughter," Neelu said. "She's not like that. She'd have told us. America is a different place, Baju. People get busy here, so maybe she's just too swamped in her studies to call. For us Nepalis, this is where your own kith and kin come in handy, Umesh Babu. Busy or not busy, you'll need to go to her apartment today." She thrust the phone toward Raja, who spoke in a more placating voice with his cousin, suggesting that Umesh go to Ranjana's apartment just to satisfy a mother's heart. Umesh said that he'd have to make a few phone calls to his colleagues to cancel his meeting and that they'd not be happy, but he now was worried about Ranjana as well. He would try to drive to Evanston by late morning to determine Ranjana's whereabouts. "Expect my call later in the day," he told Raja. Neelu leaned her head against the sofa and closed her eyes. Ranjana had asked her roommates to deceive her parents, to give them the impression that she still lived in the apartment. Why? Why was she hiding? More important, where was she? Pictures of Ranjana's body, mangled on a Chicago sidewalk, flashed through her mind. "Oh God, not again," she implored. "Not again." For the past 6 months she and Raja had talked about visiting Ranjana. They'd really wanted to escort their daughter to Chicago when she'd left a year ago, but Ranjana had argued that the few $1,000s spent on their airfare would be put to better use elsewhere. They were already spending a lot for her travel and living costs in America. "We just want to make sure that you adjust to the place properly," Nilu had said, that you face no troubles. But Umesh uncle is there, Ranjana said. And it's better you come after a few months when I can show you around. Right now I don't see the necessity. It'll just be extravagant. And since Ranjana had always been persuasive, even in small matters, they'd finally come to see her point, especially after Umesh too assured them that he would make sure she adjusted well, that she would lack nothing as she began her studies in a new country. After Ranjana's departure for Chicago, the house became so quiet that within weeks the two were discussing a visit to Ranjana, which became even more compelling when she moved closer to the university. Nilu and Raja pored over a map of the Midwestern states, which they'd bought in a store in Tamil. They tried to determine the distance between where Umesh lived and where Ranjana's university was. Raja was of the opinion that the two places didn't look far apart on the map. Maybe the distance between Balaju and Patan, he estimated. Nothing that she couldn't manage if she wanted to. Nilu said that maps were deceiving that way, that they needed to trust their daughter's judgment. Every other week, particularly after a phone conversation with Ranjana, they contemplated their trip across the ocean. Raja got on the phone with a travel agent he knew, and one time even booked tickets, but Ranjana complained that they'd be visiting in the middle of the semester, when she'd be neck-deep in studies and would feel guilty because she couldn't show them around or spend much time with them. But we won't get in your way, we promise, Raja said with a laugh. We'll stay with Umesh, and you can come over when you're free. But with you so close, I'd want to visit you all the time, don't you understand? So, now you're saying Umesh's house is close to your university. Papa. Nilu intervened, telling Ranjana that they wanted to visit, but if Ranjana didn't think it was the best time, they'd wait until her summer vacation. Papa sometimes doesn't understand, Ranjana said. Later Nilu had mildly chastised Raja, telling him that he had to stop treating his daughter as though she were a child. She's all grown up now, and we have to respect her decisions. But what had Ranjana done now? Or what had happened to her? We should have gone to visit her last year, middle of the semester or not, she said to Raja, then realized it was only a thought that had floated across her mind, like a balloon. She hadn't actually spoken it. The next idea that flashed through her mind Raja expressed out loud before she could. Maybe Ranjana has been hiding something from us all this time. Raja said. Maybe that's why she didn't want us to visit. She'd never do that, Nilu quickly said, trying to suppress this idea before it became convincing. There has to be a simple explanation. Once she gets in touch with us, then everything will be clear, and we'll end up laughing at ourselves for being so suspicious. But Raja wasn't listening, he appeared to be tracking a trajectory of his own mental events. Nilu called his name, and he held up his palm, witnessing something in his mind. No, something is wrong, I can feel it. Neither of them slept a wink, expecting the phone to ring at any minute, Umesh at the other end, or Ranjana herself, upset at her parents for overreacting, then perhaps realizing her error, offering a flurry of apologies, a perfectly logical explanation that'd turn into a source of laughter for Neelu and Raja for years to come, the kind of tales they'd tell their grandchildren. Listen to what your mother did when she was studying in America. At around 4 o'clock Raja jumped out of bed. I'm going to phone Umesh. My head is about to explode. Don't call now, she urged. It's only late afternoon in Chicago now. He's probably not back home yet. You call, he won't be there, and it'll only increase our worries. Come, I'll make some tea. She took him by his hand, and they shuffled down the stairs without turning on the lights. His hand was clasped tightly in hers as though he were a little boy. I have to get hold of myself, Neelu thought. If I allow it, he will simply fall apart. How defeated he looks. Defeated and depleted. If something had indeed happened to Ranjana, Raja wouldn't be able to take it, he'd simply collapse. She wouldn't be able to take it either, but she had to be the stronger one. She'd let her control slip once, she couldn't allow the same to happen again. She patted his hand in the dark as she led him down, the phrase blind leading the blind popping into her mind. She turned on the light in the kitchen, sat him at the table, boiled some tea, and asked if he wanted to eat toast or an egg, just as she used to ask Maitreya, ages ago. Raja looked at her as if to say, have you lost your mind? Here I am, worried to death about my daughter, and you want me to swallow eggs? But all he said was no, and she realized that he'd sensed the odd tone of her voice, a trace of solicitousness, of maternal concern, that had less to do with him and more to do with memories of Maitreya. Raja wouldn't tolerate it if Neelu ushered the presence of Maitreya back into their lives, he wouldn't let her fixate on the boy. Don't pollute our love for our living, breathing daughter with a son long past dead, he'd say. Neelu handed Raja his tea and sat at the kitchen table with her own. The two sipped in silence, their ears alert for the phone's ring. 6 o'clock in the evening in Chicago now, she calculated. We'll go crazy waiting this way, Raja said. The tea calmed Neelu a bit, but Raja remained pensive. Worry lines had deepened on his forehead. His eyes fell upon her and he asked, how did you sense that something was wrong without even phoning? You were fine when I went for a walk last evening. A mother's instinct, she said, unwilling to divulge anything further. But Raja was onto something. It's that thing I said, isn't it? The stridentity of his voice told her that she'd better handle this calmly. What thing? It was just a misgiving I had. Soon Umesh will call, or Ranjana, and all of this will amount to nothing. Now finish your tea, and maybe we should get back to bed. Neelu, please, don't hide things from me, Raja said. You don't tell me, it'll fester inside you. Look what happened with Maitreya, and how long it took us to get back together. I'm not hiding anything, sweetie, she said, her voice about to crack. She realized that she hadn't called him sweetie in a while, especially as Ranjana grew up, as though the word was inappropriate for an aging couple. She went to him, put her arms around him. "It was what I said," he repeated, his voice shaking. "I put a curse on my own daughter by comparing her to my mother." Neelu laughed, scoffing the outlandishness of his idea. She explained that his thinking was irrational. "You mentioned your mother and Ranjana yesterday evening, and Ranjana's roommate said she moved out a few weeks ago. So your curse traveled backward in time? Don't be foolish." The sky turned lighter, and the neighbor's rooster cried. "Too late to go back to bed?" she asked him, and he nodded. "Do you want another cup of tea?" He shook his head. Memories of her dead son, his sad, intelligent face, were once again returning to Neelu, and she wondered whether she was losing control. What would happen to her and Raja in this old age if she never heard a peep about Ranjana? She recalled glimpsing photos on CNN, the faces of American girls, pretty and young, who went missing. And when found, they had been raped, their bodies mutilated. If Umesh couldn't locate Ranjana, would she and Raja fly to America to search for their daughter? Of course they would, and the thought terrified Neelu. She and Raja, at their age, on the streets of Chicago, carrying the photo of Ranjana that she herself had sent to them soon after she reached there, close to a year ago. With the Sears Tower in the background, Ranjana stood with her fingers held up in a V, her hair flying in the wind, and her backpack slung over her shoulder, her favorite backpack from her school days in Kathmandu, the one she said was perfect for lugging her books around the northwestern campus. "Have you seen her?" Neelu imagined asking pedestrians on the streets of the city. Ranjana had sent pictures of famous Chicago sites, so Neelu could visualize the Navy Pier, with its festive atmosphere, the large, slowly turning Ferris wheel, which lifted passengers high up to view the skyline, Millennium Park and its glass screens, where children's astonished faces would appear, the Hindu temples, with their intricate carvings, in the suburbs. People would brush her and Raja aside, Neelu imagined. Americans are cold-hearted people, she sometimes heard Nepalis say. Americans think only about themselves, their individual needs, nothing else. But Ranjana's letters had indicated otherwise. "My friends here are so warm and supportive, Ma," she'd written. Her classmates and her roommates, Angela and Yuko, had helped her with everything, Ranjana had told her on the phone. "Aren't there other Nepalis at the university?" Raja had asked. "Don't you spend time with them? With them at least you'll have your own food, your own language." Raja's exhortation had set off a small dispute between him and Neelu after he'd put down the phone. She told him that if all their daughter wanted was her own food and own language, she'd have stayed in Nepal. "What is the point of spending so much money to travel all the way to America if all you ever did was fraternize with your own countrymen? She's going there to study, not to immerse herself in Nepali culture, which she knows well by now. "You look like you're ready to chew me up," Raja said. "All I'm suggesting is that one shouldn't forget one's culture and language, no matter where one goes." "Who's speaking of forgetting?" "All right, no one," Raja said. "Calm down now." But Ranjana had deliberately shied away from gatherings organized by Nepalis because Neelu remembered this abruptly. Catching her breath, the boy had begun to make her uncomfortable. This boy, Ranjana had told Neelu over the phone one day when Raja wasn't home, appeared at every party, every gathering, and stared at her. "Don't tell this to Papa," Ranjana said. "He'll want to jump on the next plane and come over to beat up the boy. You know how Papa is." And so Neelu hadn't mentioned anything to Raja, although Ranjana's words had hovered in the back of her mind. In another conversation with Ranjana, she'd asked her, after making sure that Raja was in the bathroom, whether the boy still acted the same way. Ranjana said that the boy had cornered her one day during a Momo party to confess his love. He wanted to marry her, he said, and his father, a former home minister by the name of Narayan Dhakal, knew Raja and would soon speak to him about joining the two families. Neelu had been aghast, but Ranjana had only laughed. "Don't worry, Ma. In a way, that boy has made it easier for me. Now I have a very good excuse not to go to those Nepali parties. I mean, the people are nice, but mostly they just gossip, or brag about their sampati, their SUVs, and their property back in Nepal. I've just got too much work to do anyway." Neelu had been relieved, and she felt right about defending Ranjana when Raja had gone off on his tirade about language and culture. Now, as their neighbors began to wake up and cough and sputter, Neelu's first impulse was to blurt out to Raja the information about the Dhakal boy. But she stopped herself. He'd jump up from the chair and call Umesh, or even call Minister Dhakal's house and demand that they contact their son in America this very minute to see if he had done anything to Ranjana, or was involved in her absence in any way. A vision flitted through Neelu's mind. The boy had harassed and pursued Ranjana until she had been forced to do his bidding, forced to move with him into his apartment. But Ranjana had never been a wilting, whimpering kind of girl. The idea that she'd wither under intimidation or psychological pressure was inconceivable. Still, Ranjana was in a foreign environment. The more Neelu thought about it, the more she became convinced that the Dhakal boy, the one who stared at Ranjana from across the room, who told her in a slurred voice that he was going to marry her, had something to do with this mystery. These creeps, thought Neelu. Weren't they always like this? Hadn't she seen enough of them when she was young, when she and Raja lived in Tamil? The way their beady eyes undressed her, the way their lips glistened as they made lecherous remarks. "My daughter's disappeared." The sentence floated across her mind. "Mary Khori Harai, Ranjana Harai," she pictured herself saying to friends and neighbors, and watching their eyes, their expressions, grow incredulous. "What do you mean, Harai? Impossible." America is a big country. She's probably gone somewhere for a few days with her friends. She'll come back. They always do. The pull of parental love is too strong. Have patience. We simply can't believe that anything bad would happen to our Ranjana. And they'd go on and on about how beautiful she was, what social skills she possessed, how she was always thoughtful about everyone's needs, had kind, praising words for everyone she met. A girl like her God will protect wherever she goes. Rest assured. And they'd offer to make calls to people they knew in America, sometimes confusing Chicago with California, assuming every Nepali in America would know other Nepalis scattered across the vast country. We won't have to go to America, Neelu firmly told herself as she heard the sound of the water vessel being filled in the neighbor's front yard. But lack of sleep was making her mind take flight against her will, and soon she imagined trudging with Raja along Chicago's congested streets, its wide avenues, displaying Ranjana's picture, entreating people on the sidewalk for help, and walking into shops where the clerks would shout at them as if they were indigents. Eloping. In Hitauda, Mohini waited by the window in a corner of the rest house, watching the traffic and the crowd in the street below, inhaling the smoke spewed by the buses that plied this dusty town on the way to the border city of Upadhyay or back to Kathmandu. They'd arrived here at 3 o'clock in the afternoon on the day of her wedding. Every time Mohini thought about home, fear crawled up her skin. She saw father's face, angry and bewildered, and mentally she offered him a fervent, tormented apology. "Father, I didn't mean to. I had no choice." She didn't want to dwell on what was happening at home, but hard as she tried, she couldn't help but picture mother waking up in the morning and discovering Mohini's absence. Mother would think that Mohini had gone down to the courtyard for a bath or to the toilet. Humming, mother would mentally check all the things she, along with a horde of women who'd soon show up, had to do this morning before the groom's party, escorted by a loud band, arrived around 9 o'clock. Even when Mohini didn't come up after half an hour, mother didn't make much of it. She'd meant to observe the courtyard from the balcony, but each time 100 things, flowers for the ceremony, colored cloths the priest had demanded, sweets such as laddus and pettas had occupied her mind. There had been some disagreement between the two families about the most propitious time for the wedding entourage to arrive at the bride's house. The bride's priest, after consulting several religious calendars and putros, came up with 11 o'clock. But the groom's priest had configured a time of 9 a.m. as the most auspicious moment as dictated by the stars and the planets. Amateur, he'd declared the bride's priest to be, and the bride's priest, the more humble of the two, had consulted his calendars and books again and scratched his head. The 9 o'clock time his colleague had deduced showed the dark shadows of Mars in ascension, and everyone knew that Mars wreaked havoc on marriages, unless its corresponding position in the birth charts of both the bride and the groom neutralized its ill effects. The bride's priest consulted the groom's chart again. Mangal was safely ensconced in the 4th house, whereas in the bride's it sat in the 5th. Impossible, the priest muttered to himself. But he was a young priest who had been forced to take over the family's occupation because his father had died abruptly, and he couldn't imagine going up against the elderly priest from the groom's side, someone who had known his father. Still, he meekly suggested to the bride's mother that perhaps the more venerable priest had miscalculated the influence of the planets. Mother rebuked him, saying that his dead father would probably have concurred with the groom's priest. But, look here, the young priest stuttered, waving the putro at Mother. She simply shoved him aside and said, "What difference does a couple of hours make? Devote your time to more important matters than quibbling over an hour here or there." It makes all the difference, the priest thought, but he didn't say more. Still, he had managed to plant a seed of doubt in Mother's mind. Her son had shacked up with the oil man's daughter without the benefit of astrological consultation, and she was sure that the stars, had their alignment been considered, would have directed her son to a different, less scandalous life. So Mother did pass on the priest's misgivings to the middle woman who'd initially talked to Father about the alliance. The middle woman scolded her, said the groom's priest was sought after by royalty and aristocrats, and how dare the young priest question his judgment. The matter was settled. In her mind, Mohini saw the women from the surrounding houses barge into the living room, asking where the bride was so they could begin to style her hair and make her pretty. Father would already be down in the courtyard with the priest, making preparations for the big event, which, Mother would realize in a panic, was only a couple of hours away. "Can you shout at Mohini to finish up quickly and come up?" she yelled at her husband below. "She needs to start getting ready." Father nodded. He was busy instructing some neighborhood boys who were setting up chairs for the guests. He shouted in the direction of the outhouse, urging his daughter to be done immediately. Then Father turned to help a boy string some colored papers across the length of the courtyard, and upstairs Mother rummaged for some gold and silver coins she'd need later. "Has Mohini eloped?" "Where is she?" one of the women said, joking, and the rest guffawed. At the sound of their clamorous voices, Mother dropped a gold coin, which rolled across the floor, then slid under the large cupboard by the door. That's when Mother knew that something was amiss. She hadn't seen or heard Mohini all morning long. Asking the women to retrieve her coin, Mother rushed down to the courtyard, perspiring. Without speaking to her husband, she made her way to the outhouse and softly called Mohini's name, so as not to attract attention. When there was no answer, she reached out and pulled the door, which swung open. The outhouse was empty. She turned and ran back upstairs, ignoring Father, who called to her, asking why she was in such a hurry. There, one of the women was lying on the floor, her cheek flat against it, her thin arms groping for the coin under the cupboard. Mother reached Mohini's room, and out of desperation, she looked under the bed, wondering if the girl was hiding there because of wedding night jitters. She ran down again to the street, hoping that her daughter, on a whim, had sauntered to the corner shop to buy some spicy Thai-tura. Mother looked left and right. By this time, her thumping up and down the stairs had aroused the suspicion of the women, who came to the window and asked her what the matter was. The more astute knew instantly the reason for Mother's desperate look and cried out, "She ran away, didn't she?" A pedestrian who had stopped, attracted by the bright red cloth sign that announced auspicious wedding, looked up at the women and shouted, "Who?" "The bride. She ran away." Everything exploded then. Father, who had been showing a boy how to tie the bamboo poles together for the wedding pyre, bellowed, "Who ran away?" He knew the answer before he'd completed his question. Letting go of the bamboo pole, he hurried upstairs and checked and rechecked every room, warning the women, "Don't make a fuss. Mohini has probably just stepped out. Maybe she's hiding somewhere as a practical joke." Less than an hour remained before the groom's arrival. Mother's small yellow suitcase with a broken hinge was missing, and its contents were found dumped in a corner of her bedroom. Father opened his safe and discovered that 400 rupees had evaporated. "Your son probably has a hand in this," he said to Mother. "Send someone to that bastard's house immediately." He glanced at the clock, half an hour left. Still enough time to salvage this, he thought, although his mind was getting slower by the minute. If Mohini had indeed sought shelter at her brother's house, he had enough time to drag her home. "I'll tie her with ropes to the wedding pyre if I have to," he promised himself. "I'll gag her with a piece of the priestly cloth. Wait, I'll go myself." He warned the women in the room, "Not a peep to anyone. She's your daughter too, not only mine. If the groom's party arrives here before I do, distract them, act normal. If my nose is cut today, yours will be too." Not all the women were persuaded by this "my family is your family" appeal. Some would be gleeful to witness the shaming of this family one more time, and now they pleasurably considered the likelihood that another scandal was about to strike the old man. But they did not show these feelings, their faces looked grave. A small crowd, murmuring and gesticulating, had already collected below the auspicious wedding sign. They fell silent as Father, dressed in his starchy wedding kurta surawal, hurried in the direction of his son's house, scanning the street for the taxis that sometimes appeared on this side street. He couldn't find one, but that didn't stop him. He began jogging toward his destination. He prayed that no one from the groom's family would spot him in this state, his face flushed and frightened. Why had both his children chosen to bring such enormous pain to the family? He glanced up at the sky as if beseeching the gods, but saw only stealthy black clouds gathering. People said that a rainy day wedding foretold great happiness for the couple. Perhaps the swirling clouds did mean that his daughter was at her brother's house, simply afraid. In that case all he needed to do was coax and cajole her, use a sweet voice he vaguely remembered using when she was a child and climbed onto his lap, demanding stories. Mohini loved. He remembered now hearing him talk about the giant earthquake of 1934, which leveled the city and left thousands dead. "Where were you, father?" Mohini asked, "when the earthquake struck?" "I was in this room, right here," father said. It was a little bit past 2 in the afternoon. I was lying on the floor, dozing, when I heard a rumble, like something was boiling under the ground. I thought I was dreaming. But my whole body was shaking, so I sat up. "You know that pomelo tree outside?" Mohini nodded. It was slapping the side of the house, the whole tree swaying like a leaf. I stood, but the floor moved so much that I had to crouch. I cried for your mother, then remembered that she had gone to her parents' house. His wife had taken some leftover gayu and chaku from the previous day's Maga Sankranti festival to her aging parents. "Father, were you worried about mother?" He had been more than worried. His in-laws' house was nearly a century old, with a roof that had already begun to crumble, and he couldn't see how it could survive any earthquake, let alone a monster this big. He could hear thunderous crashes as houses in the neighborhood collapsed. In his mind flashed a picture of his wife, buried under the rubble of his father-in-law's house. "A little," he told Mohini. "I didn't have time to think." Even as his house rocked, he managed to stumble down the stairs, then was jettisoned into the street, where the ground moved back and forth like a sieve. All around him houses were collapsing, emitting booming sounds like cannon shots. Dust swirled, sideways and upward. Wails and cries penetrated the air. A young man crawled down the street on all fours. Then the earth became still. "And mother was all right?" Mohini asked. "She didn't die?" "Of course not, silly," he said, pinching her nose. "If she'd died, how would she be alive today to be your mother?" Your mother, fortunately, had gone to the local dhara to fetch some water, so she was spared. But both her parents perished under the weight of the roof. Do people who die in earthquakes go to heaven? Why wouldn't they? Of course they do. Besides, your grandparents were very religious people, so I'm sure they're sitting on God's lap at this very moment, just like you're sitting on mine. But people who kill themselves don't go to heaven. Where did you learn that? Pradipdai told me. And how does he know this? He's barely a few years older than you. He said people who kill themselves return to earth as ghosts and scare other people. He says that there's a ghost who lives under our stairs, a kyak, with no flesh on his body, only bones. Father laughed. Your Pradipdai is nothing but trouble. Pradipdai says that at night, on the Rani Pakari pond there are women Kichkanai ghosts who float on water. He says their feet are strange, with their toes facing backward, their heels in the front. They prey on single men and suck their blood. Is that true, father? Nonsense, he said. After a few moments, Mohini asked, Father, do you love mother? Her question had embarrassed him, for men didn't confess such love unless it was in the dark, at night in bed. He certainly hadn't felt the need to proclaim his love for Mohini's mother. They were husband and wife, didn't that say it all? But that afternoon of the earthquake, after the city stopped rocking and heaving, his heart had collapsed as he'd pictured his wife's body mangled under the weight of her parents' roof. Driven by anxiety, he'd made his way across the city to her. Many houses had simply crumpled to the ground. Survivors walked around, injured, tottering, crying out for their loved ones. He could see, from across Rani Pokhari, that the beautiful Gantagar clock tower no longer rose to the sky. In the distance to the south, Tarahera's piercing top was absent, the monument had broken in half. As he moved into Asan and in Drakok, he had to skirt or climb over mounds of rubble. He occasionally glimpsed a severed arm or a head among the debris. Once he spotted a face between the bricks, eyes staring, the mouth moving as though attempting to converse. "The Tundi Kel parade ground has ruptured," he heard someone say. In the Basantapur Durbar Square, the tops of several temples had been shaved off. The Kal Bhairav statue, with his glaring dark face, had remained more or less intact, and Father prayed in front of the fierce god, briefly, before heading on to Jayzidaval, where he found his wife wailing, her childhood home in ruins, the pitcher full of water she'd fetched next to her on the ground. He'd put his arm around her, the first time in public, and asked her what was wrong. She'd buried her face in his chest, cried a bit, and said that she thought both her parents were dead. Unable to answer his daughter's question directly, he'd ended up saying, "I love everyone in this family." He'd stroked Mohini's hair and whispered, "And I'll tell you a secret. I love you the most." He tried to recall that voice as he pushed through the vegetable-buying crowd in Asan, but he couldn't. All he could hear was a preachy, judgmental voice that now began to castigate him, telling him how pathetic he looked running around, trying to find his daughter on the day of her wedding, with the groom's party, in full regalia, probably already en route to his house. Father felt like giving up. He wanted to crawl into a corner of the marketplace and weep. But he pressed on, pushed through the multitude until he reached his son's house, the very son he had expressly forbidden to attend Mohini's wedding. "It'll create a bad impression," he'd said with pursed lips to Pradip when his son came over with his wife a few days earlier, on their first visit to the house since they got married. "You'll have to wait until the wedding is over. Then you can visit Mohini, but only after she returns here for a few days, not at her new home." Pradip had glanced at Chanda, disappointed. "But she's my sister. Why can't I attend her wedding?" "I can't stop you, but as a big brother, do you want anything to go wrong during Mohini's wedding? Do you realize how hard we've worked to secure this family, this groom, especially after the two of you?" He gave a small nod toward his son's wife, "her presence, her validity as a new member of his family after you two. Well, I'll leave that decision up to you." Pradip looked pained, caught in a quandary. He turned to his wife, but she had her head down, too cowed by her father-in-law to say anything. Finally Pradip said, "Well, I so badly want to attend, but not at the risk of ruining things for my sister. I will visit her in her new home, though, in a few days, and you can't stop me." He addressed Mohini, who, throughout this exchange, had been quietly leaning against the wall. "Right, Bhaini." As he neared Pradip's house, father realized that he ought to have sensed something was wrong right then, for Mohini's face had paled when her brother mentioned visiting her at her new home. As he stood in front of his son's house, father hesitated. Had Mohini done this out of spite? Had he been such a bad father? Had he been too strict? After all, it was not one child of his but both who had expressly defied his wishes and damaged the family name for generations to come. They had been good kids when they were young, and as a father he'd provided them with all they needed. So what went wrong? Standing in the street, facing his son's second-floor window, father was about to call Pradip when he became certain that Mohini wasn't inside. Fleetingly, he saw Pradip through the window, then his daughter-in-law, who, he had to admit, looked like a good, well-brought-up girl when he saw her a week ago. His son and his daughter-in-law appeared to be jostling in their room, laughing, mildly punching each other. Then Pradip turned his head and saw father on the street, leaning against his cane, his face pale and stricken. At first Pradip felt embarrassed at having father witness the amorous scuffle between him and his wife, then it dawned on him that now was the time of his sister's wedding. He knew something was terribly wrong. Yudhir came to his mind, suddenly, for his friend had, Pradip thought, been acting quite strange lately, casually plying him with questions about how he would feel if someone eloped with his sister, just as he'd eloped with Chanda. "Why? Are you planning to elope with her, Maji?" Pradip had said. "If you look at my sister with a crooked eye, I'll gouge it out, break your arms, and throw you into the Bagmati river." Yudhir had failed to catch the joke and had become defensive. "What are you saying, Yar? Your sister is like my sister, isn't she?" My question was more philosophical than anything. Pradip had thought that perhaps Yudhir had developed a small crush on Mohini, no surprise there, as she was beautiful, and no harm in a minor infatuation. But now, with father outside his window, looking as if he was going to disintegrate like a poorly constructed doll, Pradip knew, instinctively, that his sister had vanished and that Yudhir was involved. Pradip could imagine the two of them together, seated on a bus, shoulders touching, on the steep, winding road carved out of the sides of the hills that began at the western edge of the Kathmandu Valley. Their fingers occasionally inched toward each other, hidden from other passengers. Strained but hopeful smiles lingered on their lips. Yes, Pradip could see how it would be. He knew his sister, he knew his friend, and he knew their smiles. She must not have slept all night, waiting for the ding-dong of the grandfather clock to announce 3 in the morning. That's when she'd sit up, pull out the yellow suitcase from under her bed. She'd crammed it with a few of her clothes and some knickknacks. She wouldn't bother to change her crumpled dota, for she didn't want to waste any time, and the rustling of the clothes could wake up Mother in the corner. With the aid of the street lamp, which threw some light into her room, she combed and knotted her hair, then tiptoed out. Her door creaked, as it always did. She nearly tripped over something Mother had laid on the balcony right outside her room, and she stopped momentarily, holding her breath. She didn't hear any movement inside, so she quickly went down the stairs with the nimbleness of a cat. The bus ride was hair-raising. The driver was a wildly enthusiastic fellow who sang filmy songs half the way there, and he took risks with the dangerous curves that started as soon as the bus began to climb past Thankot. She could tell that Yudhir was nervous, perhaps more than she was. He remained quiet as their bus nearly brushed against large trucks as the driver negotiated treacherous corners. Sometimes the bus's wheel came so close to the edge of the road that Mohini could look down a distance of hundreds of feet. It made her heart rise to her throat. Tribhuvanragpathy was the country's first highway. It allowed people to come and go from the capital without having to walk for days. Because it was the only road out of the city, everyone called it by road. The bus passed through clouds, and Mohini squeezed Yudhir's hand, to reassure him. Once we get married and return in a couple of years, after earning some money, they'll accept us, she whispered, her head nestled against his shoulder. Gone was the confidence he had on the day when he challenged her to take this trip with him. Now he looked like a little boy, afraid of the punishment coming to him at the end of the day. As the bus droned on toward the south, climbing up and down the hills, white mountains shone to the north. Twice the bus had to stop because of landslides, which laborers in ragged clothes were clearing with shovels. Only a few years old, the highway sometimes closed down because of these landslides, at times for days. During these delays, the couple watched cargo being transported up and down the hills on ropeways. The more their journey progressed, the more Yudhir avoided Mohini's eyes, and when he did look at her, he appeared frightened. When he smiled, the expression was so tentative, so forced, that she couldn't help but rub his chin with the back of her fingers and reassure him that everything would be okay, that they were following the beats of their hearts, weren't they? But he didn't appear comforted, and strangely, his fears made her own anxieties more tolerable. Scared? She asked him. His eyes were focused on the big windshield up front, which revealed rolling hills as far as the eye could see. Just a bit worried, that's all, he said. She knew that he lived with his uncle in the city. His parents remained back in the village. His uncle was a strict Brahmin and disapproved of his nephew's singing because most of the songs he sang were from films, which his uncle considered lewd and corrupt. His uncle wanted him to sing hymns and use his God-given talent solely for God's service, and since that wouldn't make a good career, had commanded him to pursue something else. Sometimes I get so mad at the bastard, Yudhir had said to her in the Bahbazar hotel. He is a good guardian, but he is stuck in the previous century. Do you know what he's like? If an untouchable person passes within 5 feet of him on the road, he'll head straight home to take a bath. I'm not an untouchable, but I am of a lower caste than you. What will he think of me? Who cares what he thinks? He's not going to dictate my life for me. As the bus wove in and out of the mountain clouds, and as the woman sitting behind them stuck her head out the window and began to retch, Mohini wondered if Yudhir too sometimes saw her with the eyes of his uncle. Then she dismissed this line of thinking and squeezed his hand. She would have been right to wonder whether he had begun to view her differently. The moment they'd boarded the bus at 5 in the morning, guilt had begun to creep into Yudhir's chest, his throat, as they began their journey and the sun came up and the driver sped through the cramped roads of the hills. It had amplified until it consumed him. He was betraying a cherished belief of his uncle, caste purity. His uncle had given him more love and care than his own parents had. All right, so the man could be unreasonable and vexing, but he was still blood, and here was Yudhir, with this girl he hardly knew. She was sweet, yes, and he'd already tasted her juices, but what else did he know about her? Nothing. As her head rested on his shoulder and she murmured about plans for the future, he was already beginning to feel sick of her jasmine-scented hair oil, a smell he'd found intoxicating a few days ago. He stifled the urge to push her away and jolt her out of this stupid dream. I never promised to marry you, he told her in his mind. Already he'd begun cursing himself for this foolhardy move. Who was this girl? Nobody. He could have played with her for a while, taken her out to a movie or two, then moved on. He ought to have let her marry whomever she was about to marry, and within weeks she'd have adjusted to her husband and begun to feel happy with him. That's how things always worked. Rarely had he seen an arranged marriage, fixed by the couple's parents, fail, and rarely had he seen marriages born through silly romantic notions of love survive more than a few years. Our society, he theorized, channeling his uncle's voice, is simply not equipped to handle this thing called romantic love, even though our extravagant, melodramatic movies constantly lure us to it. For us, it's family, status, economic well-being, caste. A meeting of the minds trumps any meeting of the hearts. Mohini fell asleep against his shoulder toward afternoon, as they began the descent to the lush vegetation of the lower hills. Beads of perspiration appeared above her upper lip, and every now and then she winced. Yudhir could sense the worries that arose in her dreams, and he felt sorry for her, for now he had begun to feel calm. He knew what he had to do, but he didn't know exactly when or how to do it. Once they began their train journey across the vast expanse of India on their way to Bombay, there would be numerous opportunities for him to simply slip away. He closed his eyes and saw himself stepping off the train onto the platform of a minor station somewhere, with the name of Sitapur or Rampur or Laxmanpur, in the searing heat of Bihar. "My throat is parched," he'd say. "Let me go find something to drink." And he'd simply go behind the small rectangular building that served as the train station and catch a rickshaw into town. He could even watch her from behind the station house. She would be at the compartment window, scanning the platform, her expression growing more anxious by the second, especially after the train whistle blew. Would she shout out his name? Would she too step off the train to find him, leaving their luggage on board? As the train jerked into motion, what thoughts would race through her head? In the bus Yudhir closed his eyes, savoring her likely hysteria. Numerous strategies arose in his mind. As the bus stopped in the middle of nowhere and the driver stepped out for a trickle in the bushes, Yudhir knew that he could gently disengage himself from her right now and get off, in these lower hills with their numerous riverbed crossings, and hop on the next truck heading to the capital. What would she do then? She'd probably wake up about half an hour later and, not finding him next to her, at first think that he was chatting with a passenger up front. Still drowsy, she'd peel an orange, suck the juice, while her eyes roamed the interior of the bus, searching for him. When she realized he wasn't on board, she'd bolt to the front of the bus, lurching into passengers, and she'd yell at the driver that her man was missing. Negotiating a hairpin curve, the driver would say that it was impossible to turn back now. She was softly snoring against his shoulder. The driver got back to his seat and started the bus. Yudhir would wait until Hitata, then right after they stepped off the bus, he'd tell her that he had to find a place to urinate, badly, then he'd vanish, catch the next bus to Kathmandu, or head to the border, watch a few movies in Raxaul or Muzaffarpur, and then return after a couple of days. His uncle would be angry at him for a day or two, but so what? It was not as though he'd run away from a wedding his uncle had arranged for him. The thought made him laugh inwardly. The idiocy of this girl. What was she thinking when she decided to run away on her wedding day of all days, and ruin her family name forever? It was downright criminal. Her brother, Pradip, was another story. He was a man, and his transgressions would be forgotten in a year or two. But not the daughter of the house. If Yudhir had a sister who'd behaved like Mohini, he'd flog her for what she'd done. This thought made him strangely happy. The idea of this girl being beaten by a man, if not him, then her father, or perhaps her husband. He could easily see his uncle beating this girl, if she were his daughter. The idea of punishing her physically for her monumental sin Yudhir found exciting, and to his surprise, he began to harden. He closed his eyes and pictured himself slapping her around a bit, then grabbing her roughly by the hair and kissing her fiercely on the lips, then asking her to take off her blouse and show him her breasts, which he'd then fondle. He'd command her to take off her sari and stand in front of him in only her petticoat. He'd tell her to begin rubbing herself down there, gently at first, then harder and harder, until she'd moan and ask him to come close. But he'd deny her request, say that she was a dirty girl and he wouldn't touch her in a million years. He was rock hard now, next to her on the bus, and he stealthily took her hand, placed it on his crotch, and rubbed it against his penis, picturing her with her pointed, delicate tits, her face pleading with desire. Abruptly he came, and then went limp. He lifted her hand and placed it back in her lap. His thighs were sticky now, and he was slightly disgusted with himself. He could take her all the way to Bombay, he thought, begin a semblance of their life together in that giant, pulsating city. He could try for work in the film music industry, and she could get a job somewhere as what, though? A girl from a respectable family, she couldn't possibly do housework. Could she get a job as a secretary? But she didn't know how to type and could speak only a smattering of English. Who would give her a job in that big city where, he imagined, everybody spoke perfect English? He would be the sole breadwinner, and she would be a burden, though he could tell that she'd work hard at home, making it spick and span for him, cooking him delicious meals every night. His optimism about becoming a singing sensation had dampened considerably since the morning. He was no longer sure that the path to stardom in Bombay would be easy. He knew he was talented, but how many young men like him, all across India, were making the trip to Bombay right now, dreaming of breaking into the film music industry? The notion of battling hundreds of singers to reach the ears of a director or a producer tired him. He had a better chance, he thought, of winning the Upadhyay lottery. Foolhardy, he whispered to himself, and hearing his voice, she awoke and asked him where they were. I think Hitata is close by. We can eat some snacks there and find a bus to Burgunjay. I had such troubling dreams. They were only dreams, he said, smoothing her hair. In Hitata, they learned at the bus park that a big accident just up the road to Burgunjay, near the toll station of Amlak-Gunjay, had obstructed traffic completely. Many Burgunjay Hitata and Burgunjay Kathmandu buses had returned to Burgunjay. The road could be clear tonight, or tomorrow, we can't be sure, they were told. Your best bet is to find a place to sleep here overnight, then try tomorrow. The government is sending some folks to help this evening. And that's what they did. It was a two-story rest house in the main market, near the bus stop. Each floor had a large room with about a dozen cots, where the passengers slept. At the counter Yudhir looked at Mohini, who pulled 15 rupees from her bag. An image of father flashed through her mind, but she forced herself not to think about home right now. As soon as they entered the rest house, because of anxiety or the dust in the air, Mohini began to cough viciously. Yudhir thumped her on the back, but still the coughing continued. He felt her forehead and said, "There's no fever." Her face was turning purple though, and he honestly became worried. He suggested that he go to buy some cough syrup because she seemed to have caught a cold. A change of air and water, I'm sure, and although she shook her head no, that he shouldn't bother, she continued to cough. You need some medicine, he said. "I'll be right back." Downstairs he asked the rest house owner where the medicine shop was. It was less than a block away, around the corner, right next to the bus stop where they'd got off. He asked the compounder, who was seated inside on a stool, for a remedy for his wife's unrelenting cough, relishing how easily he called Mohini his wife, and how good it felt to say it. The compounder gave him the bottle, told him the dosage she needed. Yudhir stood outside the shop, holding the bottle in his hand, reading the label. Then he walked to the bus park. He asked around to see if a bus would be leaving for Kathmandu that evening. The drivers shook their heads. "Too dangerous," they said. A truck engine was revving up a few yards away. Yudhir walked toward the driver, who was a Sikh, wearing a large turban. In broken Hindi, Yudhir asked him whether he was going to Kathmandu. The Sikh caressed his mustache and said, "Come in, come in. I could use some company." Yudhir hopped onto the high seat of the truck. In his mind he began forming excuses for his absence that would placate his uncle when Yudhir reached home early in the morning. Neelu's HUNC. Neelu and Raja took a taxi from Budhanilkantha to Lanecower. The traffic grew increasingly congested as they approached the city, so that by the time they reached Lazimpat, they were caught in a dense and stifling snarl, with no sign of movement. The taxi driver was talking rapidly into his mobile phone, seemingly arguing with his wife about when he was going to get home. He turned off his phone, cursed, and turned on the radio, to a program featuring a young woman who spoke quickly, in a language that was a heady mix of English and Nepali. She pronounced the Nepali words with such a westernized accent that it was hard to decipher them. The taxi driver laughed at something the radio host said. 2 weeks had passed since Neelu and Raja first learned of Ranjana's disappearance. Her roommates hadn't been able to reveal anything further to Umesh, except that Ranjana seemed to have undergone a bit of a personality shift during the spring semester. Gone was the laughing, vivacious girl, and in her place was a brooding, melancholy roommate who answered most questions in a monosyllable. Initially, Angela and Yuko had thought Ranjana was deeply homesick, and they had tried in various ways to revive her spirit, but she had shunned them. She'd declined their entreaties to join them for outings and remained shut in her room. One day she'd abruptly announced that she was moving to an apartment by herself. And even though Angela had repeatedly asked for her new address, Ranjana hadn't given it to her. Before the taxi took her away, Ranjana had asked her roommates not to tell her parents that she'd moved. "Just tell them I'm at the library, studying," she'd instructed them, "and send me an email, and I'll contact them." Did the roommates know anything about a boy who'd been harassing Ranjana at Nepali gatherings? Yes, they were aware of him, knew that he was the son of a big shot in Nepal. Ranjana had complained about him. They weren't sure whether she'd had any contact with him outside of those Nepali parties. Did she have a boyfriend? They weren't aware of one. She hadn't shown any inclination toward having boyfriends. Getting involved with others just takes too much time, she'd said. I'm here to study. Over the past few days Neelu and Raja had sent messages to Ranjana's Yahoo and university email addresses several times, but she hadn't responded. Umesh had already made several trips to Evanston and had enlisted the help of the Nepali community there and across Chicago, asking people to be on the lookout for Ranjana, describing her as he passed her photos around. He'd even gone to the police station to file a report, but since Ranjana seemed to have left of her own volition, and since she wasn't physically or mentally handicapped and there was no suspicion of foul play, the officers couldn't register her as a missing person. Foul play. The phrase sent a chill down Neelu's spine. Somehow she was still convinced that the Dhakal boy was involved. Could it be that Ranjana had gone into hiding to avoid him? But then, why would she ask her roommates not to tell her parents about her move? Neelu had finally told Raja about Minister Dhakal's son, and Raja hadn't become angry and upset, as she'd thought he would. Instead, he slumped deeper into his chair and said, "But boys harass girls all the time." That boy could be a bad mash, but he seemed too exhausted to finish his thought, and she understood, each idea could ramify in many different directions, and the longer she or Raja obsessed about them, the more tired and weepy they became. Still, we should find out what the story was with that boy, Neelu said. How? Raja asked. Maybe his parents know something. Raja was hesitant. You want to go to Minister Dhakal's house? His son claimed to Ranjana that he knows you, does he? We played a bit together when we were growing up, that's all, because Dhakal also lives in Lankaur. But how would the boy learn that Dhakal knew me unless he spoke to his father about Ranjana? It's not hard to find out who is who in the city. What will we say to his parents when we go to them? We will tell them what Ranjana said about their son. They're also parents, they'll understand our pain. What will we ask them to do? Oof. You're giving me a headache. If you don't want to go, I'll do it alone. With that she went to her room to change into a sari. Raja followed her, and he too got ready. When the traffic in Lazimpat didn't show signs of budging, Neelu said, "It's not that far from here, we can walk." She thrust 200 rupees at the taxi driver and got out. In the process she nearly got hit by a motorcyclist who was trying to squeeze through. He hurled an obscenity at her, it hit her hard, as though the man had spit on her. "Makikni," he said. "Motherfucker." It baffled her, these random acts of hatred and cruelty, these vulgarities that people so easily directed at strangers but suppressed in social niceties when they needed to. The man on the motorcycle could easily be a friend's son, who, if he was visiting in Neelu's home, would be calling her auntie and respectfully mumbling "Ji hey jewers" in every other sentence. Raja didn't hear what the motorcyclist said, for he was still getting out of the taxi. But had he heard it, what would he have done? Would he have run after the man, who, she now observed, was desperately trying to find an opening through a cluster of cars 200 yards away? Had Raja heard the young man's word, he'd probably have stared after him, dumbfounded, as she was doing. But he wouldn't have chased after him or sought retribution, as he'd have done when he and Neelu were younger. Maitriya's death, now Ranjana's disappearance, Raja looked as if he was ready to crumple to the ground right here. Neelu had to be strong, for him, for Ranjana. She had to inject some of her own strength into her husband. She took his arm as they began walking toward Lankaur. They passed the motorcyclist about 100 yards farther up. Trapped, he was impatiently revving his engine. She couldn't help but cast a glance at him, and he quickly averted his eyes. "Close up, you're all cowards," she thought. "Let's go this way," she said as they reached the Hotel Ambassador. "Straight is quicker," he said. "I know, but I feel like going this way." His gaze showed that he thought it odd to consider what one felt like doing when the destination was so important, but he acquiesced, and they took an alley that ran alongside the British Embassy. Soon they reached the neighborhood in Lankaur where they used to roam when they'd first fallen in love, after Neelu switched schools. This inner part of Lankaur was close enough to the Jagadamba school to be convenient, but far enough from it to ensure that they'd encounter no one who knew Gangata or Jamuna Mummy. "Do you remember Kapurdhara?" Neelu asked Raja, and he nodded. "Let's go that way," she said, and he threw up his hands in exasperation. She clasped his arm as if to say, "Just humor me today." This direction took them farther away from Minister Dhakal's house. They slipped into an alley that narrowed even more, allowing just enough room for a person walking from the opposite direction to pass. As teenagers they'd held hands in this very lane, their bodies pressed against each other, challenging those who looked. Their fingers entwined, their arms swinging, they'd walked this entire neighborhood. When they reached Kapurdhara, Raja said that he was feeling thirsty and needed a drink. He descended the short flight of stairs to a stone spout gushing with clear water. Neelu remembered it as somewhat larger than it actually was. She watched as Raja waited for a couple of women to notice him and give him room to reach the water spout. The women were chatting away and didn't see him, but Raja didn't say anything, just stood with his arms limp by his sides. How different this Raja was from the one who'd mocked and taunted the royal palace guards, terrifying Neelu. Now, watching him in Kapurdhara, she wanted to protect him from the harm. She had only a vague sense of what that harm might be that the world might inflict on him. She recognized this impulse to shield him as something that she'd harbored since Raja first came to live in Neelu Nikanjay, and she'd discovered that he was a servant's boy who could barely read. Raja was drinking from the spout now, his palm cupped to hold the water. He was thinking about Ranjana, she knew. A memory descended upon her, the day that she and Raja went down to this very spout to quench their thirst and ended up splashing water at each other. Why was she remembering these nostalgic moments when she ought to be focused on her daughter? It was illogical, irrational, yet she experienced vividly the laughter of those years, the water sparkling in their palms, Raja's hair wet from a recent dousing, the voices of women washing clothes nearby, no shame. Whose children are these? A middle-aged woman, her petticoat tied above her breasts to cover them, her hair in soapsuds, shouted at them, "I'm trying to bathe here, and these nakekaras are hogging the tap." Her eyes gleamed when they fell upon Raja. "Raja? What are you doing here? And who is this girl? Have you snatched her from her parents?" Raja blushed beet red and motioned to Nilu to get out of there. Now they took the longer route through Samakosi to arrive behind the Jagadamba school. The house where Raja grew up, which Raja had sold after Gangada's death, had been transformed, 3 more stories had been added, and the house had expanded sideways too, crowding the neighboring house. But they didn't pause, they went farther and stood in front of Minister Dhakal's house, which was surrounded by imposing walls. A guard asked them who they were, then disappeared inside. He returned to let them in. The former Home Minister greeted them warmly, chatted with Raja about their childhood days. But he was slightly dismissive of their plight. A young girl. First time out of the clutches of her parents. Maybe she went touring the country, driving one of those, what do you call them? He turned toward his wife, who shook her head, indicating she had no clue about what he was referring to. You know, he continued, those big vans with everything inside: bathroom, television, kitchen, bed. Oh ho! What do you call them? Or something. We saw plenty of them when we went to America 2 years ago. He began to describe his visit. People still came to see the former Home Minister, despite his having lost his position, force, to seek his patronage, to have him pull strings on their behalf. He still knew many important people in town. So you couldn't really blame him for thinking that Raja and Nilu wanted his help in finding their daughter. Perhaps they'd heard that his son too lived in Chicago. But when Nilu mentioned what Ranjana had said about his son, the Home Minister stared at her incredulously. His wife, her lips trembling, said, "Our son is not like that. How dare you? I was simply wondering if you knew anything, or if your son did. It's best if you leave this house," the Home Minister's wife said, pointing her finger toward the door. As Nilu and Raja were about to leave, the Home Minister spoke, in a semi-conciliatory tone. "Our son can be difficult at times, but he'd never stoop so low. Still, I'll ask him. Leave your phone number." 2 days before they were to fly to Chicago, Nilu woke at night from a terrible dream, her heart hammering in her chest. She jiggled Raja, who was sound asleep next to her, beaten by worry, exhausted from getting all the paperwork ready for their departure. Umesh had advised them that they ought to bring with them every document concerning Ranjana that they could find. "I saw something," she said to Raja. "What?" he said, his voice hoarse. She's here, Neelu said. Ranjana is here. Raja jerked upright in the bed, and peered into the darkness. Perhaps he too had been dreaming about their daughter. She's here. Then, realizing what had happened, he clasped her hand and said, "You had a bad dream. Go to sleep." "No, no," Neelu said, but apparently she said it only silently, not aloud. "I saw something," she whispered. Raja had already drifted off. She too closed her eyes again, but the images from her dream kept pressing against her eyes. "It's only a dream," she reminded herself. "In 2 days we are going to America to look for our daughter." What she saw was her mind playing last-minute tricks. Sunlight streaming through the curtains in the morning did nothing to change the sense of foreboding left from her dream. Today she had to go to the pharmacy to get enough medicine for her various allergies, for his diabetes to last a month, their projected length of stay in America. Umesh had informed them that medicine was expensive in America. Raja and Neelu hadn't discussed what they'd do if, after a month, they hadn't found Ranjana. "Let's take enough for a month," Raja had said, and they'd both looked at each other, leaving the unspoken question hanging in the air, what then? As Neelu rode the microbus into town, first she had to go to the pharmacy in Jitha, then to Tamil to buy some Nepali paper as a gift for Umesh's family. Chicago seemed just too far away, too alien, too unfruitful. Waste of time. The phrase kept repeating itself in her mind as she got off the bus at Rani Pakari and headed toward Jitha. She stopped at the big pharmacy where they always bought their pills. The middle-aged man behind the counter greeted her. By now, several people in the city who knew her had learned of Ranjana's disappearance. One tabloid newspaper had somehow gotten a whiff of Ranjana's disappearance and carried a report, filled with inaccuracies. The publicity had irked Neelu, for people had started gossiping and speculating. Ranjana's photo, black and white and grainy and taken when she was in 8th grade, had accompanied the article. Neelu had no idea how the tabloid managed to get that photo, for it wasn't one she'd seen before. She suspected it was taken at a friend's house. Seeing it had mildly shocked Neelu. Her daughter looked different, more subdued than she was in real life, like a timid girl who'd ventured alone to the city, seeking shelter and solace. After the photo appeared in the newspaper, acquaintances called to offer their own theories about what might have happened. Some phoned not to sympathize but to pontificate. This is what happens when you send your children so far away. One well-wisher said that her children didn't go to America, despite having been offered outstanding scholarships from Ivy League schools, precisely because America was such a violent, unpredictable country, where gangsters were ready to slit anyone's throat for $1 or $2. The pharmacist gave Neelu the pills she wanted and said in a solicitous tone, "Now that you are going to look for her, I'm sure she'll be found." Neelu said she too was confident, but as she went toward Tamil, she couldn't see herself getting on an airplane to travel so far away when. She paused in the middle of the street and looked around. Ranjana is here. The sentence rang in her mind again. The crowd around her swelled, pressing from all sides. The street itself seemed to narrow, squeezing its occupants. The sun boiled in the sky. The voices around her sang loudly against her ears. Her head felt heavy as a stone, her legs went limp, and she crumpled to the ground. There were people around her. An authoritative voice said, "Leave room, she needs to breathe," and a hand cradled her head. Someone sprinkled water on her face, and gradually her head cleared. It was embarrassing to be lying on the street, on the lap of an elderly man whose anxious eyes were focused on her. She sat up, said that she was okay now, that she could walk by herself. Someone thrust into her hand a bottle of water, its cap unscrewed, and she drank it gladly. She stood, swaying. "Come, come," the elderly man said, and took her to the nearest shop, where she was given a stool to sit on. Yes, it was a good idea to rest for a while here, she agreed. The shopkeeper ordered a lassi from the restaurant next door, and when it came, she drank it, grateful for these small acts of kindness. The elderly man and the shopkeeper were talking about how human and vehicular congestion in the city was likely to give even young, healthy people heart attacks, let alone people Nilu's age. The elderly man said that that's why he'd sent his college-age children to America, to Nebraska specifically, where they were studying. The shopkeeper also had a niece somewhere in America, and they compared notes. Nilu listened to them quietly, nodding occasionally to signal that she was listening. Her eyes roamed toward the pedestrians, pausing on young women of Ranjana's age. Most of them were fashionably dressed, some spoke English, all were laughing and smiling and gazing admiringly at the wares displayed outside the many gift shops. The urgency of Nilu's presentiment that Ranjana was nearby made her heart ache. It compelled her to get up from her stool and apologize to the elderly gentleman and the shopkeeper. She explained that she had to leave, her husband was waiting for her at home. "Are you sure you're okay to go home by yourself?" the elderly man asked. "Why don't I see you to a taxi?" No, she protested. "You have done enough for me already. I'll find a taxi here, around the corner." At Tamal Chowk, instead of boarding one of the waiting taxis, she headed straight north, not knowing where she was going. If Ranjana had indeed returned, wouldn't someone have seen her by now? Kathmandu was a small city, after all, and someone, somewhere would have recognized her, surely. If she had returned, certainly she'd have flown in, and the airport was tiny enough that someone would have speculated, isn't that Nilu's daughter, the one who vanished in America? Or someone would have recognized her name on the immigration or customs form. Perhaps a taxi driver would have done a double take in the rearview mirror, trying to remember where he'd seen this passenger. But even if people had recognized Ranjana, what would they have done? Gone to the police? And say what? "I just saw the girl who was reported lost in America." Absurd. Besides, Nilu reminded herself angrily, if Ranjana through some freakish chance had ended up here in the city, she'd have come home. If something bad had happened to Ranjana and she'd been forced to return to Kathmandu, her parents would be the first people she'd seek out for comfort. Still, every time a young woman of Ranjana's build or hair passed by, Nilu scrutinized the face carefully, as though Ranjana would have returned to the city in disguise. When Nilu arrived at home, she was about 2 hours late, and Raja hovered by the gate. He told her he was worried about her, that he'd called her repeatedly on her mobile phone, but every time he got a message about network failure. Our entire lives have turned into a big network failure. He'd attempted a joke but couldn't muster a smile. She embraced him and took him inside, and for a while they stood in the living room in each other's arms. The only sound was the ticking of the clock on the wall. Raja was not doing well, she knew. She had to be strong for him, now and throughout the trip. But the thought of travel once again troubled her. Raja must have sensed she was pondering something, for he asked her what the matter was. She shook her head. If she told him what she was thinking and feeling, the very questions that had been hounding her for the past couple of days would come flying out of his mouth. Why would Ranjana come back? If she has, why wouldn't she come home? And Nilu wouldn't have any convincing answers for him. She had to decide fast. Raja was fiddling with the suitcases, muttering something about how the latch didn't seem to be working. Nilu took a deep breath and asked, "What if she returns here while we are in Chicago? Have you thought of that?" Raja stopped fidgeting with the latch. "Why would she return here without telling us?" "I don't know. Just thinking." He sat down on the bed, frowning. "That's the oddest thing you've said." "You mean, what if she returned unannounced, after all these days?" "It was just a thought." "Don't worry about it." He came and sat next to her. "No, something is going on." "What are you thinking?" "Nothing, really." "Nilu. It's probably my mind going in all directions. But what if she's in some kind of trouble, decides to come home, and finds the house empty? But if she hasn't been abducted, or, God forbid he couldn't complete the sentence. Wouldn't she have contacted us by now if she was free to do so? I mean, if no one had harmed her, no matter what kind of trouble she was in? It makes absolutely no sense." Nilu turned away from him, partly because he was echoing her own nagging doubts. "Nothing that's happening right now makes sense," she said. Wrapped up in their own thoughts, they didn't say anything to each other. Raja went out to the garden to get some fresh air, then returned after a few minutes. "So, what are you suggesting?" he asked. Obviously he had been mulling over what she had said. "I'm wondering if you should go to Chicago, and I should stay here in case she comes home. And I'll make further inquiries here." She added, as an incentive, "Maybe I'll go to Minister Dhakal again." You want me to go all the way to America by myself? What further inquiries? She couldn't tell him, not yet. I'll wait here for a while. Then, if nothing happens, I'll join you. He looked out of the window anxiously. You might have a point here. If she's in trouble and returns home, one of us should be here. She went to him and stroked his chin. I'll be worried about you all the way to America. You're not in very good shape right now. I'm fine, he said. And I won't return until I find her, I swear. Besides, Umesh is there to help me, so I won't have to search for her all by myself. But a short while later Raja began to wonder aloud if he'd be able to do it alone, without Neelu, and she told him that he had to be strong for their daughter's sake. Raja looked baffled, unsure, and she held him, then gave him instructions, wrote down important phone numbers for him on a piece of paper, and repacked one suitcase just for him. By the time they went to bed, she was impatient for him to leave so she could have more room to move, to do whatever she needed to do without having to explain anything to anyone. A feeling of strength had come into her limbs. She was ready to turn the city upside down to find her daughter. Part 2. A young woman in a black overcoat. Even in the heat of August, the young woman was wearing a large black overcoat, which hung to her knees when she first appeared on Bhairavi's doorstep. She asked if a room was available, as indicated by the "To Let" sign on the outside wall that a ruffian, long ago, with the insertion of an I, had changed into toilet. The young woman, pretty and intelligent looking, with somewhat familiar features, had eyes that indicated she'd done some crying. Her cheeks were slightly puffy. She held her body carefully, turned and moved with a slowness that made Bhairavi wonder if she was ill. Only you? Bhairavi asked. Bhairavi's husband had died a few years ago, and her children had married and lived separately. She rented rooms on the first and second floors and lived on the third floor. The young woman had knocked at her third floor door. One room had remained empty on the second floor for months now, probably because it was fairly small, with a window that overlooked the street and a ceiling marred by a large crack resembling a river delta, which oozed during the rains. Interested tenants glanced at the room and scrunched their noses. This girl too would most likely reject the room once she viewed it. The girl nodded. Where's your family? Bhairavi wanted to ask. Then she thought, who cares? I have a family, but they no longer visit me unless they want something. But the girl said yes, even before inspecting the room completely. Then she sat on the floor. Here, let me get you a cushion, Bhairavi said, and ran up to her room. When she returned, the young woman was looking out the window. Bhairavi placed the cushion on the floor. It's only noisy during the day. At night it's quiet. But she suspected that the girl's mind was on something other than the clamor that rose from the street below. A cot lay in the corner, bereft of a mattress or bedding. In another corner stood an old pumping stove that was still functional, Bhairavi knew, because she had cranked it up a couple of months ago. She'd left it there, hoping that some poor soul might consider it an attractive feature of the room. And although the girl too, like the other tenants, barely glanced at the stove, it dawned upon Bhairavi that apart from the large black bag the young woman had brought with her, she carried nothing else. Had her parents kicked her out? Was she a refugee of some sort? The young woman's speech showed that she was well educated, and her face indicated she was from a good family, although it was very hard to tell these days. Daughters of respected families no longer hesitated to appear half-naked in dance bars and casinos. The young woman met her gaze and asked how much the rent was. Normally Bhairavi quoted a slightly high rate, to leave room for bargaining, but with this young woman she didn't. 600. The girl reached into her bag, took out an expensive-looking purse, and opened it. She grabbed a handful of money and began to count, separating what looked like foreign currency dollars, from the Nepali bills, which she then handed to Bhairavi. Bhairavi wanted to ask her many questions. Where are you from? Why are you alone? Why do you have foreign money? But she refrained. It was none of Bhairavi's business. She no longer even knew her own children. And the strangers who occupied her room stayed for a few months or years and then moved on. Another person's story replaced theirs. Still, the blown away, exhausted look on the girl's face seemed to indicate that she had traveled from afar and hadn't eaten or slept well for days, and Bhairavi couldn't help but feel some concern for her. Bhairavi did ask the young woman whether she had any bedding and when she planned on occupying the room. The young woman asked whether it would be a problem if she stayed here starting now. That mat will be sufficient, she said, pointing to a straw mat in the corner. And this will be my pillow, she said, gesturing toward the cushion. Later Bhairavi brought the girl some bedding and an old blanket. Dusk was approaching, but the girl still lingered by the window, still wearing her overcoat. Beads of sweat clung to her forehead. She'd scarcely moved. This one is in another world entirely, Bhairavi observed. She turned on the light, fixed the bed, then told the girl that though cooking was allowed in the room, Bhairavi expected that stale food and dirty dishes would be taken care of. I have a fridge upstairs that you can sometimes use if you wish, Bhairavi said, surprising herself because she'd never offered this to a tenant before. Back upstairs, as Bhairavi ate her dinner, nothing grand, leftovers from this morning, consisting of rice, dal, 2 pieces of chicken, and some spinach. She wondered if the girl had gone to the restaurant Bhairavi had recommended, where the food was relatively cheap, fresh, and tasty. Somehow she knew that the girl hadn't done so, judging from her pallor and her dull eyes. Most likely she was a half-hearted nibbler. Bhairavi set aside a piece of chicken and some spinach, mixed them with rice from the cooker, and took the plate down. The girl had moved from the window to the bed, where she had fallen asleep. Apparently she'd unbuttoned her overcoat before lying down, for it was now open, revealing her red shirt. The girl's stomach protruded. She was pregnant. Bhairavi didn't sleep that night, worried about what she should do. Propriety dictated that she ask the young woman to leave, such a tenant couldn't be allowed to live in her house. Her other boarders would protest, also, Bhairavi's own reputation was at stake. Her son and daughter, now married with their own children and living elsewhere in the city, would eat her alive. "What's she to you?" they'd ask. "Why are you bent on cutting our nose among our friends and relatives?" They'd see this as another instance of their mother's harebrained approach to life, her willful disregard for simple propriety and how flouting it could lead to unpleasant consequences for the whole family. Yes, they'd feel free to insult the young woman in the second-floor room. They saw themselves as respectable people. People of culture, of class. Even Bhairavi, their own mother, they considered uncouth and, yes, stupid. Her son had actually called her that recently, when he sensed that she wasn't going to sell this old house where they'd grown up. "Where else can we find a woman more stupid than you?" he'd yelled. Her daughter had added, "Exactly so." This interchange took place in front of their own spouses, their own children, Bhairavi's grandchildren. One of them chanted, "Stupid, stupid, grandmother is stupid." If Bhairavi allowed this girl to stay here, it would give her son and daughter one more reason to be angry with her. As it was, they were furious that she'd not caved in to their demands to sell the house, and the valuable plot that went along with it, to the businessman who was willing to pay a hefty price for it. Over the years they had become critical of everything she did. When they visited, they commented on how shoddy her dota looked, or what sorry-looking tenants she had in her building, the smell of which made them feel nauseated. But of all the houses in the city, this girl had chosen Bhairavi's to seek shelter in, and there was a reason for it. "Don't be a fool," Bhairavi told herself. "Don't be duped by your heart. This girl means nothing to you. Once she leaves in 2 days, you'll forget about her, and things will be exactly as they should be. Your children will be their normal, grumbling selves, and your tenants will go back to complaining about the paucity of water in the building, the electrical outlet that doesn't work, the noise from their neighbors." But this thinking made her laugh. Why grow so quickly afraid when something a bit out of the ordinary happens? At least Bhairavi should first learn of the young woman's situation. Maybe she had no place to go. Maybe she was impregnated, then abandoned. Maybe the girl came here as a last resort, after being trampled upon by the outside world. Find out her story, then decide what to do. Or, at least let the poor girl catch her breath, until she finds some other place, perhaps with a sympathetic relative or a kind friend. What better use for that stupid room, which, perhaps like the girl, had remained unwanted for so long? Bhairavi knew she could be inviting trouble by letting her heart rule on this matter, but it had been a while since she'd experienced such softness toward anyone. The kick. In the morning when Bhairavi went down and knocked, the girl asked her to come in. Sitting on the bed, her overcoat fully buttoned, the girl was looking out of the window. "I left you some food last night," Bhairavi said. "Did you eat it?" The girl said that she ate it this morning. Where should she wash the plate? Bhairavi said that there was a tap in the courtyard below. "But there's a faucet on my balcony upstairs if you don't want to use the courtyard tap, which the first floor families use. Their children can be quite rowdy. And rude, if you ask me. It's incredible to me how undisciplined some children are these days, and how their parents let them run wild, do what they wish, say what they want, to whomever they want to say it." A picture appeared in Bhairavi's mind of this young woman being teased and poked and prodded by unruly children, so she said, "Yes, why don't you just come up when you need to wash, or when you need to use the fridge? This stove should work. Try it. If it doesn't, I'll loan you another one." Until she didn't want to say until you buy one to this girl, it might be too much for her. "Here, let me see right now if it works." And Bhairavi sat on the floor and dusted the stove, then pulled out its lever and began to pump it. She worked on the stove for a while, and the girl remained silent. Questions swirled in Bhairavi's mind. Whose baby are you carrying? Are you desperate, suicidal? Is that why you've come to my house? You think this might be a good place to die? Bhairavi got the stove to work. She found its sound soothing. It reminded her of her dead husband. They'd purchased the stove after she'd come into this house as a bride, before she gave birth to her children and was sucked into endless days of feeding them and wiping their bottoms and singing them lullabies. Whenever Bhairavi thought of her husband, tears welled up in her eyes. He'd been diagnosed with cancer soon after their children got married, and she'd tried to take care of him as best she could. But he'd lost weight within months and had turned frail and gaunt. What had saddened her the most, however, was how her children had failed to show kindness and consideration to their ailing father, the very man on whose lap they'd learned their ABCs and their 2+2s, the father who'd gone into debt to get them wedded. Bhairavi remembered that she'd passed on the old stove to Neelu after she and Rajas started living in this flat. Bhairavi had lost touch with Neelu, especially after Neelu's young son died. Her son's death had broken her heart, poor Neelu. The last she knew, Neelu and Raja had given birth to a baby girl, but that was ages ago. Over the years Bhairavi had contemplated trying to renew contact with her old friend. But she couldn't think of anyone she could call to find out Neelu's whereabouts. They didn't have friends or acquaintances in common. After Neelu had moved to Chabal, she and Bhairavi slowly lost touch, despite Neelu's pleas that Bhairavi remain an aunt to Maitreya. Time and again Bhairavi had pondered going to Neelu's house in Chabal, where she'd visited after Maitreya died, but for that she'd have to go all the way across the city, fighting the traffic, especially in the madhouse streets of Goshala and Chabal. And who knew whether Neelu and Rajas still lived in that house anymore? It was not like the old times, when folks stayed put in one place. These days everyone seemed to be constantly moving, to bigger or better houses, to sleeker and shinier condos. No one continued clinging to their family's old, crumbling, disintegrating house, as Bhairavi did. But the more her children badgered her to sell the house, the more Bhairavi adamantly refused, not only because she was disgusted with their greed but also because she treasured this house. It was the one in which her husband had grown up. That courtyard was where he'd played marbles and hide and seek, where he'd drunk water from the tap after an afternoon of running through the streets. This house was where Bhairavi's mother-in-law, the kindest woman she'd ever known, had begun her married life. That was so long ago. The black and white photograph that showed the young bride in her wedding regalia, her head slightly bowed in modesty as her husband shyly inspected his fingers, seemed to belong to another era entirely. It reminded Bhairavi of the daguerreotypes that she had once seen at a museum, grainy images of kings and queens wearing their crowns and their gowns and holding their silver canes. Their faces were composed and solemn. Bhairavi glanced at the young woman, who was still wearing her ridiculous overcoat. She wouldn't be able to keep her pregnancy hidden for long, for soon her tummy would push against even that bulky outerwear. The largeness of her belly would soon be unmistakably apparent. She must be at least 7 months pregnant, Bhairavi suspected. More like 8. Here, do you want to cook something? Bhairavi asked the girl. I don't have anything to cook. Well, why don't you go shopping for vegetables then? The market is right around the corner. The girl said that she might do so later in the afternoon. Bhairavi turned off the stove and left the young woman alone. She went back upstairs and lay in bed, her mind filled with memories of her husband. After he died, the silence in the house overwhelmed her, and she began to have crying spells. Despite the grudge she held against her children, she did try to reach out to them, but they remained wrapped up in their own lives, their own children, and their cars and parties. She couldn't understand how something like this could happen. Children she devoted her life to wouldn't call for weeks to see how their widowed mother was faring. Bhairavi decided she would not to ask the girl to leave. Even if her children chanced upon the girl and noticed that she was pregnant, Bhairavi would defend her. The girl was on the brink of something dangerous, Bhairavi felt. In the afternoon she went down again to check on the girl. The door was shut but not locked, and she gently pushed it. The girl was lying on the bed, sleeping in her overcoat, which was unbuttoned, but she had placed the blanket on her belly. Bhairavi sat on the bed. The girl didn't wake up. Bhairavi watched her, such an innocent face, so beautiful. But her eyes were scrunched tight, as though she was battling the visions in her dreams. With her palm Bhairavi touched the girl's forehead. It was hot. To compare, Bhairavi touched her own forehead. The difference was obvious, and it was not just heat from wearing the overcoat. The girl was running a fever. Bhairavi went up to her own flat, poured water in a bowl, found a hand towel, and brought them back down. Wetting the towel, she made a cold compress and placed it on the girl's forehead. The girl's lips were twitching. As Bhairavi applied the towel to her forehead, the blanket slid off the girl's body and fell to the floor. Bhairavi stared at her belly. Then, instinctively, she placed her hand on it, wondering if she could feel the baby. Given the bulge, there was no doubt that the baby was alive and kicking. Bhairavi tried to remember when she was pregnant with her own children, how it had felt, but it was such a long time ago that the only thing she remembered was the pain of the latter stages of pregnancy and childbirth itself. Without the help of her mother-in-law and her husband, she couldn't have survived them. Bhairavi lowered her head and put her ear to the girl's belly. It felt like the natural thing to do, to see if she could hear the baby. There was no movement. And then, suddenly, she felt a push against her ear. The baby had kicked. Bhairavi felt a thrill of excitement. It was as though the baby had sensed her presence and sent her a signal. "I'm here, I'm alive," it was saying. "I'm ready to come out." Inexplicably, a wave of pleasure washed over Bhairavi. Why? She wasn't related to this young woman, and in a few months, like her other tenants, this young woman too would most likely disappear from her life. Yet this happiness reminded her of the time when she and her husband were young, before the children came along. Could a person derive such great pleasure from the unborn child of a complete stranger? What else in this world don't I know about? Bhairavi asked herself. What else is in store for me? And, strangely, this thought buoyed her. Bhairavi covered the girl's belly with the blanket and continued to apply the compress. After about 20 minutes, the temperature came down and the girl's lips stopped twitching. Bhairavi smoothed the young woman's hair. The innocence of her face reminded her of her own children when they were younger. Her son had had great ambitions of becoming a doctor and used to run around the house with a toy stethoscope, making diagnoses and offering prescriptions. But Keshav turned out to be an average student, not up to the rigors of medical school, and had to settle for the job of an accountant at a medium-sized firm, which, he complained, was filled with petty, backbiting people. And her daughter, who used to be a sweet child, offering other children her toffees and lollipops, had changed after she got married. Her husband's family was quite traditional, with strict notions of how a daughter-in-law should conduct herself. Seema was under the thumb of her mother-in-law, a severe-looking woman with eyes that narrowed in response to even small infractions. Everyone in the house craved her approval. Maybe Seema thought that the kind of money she'd inherit from her mother after the sale of the house would weaken her mother-in-law's grip on her. When Bhairavi thought along these lines, her attitude toward her children softened. Maybe she should reconsider the businessman's offer. They could split the money 3 ways, and that would make Keshav and Seema happy. Bhairavi could look for a small house far away, maybe near Bhaktapur or Godavari, and spend her time reading the scriptures, which had begun to interest her lately. The possibility of giving up this house in Tamil brought a lump to her throat, but perhaps it was time to let go. The girl opened her eyes. She seemed embarrassed to find Bhairavi sitting on her bed, for she attempted to sit up, carefully shielding her belly with the blanket. "No, no," Bhairavi said. "You keep sleeping. You need to rest." She was about to add that she needed to conserve her energy for the baby, but she didn't want to spook the girl by letting on that she knew. Bhairavi ended up cooking for both of them in her room upstairs and bringing the food down. Perhaps because her fever had come down, or because she'd not eaten well for days, the girl ate ravenously, and Bhairavi experienced an odd pleasure in catering to her, asking whether the meat was well salted, whether she wanted more dal. The girl finished her food, let out a small belch, and then gave Bhairavi an embarrassed smile. "It's good to see you smile," Bhairavi said. "You haven't smiled since you've come here." "That was the best food I've eaten in days." "As good as my a shadow came over her face." "Go on, as good as whose?" "Nothing," the girl said. Her hand was still unwashed, so Bhairavi brought a carafe of water and poured it for her while the girl rinsed her fingers. Bhairavi handed her a towel. The girl wiped her hands and mouth. "I don't know much about you," Bhairavi said. "You haven't even told me your name yet." The girl hesitated, then said, "Ranji." The return home. She hadn't meant for it to be this way. She kept saying it to herself, to Papa, to Ma, "I hadn't meant for this to happen." But it did happen, and she ended up returning to Nepal, to bear the child of someone whose face she had to try hard to remember. The guilt she'd felt over her pregnancy had, just once, made her contemplate suicide, slashing her wrist in the bathroom, overdosing on sleeping pills, methods of snuffing one's own life that she'd read or heard about. They all sounded alien to her. They won't work, her mind had told her, and it was then that she began to experience sensations of drowning, at first in 2-second flashes, then for longer stretches, as the pregnancy progressed. She'd be sitting at her desk in her room as Angela and Yuko watched television in the next room, then, abruptly, she'd find herself transported. She was immersed in water, gasping for breath, flailing. Small schools of fish darted about her, larger ones watched her as their mouths slowly opened and closed. Even while it was happening, she knew she was living someone else's experience. Ranjana hadn't felt much for Amos. She'd met him at the post office one early December day, when she'd gone to mail a letter to Papa and Ma. She was in a hurry, her math exam would begin shortly. He graciously allowed her to go ahead of him in line, and that's when they began to talk. They conversed about how cold it was getting by Lake Michigan already. He hosted an international program at a community radio station in Chicago. When he found out she was from Nepal, he said that he'd been there, in my younger days, and backpacked at the foothills of the Annapurnas. He wore an overcoat and a nice scarf around his neck. The scarf looked so soft that she wanted to run her hands over it. Then she looked at his dark skin, the cleft in his chin, and thought that it'd be nice to stroke that face too. The thought had surprised her, for she'd barely been interested in boys here, so busy had she been with academic life. But this man, probably in his late 20s, exactly 30 years of age, she learned later, was self-assured, with a trace of laughter in his eyes that made her want to smile for no reason. She exchanged email addresses with him before they departed into the freezing Chicago air. She kept him a secret from everyone, she didn't know why. She didn't tell Angela and Yuko just because they'd get overly excited, start calling him her boyfriend. She liked him, but her thoughts didn't dwell on him when she was away from him, when she took walks in Evanston as the school closed and snow blanketed the streets and glistened on the treetops, or when she went to a little Christmas gathering at Yuko's aunt's house deep in the suburbs, or when she attended a bash organized by the Nepalis to celebrate the New Year. Later she wondered if she had ended up sleeping with Amos because she'd been disturbed by how blacks were spoken of at the Nepali gatherings she'd attended so far. These Kalis, she'd heard several Nepalis say. They are dangerous. During the New Year's party, one skinny Nepali girl had said, "I get so scared when they come near. I feel like they're going to rob me or rape me or something." Ranjana was informed that blacks were lazy and prone to violence. Yet here was Amos, more gentlemanly and intelligent than most Nepali men she'd come across so far. What Ranjana heard from the Nepalis made her angry, and when, early in the new year, Amos told her that he was interested in having her as a guest on a radio show focused on Nepal, she said yes. He wanted to play Nepali music, discuss the Maoist rebels and how they managed to get into the government after years of mayhem, converse about the culture in general. She told him that her knowledge of Nepali politics was minimal, and they'd better stick to the culture. "Only what you know, Ranji," he said. "I never feature experts on my show. I'm interested in real people, not talking heads." The program had gone well, and she'd been pleased with how she'd spoken with both coherence and real feeling. A couple of people had phoned in during the half hour, asking her about her experiences in America, wanting her to contrast it with life in Nepal. That evening Amos took her to a Thai restaurant. He praised her performance, then invited her to his apartment for some wine. She said that she was underage, and he said that they could pretend they were drinking in Kathmandu. In his flat they ended up kissing, her first kiss. She stopped him when his hands began to roam over her breasts, but the next time, a few days later, she didn't. He was gentle with her, talked to her about her aspirations and her family as they cuddled in his apartment, and so when, after a few meetings, their kisses grew more passionate and he picked her up, he was a tall man, and carried her to his bedroom, she found her resolve weakening. She thought about Ma and Papa, briefly, but they seemed far away. Amos made her dinner and fed her in bed, laughing as he told her stories about the eccentric guests he'd hosted on his show. He told her about the environmental activist who had received an on-air call from his wife, who accused him of cheating on her with a colleague of his. He described a local councilman who had leapt across the table at Amos because he'd been offended by the radio host's provocative questions. "You lead an interesting life," she'd told him. "All I seem to do is study. Whenever you need a break from your books, come visit me." She remembered Ma and Papa later that night and vowed to herself to consider this occasion a one-time thing. She'd not return to Amos. But she did, 3 or 4 more times, finding in his soft, measured voice a degree of relief from the loneliness of being so far from home. He was intelligent, deeply knowledgeable about many things: how the city was run, the science of the brain, the controversy over climate change. He cooked well, and his apartment was always filled with intoxicating aromas. Spending time with him was easy. She didn't notice the days, the weeks go by until she discovered that she was pregnant. She got angry at herself for being so foolish, for not taking more precautions. She got angry at him, for she thought that he'd somehow duped her. But he hadn't. She'd seen him put the condom on every time. Initially she thought she'd have an abortion, for that would solve everything. Ma and Papa wouldn't get a whiff of what had happened, and she too would soon forget her lapse with Amos and refocus on her studies. But every time she picked up the phone to call Planned Parenthood, her hand trembled. She didn't understand why. She wasn't opposed to abortion. But when she put her palm on her belly, she thought she felt something remarkable there, a movement, a signal, a transfer of emotions. Every time she braced herself to make an appointment at a clinic, a voice inside her mind said, "Not yet, not yet." As days turned to weeks, the impulse to end her pregnancy weakened. Guilt prevented her from telling Amos that she was pregnant, as though what was growing in her was only hers, not his. Now Ranjana felt it was even more important to hide Amos from everyone, from Angela and Yuko, from the local Nepalis, from whom she'd distanced herself a while ago anyway, especially after that Home Minister's son began to harass her. Still, Amos wanted to see her more often, sent her emails expressing hope, saying that they had something special going on. She evaluated her emotions then, but discovered that apart from a mild interest, she felt nothing for him, and now that another life was growing inside her, Amos seemed to recede to the back of her mind. She stopped responding to his emails. Gradually, she began to skip classes, finding instead a quiet spot under a tree on campus from where she could observe the other students. It was already the middle of March, and the air was hinting at warmer days to come. She didn't yet show, but to be sure, she had begun to wear, on top of her winter jacket, an extra-large, misshapen black overcoat. She'd found it on the heavily discounted rack at the Burlington Coat Factory. Sometimes she sat in a theater by herself, her mind hardly registering what was happening on the screen. Memories of a faraway past came to her, a past that was not hers. She carries her baby in her arms, out on the streets, the hot sidewalk burning her solace. A small pile of rice, along with some coins, rests on a piece of cloth in front of her. She's trying to nurse the baby, but the frantic movements of his cheeks produce just a dribble of a pale creamy substance, more water than milk. Hunger has hollowed her stomach, so occasionally, after lifting her palm for a coin, she picks up a grain of rice and inserts it into her mouth. She wishes someone would simply take her baby away, so she could crawl to a corner and die. Or go to sleep right here, in the middle of the sidewalk in front of the Durbar High School, with its screaming children, with Rani Pokhari in front of her. Her eyes are drawn to the water, its glitter under the sun, the ripples raised by a breeze. Ranjana saw more. The mist swirls around her as she walks into the parade ground in the half-light of early morning. The baby cries as she lowers him behind a bush. She's aware that the homeless old man with the goat-like beard, the one who keeps to himself and looks away furtively when he meets a person's eyes, is sleeping under the curry tree nearby. She straightens up and, casting a last look at her baby, walks north toward the pond. When she reaches it, she finds an opening in the bars, and slips through. In her mind's ear she hears her baby crying, and for a second she considers making a mad dash back to the infant boy. But she jumps in, then thrashes her arms and legs about, in the hope that the motion will buoy her back to the pond's surface. But she is descending deeper, and water quickly fills her lungs. She keeps whipping her arms and legs, and in the last minute before her world turns completely dark, with feeble awareness, she flings out a prayer. And her prayer shoots up through the churning water, breaks the surface, and jets into the air, soaring through the sky then down toward the curry tree, where it lands on the forehead of the goat-bearded derelict, who hears a baby crying in his dreams. The last day before spring break, Ranjana was walking back to her apartment from the university when she saw Amos coming from the other direction, on Church Street. Her first impulse was to run, for she didn't want him to even suspect that she was pregnant. But he'd already seen her, and as he approached, it struck her that he had, by this time, become an absolute stranger. "You could have just said no," he told her, with a slight smile. "I would have left you alone." But not even answering emails. She didn't know what to say. He waited, then said, "All right, you don't need to answer." There was a brief, awkward silence, then Amos asked her whether she'd join him for a cup of coffee at the Starbucks nearby. As she and Amos drank their frappuccinos, which he bought, they indulged in small talk, punctuated by long silences. Finally, with a deep breath, he informed her that he was moving to a new job at a public radio station in Boston. She congratulated him, wished him the best in his career. Outside, as they said goodbye, his expression registered disappointment, but he continued to smile, told her he'd keep her updated. Clearly he hoped she'd encourage him to keep in touch, but she had nothing else to say. By April, Ranjana stopped attending classes completely, and by early May she'd moved to a tiny studio apartment in Skokie whose address she didn't divulge to anyone, not even Angela and Yuko. The apartment cost $600 a month, and she had about $7,000, money she was supposed to use toward next semester's tuition, that would help her survive for a while. "Don't tell my parents I've moved out, please," she said to her roommates, unsmiling, as she stood in the doorway, wearing her overcoat. The temperature outside had already climbed to 60 degrees Fahrenheit. "Just tell them I'm studying somewhere." Before she left, she added, "and send me an email if they call." By this time she knew that she was going to give birth to the baby. Thoughts of abortion appeared ridiculous. Yet she also felt an urgent need to hide her baby. The world would pounce upon it if she didn't. To shield her baby, she stayed in her room most days, eating a banana here, some nuts there, ramen noodles, scrambled eggs, and Swad brand microwave packets of aloo bhaji, eggplant curry, tofu, and potatoes. She worried about Ma and Papa, and when Angela sent her emails saying they had called from Nepal, she went down to the payphone a block from her apartment, under the awning of the Chinese store. Its owner, a lady not more than 4.5 feet tall, always put in a roll or two of seaweed for her, free. "Good for your health, Han," she said as she handed Ranjana her bag of groceries. On the phone with her parents, Ranjana pretended that she was exhausted because she was juggling 3 intensive summer classes. "Just tell them what's happening," a voice in the back of her mind exhorted her. "They're your parents, they'll understand." But of course she said nothing of the sort. "I'm fine, Ma," she said. "Just tired, that's all. Don't worry if you don't hear from me. Once these summer classes are over, I'll be so relieved. I miss home, Ma." In the sultry evenings of July, as she poured soy sauce onto the noodles left over from lunch, she tried hard to remember whether she had brushed her teeth that morning. When the confinement of the room became too much, she'd board the city buses and ride them all day, traveling from Skokie to Des Plaines to Northbrook. She wouldn't meet the eyes of South Asians she saw on the bus, in the streets, or outside the newspaper stands, fearing that they might be Nepalis she'd met at a party. They'd ask her what she was doing, how her classes were going, their gaze might travel to her belly, note how big she'd become. But the oversized coat was more than adequate to camouflage her pregnancy. It turned her body into one shapeless mass. If anything, she appeared to have no fashion sense, someone who didn't know what suited her and what didn't, someone who might even be a bit absent-minded, not altogether in the mind department. And she lived up to that image. For minutes she could look out of the bus window and see nothing. Out on the street or in her room, she'd find that she was whispering to herself. She wondered if someone at the university, a professor, a student from one of her classes, a secretary, perhaps someone at the International Center had noted her absence, had been troubled by her failing grades for the spring semester. She worried that Papa and Ma might call the university, then she dismissed that fear. They wouldn't know whom to talk to. "I should pick up the phone and call them and let them know I am all right," she thought, but she knew that if she did, her voice would break, and Ma would sense that something was terribly wrong. In any case, Ma and Papa must have sensed that something was amiss. Why wouldn't they? For days now she hadn't gone down to the public library to use the computer, to check her email, afraid of the panicked messages from them that she'd find. She was sitting in her apartment, listless, her palm over her belly, when she was seized by the idea that there was nothing for her in America anymore. She'd already fallen off her academic track, she didn't have any friends she could, or wanted to, talk to about her situation, and Amos, even if she wanted to see him, was somewhere in Boston. Logic told her that it was here, in America, that she could give birth to the baby and lead a secluded life, just she and her child, at least for a few years before she came out of hiding. Her remaining money would probably last her until the baby's birth, after which she could find a job, perhaps in the Chinese grocery store owned by the tiny, kind lady, or as a cook or a waitress in some restaurant. She could lose herself in this country, maybe even move to another state, another town, disappear forever, with her baby. A bit of romance colored the scenario, she realized, and every time it ran through her mind she, a working mother with a child in America, hiding from everyone, it rang false, as though she was pondering the life of a woman she didn't know. Besides, she could not imagine doing that to Ma and Papa. "There's nothing for you here anymore," the voice inside her kept insisting. She opened her window and looked out. Outside her apartment building was a park. An old Indian couple sat on a bench near the children's playground, the man in his safari suit and a baseball cap, the woman in her sari, with a large tika on her forehead. The two watched the children swing and slide. The facial features and the dark complexion of the couple told Ranjana that they were most likely South Indians. The woman had something bundled in her lap, which she kept passing on to the man, who would fumble with it, then toss something into his mouth. Peanuts. The couple had bought some unshelled peanuts from the Chinese grocery store and carried them to the park, just as they do back in India. They didn't talk. The woman passed the peanuts to her husband, and they both shelled them and popped them into their mouth, as their eyes followed the antics of the children, none of whom were dark enough to be their grandchildren. Ranjana watched in fascination, tears forming in her eyes. Ranjana was in a daze as she boarded a plane at O'Hare Airport 3 days later. Fellow passengers glanced at her with curiosity, her outsized overcoat and large sunglasses both disguised her and made her stand out. Over the past 2 nights she hadn't slept, and even on the plane, whenever she closed her eyes she pictured the disappointment on her parents' faces when they saw how big she'd become. She would break their hearts. This thought kept hounding her as she switched planes at Heathrow, as she waited overnight in the Delhi Transit Lounge for her connection. By the time the plane landed in Kathmandu the next morning, she was almost feverish with apprehension. Her fingers trembled as she tried to complete the immigration and customs forms, and a woman standing nearby helped her. The woman told her she looked familiar, asked her who her parents were, in the event that she knew them, and Ranjana, in disoriented anxiety, stuttered that she grew up abroad. When she cleared customs and emerged into the open air, she expected someone to recognize her, a relative, a friend of Ma and Papa, an old classmate, but no one shouted her name, no one leapt toward her with exclamations of surprise. A taxi driver was already at her heels, asking her in English where she wanted to go, and she responded to him, in English, that she wanted to go to Tamil, to a hotel. She couldn't go home, not yet. Better find a cheap hotel first, to get her bearings. Madam, this way, the taxi driver said, shoving aside other taxi drivers who also wanted her business. She got into his taxi, which took off quickly, exiting the airport area and cruising down the ring road toward Goshala. More than a year had passed since she left Kathmandu, and nothing had changed. The same litter on the streets, the emaciated stray dogs trotting across the ring road, the sweaty porters bent over, carrying loads on their backs. Here she was, back home permanently but unable to instruct the taxi driver to take her home, where, under different circumstances, she'd have flung the door wide open in joy. As the taxi passed the Goshala intersection and raced down the hill toward Radhopol, she slid further into her seat, fearing that someone on the street would spot her. Her mouth tasted acidic, and she felt nauseated. She stroked her belly. "Which hotel, madam?" the taxi driver asked when they reached Keshar Mahal. "Take me to a cheap one." She had lapsed into Nepali. The driver eyed her in his rear-view mirror. "I thought you were Indian. Take me to a hotel that's not in the main area. Something a bit secluded." The driver turned left into a side road, then right again, and came to a halt at a building with a sign that said Swagat Hotel. She decided, as she entered the hotel's tiny lobby, that she would continue to pretend she was a tourist, perhaps an Indian one, and speak only English. Fewer questions asked that way. A single room at the hotel cost $20 a day, which wasn't much, and if she looked around, she could probably find an even cheaper one that was also livable. But she didn't have the energy or the motivation to search for another. Besides, if she wandered off into the streets, someone might recognize her. In her room, she opened the window to breathe in some fresh air. The evening sun illuminated the houses below with an orange glare. There was a patch of ground below where a couple of boys were kicking a ball. One of them, after a particularly vigorous kick, looked up and noticed her and shouted, "Hello, Mrs. How are you? Nak very sing and chak vari gu." The outrageousness of what he uttered and not so pleasant scatological ditty she recalled from her own childhood made her laugh. She waved at the boys, then shut her window. Although the hotel was in an area that didn't see throngs of tourists, at night it was still noisy. Shouts and hollers from late-night revelers drifted up to her room. Her sleep was fitful. She dreamt of Ma and Papa silently yelling her name from the large glass screen in Millennium Park. She was swimming in a pond, then the water became as heavy as syrup, dragging her down. At about 5 she awoke, tired, and after washing her face, went for a walk. A morning mist was hovering. She wore her overcoat, and for good measure had wrapped a scarf around her head, but at this time of day, the chance of running into anyone who'd know her was slim. So she allowed herself to enjoy the sounds of a lone bicycle bell ringing in the distance and the sight of two farmers carrying spinach and radishes in their carpan to the market, their baskets swaying as they walked. She headed toward the city center. The lack of a good night's sleep made her head hurt, though not too unpleasantly. She walked quickly into Asan, where vendors already were displaying their fresh vegetables, then she emerged into Ratna Park. She circled Rani Pokhari and stood watching the water from under the area of the Gantagar clock tower, inside the Trichandra campus. The morning sun was glinting on the pond. "I am not that weak," Ranjana whispered to herself. "No, I will survive this." She moved down Kantapath toward Lanecower, and walked past the western gates of the royal palace, where Papa had long ago mocked the palace guards and traumatized Ma. But now, following the king's ouster, the palace had been turned into a museum and a government office, and it no longer looked formidable. She went past the dairy, past the Jagadamba school, where Ma and Papa had fallen in love, and turned left into Tamil. 2 blocks away from the Swagat Hotel, she was in the neighborhood where her parents had spent their early years of marriage, where her younger brother was born. Ma had shown her the house once, during Ranjana's early teens, and now she tried to remember where it was. It stood a little bit off by itself, she remembered, not attached to any neighboring structures, as most houses were in this area. Then, abruptly, she was facing it, an old house, with crumbling bricks and carved peacock windows, which is how she recognized it. It didn't seem that the house had been renovated at all since Ma and Papa had lived here, more than 2 decades ago. This was unusual. Most of the city's old dwellings were being torn down and replaced with towering multi-story cement buildings, which dwarfed the neighboring homes and crowded the skyline. A sign hung on the 2nd floor wall, a to let that had been revised to toilet. A tea shop across the street from the house was just opening its doors. Ranjana asked the shop owner if she could get a cup of tea. The woman sleepily nodded, then turned on her gas and set the water to boil. Ranjana sat on a stool outside and looked at the house. After a short time, the window on the 3rd floor opened, and an elderly woman with gray hair appeared, rubbing her eyes. She spat out the window, then stared toward the horizon, lost in thought. The shop owner brought Ranjana her tea, and she slurped it thirstily, hoping its warmth would drive some of the cobwebs from her mind. But the more she drank, the more she felt weepy. Here she was, more than 8 months pregnant, back in Kathmandu, without the knowledge of her parents, who, a mere half-hour ride to the north, must be worried sick about their daughter. "Oh Papa, oh Ma," she cried silently. "I am right here, looking at your old flat in Tamil. Sensing the girl's distress, the shopkeeper asked, "What's the matter, Bhainai? Anything wrong?" Ranjana shook her head. She clasped her arms around her own shoulders, as if she were feeling cold, and asked the woman, "Do you know if anyone has taken that flat up there?" "Oh, that? It's been empty for months now, I think. The room is small, that's why. But the rent is reasonable, from what I've heard." "Why do you ask? Are you looking for a place to stay?" "Maybe," Ranjana said, then paid for the tea and went back to her hotel. She picked up her bag from her room and checked out downstairs at the counter. Within half an hour she was back at the old house in Tamil. She didn't know why she was doing this, for she had enough money to secure a better room elsewhere, in a newer house. But this was where Ma and Papa had spent many happy days, and she felt that she owed something to that past, even if she couldn't, in the present, reveal to them what they would surely see as a betrayal of their trust. She climbed the stairs and knocked on the door on the third floor. The woman who opened it was the one who'd appeared at the window earlier. Looking at the woman's kindly face, Ranjana knew that this was the house where she would give birth to her baby, who, by its vigorous kicks, was letting her know that it was almost time. A birth. Raja would fly Thai Airlines good service, smooth ride, people said, to Bangkok. From there, he'd proceed to Los Angeles, where he'd board an American Airlines flight to Chicago. Umesh would be waiting for him at the airport. How long would Raja actually stay in America? Though he and Neelu had estimated 1 month, he knew the real answer: until we find her, or her body. This had been their silent understanding. As the moment of Raja's flight approached, Neelu had to fight back her guilt about sending Raja on what might be a fool's errand. But how could she persuade anyone, including Raja, to believe her unusual yet remarkably strong intuition about her daughter? This was the best way. With Raja in America, she'd be able to focus on her search, on following her instincts, without his questions raising doubts in her mind. And, if by some chance she was completely wrong, at least one parent would be in America to search there. Within hours of his departure, the empty house became desolate, and Neelu wondered if she'd turned into a foolish old woman. If Ranjana is still in America, I'll slit my own throat, she thought that night, after turning off the bedroom light. Earlier that evening, to distract herself from thinking about Raja, she turned on the television, which she hadn't watched for days. The news carried the usual reports about bickering between the leading political parties, then moved on to an item about a religious group in the city. Neelu's mind began to wander, and she was about to turn off the TV when the photo of a bearded man, in the screen inset, caught her attention. He had fierce eyes and a dark beard and dark mustache that hid most of his face, but the resemblance was unmistakable. But it couldn't be, could it? Swami Shiva, the newscaster said. Neelu slowly sat up straight. An emerging spiritual leader in the city, the newscaster called him, someone who had stepped forward and valiantly led his disciples since the death of the group's founder several years ago. In a few days Swami Shiva would be conducting a mass meditation session in Tundikhel, where spiritual and religious groups from throughout South Asia were congregating to observe silence and chant and pray for world peace. The news showed a short clip of Swami Shiva's interview. He spoke slowly, deliberately, his pink lips glistening underneath his beard. Given the turbulence in our world today, given our own country's recent decade of bloodshed and destruction, it is essential that we learn how to harness our minds and our emotions. This mass gathering is a way to concentrate the peaceful energy that exists in all of us, and send it upward, outward, into the world, so that it touches everyone, opens their eyes in awareness, makes them realize the beauty of existence. That's how we create a world of harmony. Had it not been for his burning, troubled eyes, Nilu might not have recognized Shiva, for he spoke differently now, more deliberately, more carefully, as though each word had consequence. For a few minutes, Nilu stared at the screen, entranced by the images of Shiva speaking to his disciples in a serene setting, sitting lotus style, as the TV reporter commented on his rising popularity. But apart from the shock of recognizing him, Nilu felt nothing about this Shiva, this Swami. Moreover, she couldn't waste energy contemplating how the Shiva she knew had turned into a guru. She had to keep her mind focused on Ranjana, and she had to find her quickly. Where was that photo of Ranjana, taken outside the Sears Tower? She couldn't find it where she'd seen it last, so she began to ransack her cupboard. As she was sorting through an old shoebox, her fingers stumbled onto something. For a split second she didn't know what it was. Then she recognized it, Lamaji's Rudraksha, which he'd said would help protect her, bring her luck. Some luck. She was about to toss it across the room, but she restrained herself. Then, inexplicably, she slipped it into her bag. She found the photo a few minutes later, in one of Raj's books that he'd been planning to take with him. Obviously he'd forgotten it. Nilu turned off the light and lay down in bed. Sleep, she commanded herself. Sleep now so that you'll have strength and clarity of mind tomorrow. But of course she slept poorly, and by 4 o'clock she was wired and wide awake and ready to go. For the next few days, she ransacked the city. She hopped on buses and taxis and microbuses and tempos. She entered and exited lanes and alleys and side roads and back streets. She went into malls and department stores and markets surging with shoppers, wove her way through traffic jams and chukka jams, ignored people she knew who saw her and called out her name, knocked on the doors of houses and apartment complexes and condos. She had tucked in her bag a photo of Ranjana, which she produced for strangers as she asked whether they'd seen anyone resembling this girl. Most people shook their head and looked at her strangely, as though she was a madwoman. One portly man exclaimed, "Oh, yes, oh yes," and Nilu's heart fluttered with hope. But it turned out he was excited because he'd recognized Ranjana's face from the tabloid newspaper. The man expressed sympathy for Nilu, reminded her that America was the kind of place where young girls' bodies were hacked to pieces and thrown in dumpsters, where sexual predators cruised the highways. Other people consoled her, offered her tea. Others still, touching her arm, told her that they'd keep an eye out for her daughter, and they'd let Nilu know wouldn't she give them her phone number, if they found her. In New Road she paused outside Pratima's house. She missed her friend and wished she was around, just so she could talk to her. After Pratima quit teaching, she found work at an NGO focusing on literacy in remote villages. Soon thereafter she'd fallen in love with a Bengali widower from Calcutta, who was in Kathmandu to work for the United Nations. The two had met at the Yak and Yeti Hotel during a program on literacy in Nepal, and Pratima said that it was love at first sight. That he's a Bengali is only a coincidence, Nilu. It's a connection forged in some past life. Is that what your Lamaji told you? No, no. That's what I feel, and that's what Dev feels too. I do wish, though, that Lamaji still offered consultations. But now he has turned into a full-time businessman, focusing only on real estate. Pratima had married Dev and moved to Calcutta with him, where she reported that she was very happy. She and Nilu talked occasionally on the phone. I have never felt so satisfied, Nilu. Who knew that I could find happiness at this age? Nilu stopped outside Burr Hospital, watching hundreds of people go into Tundi Khel, where Swami Shiva was about to lead the mass meditation. Some, judging from the way they were swaying, how their eyes had a faraway misty look, had already entered a transcendental state. Police vans and trucks had lined the street in case of riots and mayhem, but they were respectful of the meditators and cleared the path for them. From her vantage point outside Burr Hospital, Nilu could make out a saffron-clad figure, seated inside the amphitheater and facing the participants. She couldn't see his face, which she didn't mind. She didn't know what emotions it might stir. The mic carried Swami Shiva's voice to her. Let us begin with a chant for universal energy. Repeat after me. Om. As the crowd's voice rose to the sky in unison, Nilu left her spot and moved away, into Mahabodha, Denisan. The chanting followed her for a while, but the familiar din and clamor of the Asan vegetable market overpowered it. Intuition guided her toward Tamil. She entered and exited hotels, including the Kathmandu guest house, where she and Raja had found sanctuary ages ago. No nostalgia, she told herself sternly. She began knocking on doors of residences. She was inching closer to their old flat. She lifted her head to scan the windows of the houses. Most had tourist shops or eateries on the ground floor, with people living above them. A sense of urgency overcame Nilu. She showed Ranjana's photo to the shopkeepers, who shook their heads. The sun shone hard, making her sweat. Her ears buzzed from exhaustion. She stopped at a shop for a Fanta, and as she reached into her bag to pay, she spotted Lamaji's Rudraksha hiding beneath a stash of bills, keys, a lipstick, and a mirror. She fished it out and enclosed it in her fist, feeling its rough surface bite into her palm. A boy began to follow her. At first she didn't even notice him, but when she did, she observed that he wore a school uniform, blue shirt and blue half pants. The boy didn't look at her face, he merely tagged along 2 feet behind her. She turned to stare at him, and he looked away. As soon as she moved, he moved with her. She knocked at the door of a house and showed Ranjana's photo to the middle-aged woman who opened it. The woman told her that she hadn't seen Ranjana. When Neelu turned around, the boy was standing in front of her. "What are you staring at?" she asked him. "Haven't you seen a woman before?" The boy sweetly smiled at her and said, "I know who you're looking for." "Who? How do you know?" He reached over and tapped the photo that Neelu clasped between her fingers. "Have you seen her?" Neelu asked. "Around here?" "Maybe." "What do you mean maybe?" "Either you have or you haven't. Don't waste my time for no reason." "What will you give me, old mother?" A warm shiver rose up Neelu's spine. Her legs felt weak, and she gazed at the boy intently for a few seconds. When she spoke slowly. "What do you want?" "I'm craving some aloo beta, old mother. It's been so long. There's a restaurant right there." He pointed to a house a few yards away. Neelu could hear the blast of its stove. He took her by the hand and led her there. The eatery was small and cramped. She asked the man standing over boiled eggs and fritters and rasgullas floating in sweet syrup to give the boy 2 aloo beta. The man handed the boy a plate with the potatoes. The place was full, so they sat on 2 stools outside. The boy ate hungrily, chomping his food, curling his tongue around his lips to wipe off little dabs of sauce. "How is it?" she asked him. She could hardly speak. "Delicious, old mother," the boy said. He finished eating, wiped his mouth with the back of his hand, and said, "Now I'm ready. And you must also be in a hurry. Come." He reached out to hold her hand. She allowed herself to be led. The boy paused at the house where they'd lived, Bhairavi's house. "Try this one. The 2nd floor." He gave her hand a squeeze and headed down the street. She watched him for a while, fighting back tears. No nostalgia, she reminded herself. Inhaling deeply, she turned her attention to the old house, their old flat. It couldn't be. This had to be a mistake. Miraculously, the same old sign still hung on the house, the letters visible despite a film of dust. The house, close to 2 decades after she'd seen it last, remained the same. Did Bhairavi's family still live here? The tiny door creaked as she pushed it open and entered. The wooden stairs were narrow, rickety, and she was aware of the thump of her feet as she climbed. Then she heard muffled moans somewhere above, and her heart beating faster, she hurried along. The sound of the voice became more distinct. It was accompanied by murmurs, certainly a woman's, and yet another voice, a third one, mingled with the others. She couldn't figure out whether it was a man's or a woman's. She raised her hand to knock at the second floor door, then paused. A husband and wife could be sharing a private, amorous moment. How ridiculous would she look if she interrupted them to show them the photo of her daughter? Then the moans got louder, followed by a gasp, which Neelu recognized. She banged on the door. There was pin-drop silence inside. Neelu waited, then banged again. "Open the door," she said. After some more silence, there were some whispers. Someone shuffled toward the door, unlatched it, and opened it a couple of inches. An eye, a forehead, and a mouth of a woman. "Bhairavi. What do you need?" Bhairavi asked, not recognizing Neelu immediately. Neelu thrust the photo right next up against Bhairavi's eye. "Bhairavi, my daughter is in there." Bhairavi opened the door a bit more, her eyes wide in amazement. "Neelu. Ranjana is in here, isn't she?" "Ranjana." Someone inside cried, then appeared to stifle that cry. "My daughter. Open the door, for God's sake, Bhairavi." This time she thrust her right foot into the gap between the door and the wall, so Bhairavi couldn't shut it. Bhairavi opened the door and let Neelu in. Ranjana sat on the floor, her legs wide apart, her face contorted in pain. Now, as she saw her mother, shock and shame complicated her feelings even more. She was about to give birth. Neelu glimpsed the baby's tiny head between the hands of another woman, who was trying to coax the infant from its mother's womb. Ranjana's back was against the window, a stream of light illuminated the scene. "Khori," Neelu said. Ranjana let out a piercing cry, and the baby plopped into the midwife's open palms. "It's a girl," she announced. Part 3. Kali. Kali was a chubby girl, with a naughty streak. Like a dark monster, said friends and relatives, who had resigned themselves to the fact that Ranjana had birthed a child without benefit of marriage and that, quite shockingly, her parents had not only accepted the baby but doted on her. As though she was the product of a legitimate union, as though this child fulfilled their aspirations as grandparents. "What do you expect?" some said. The grandparents themselves did a lot of shacking up, together and separately, don't you remember? And those who didn't recall the details received accounts of the grandparents' separation after their young son died, when Raja had a sitar-playing concubine and the mother had a young, jobless lover. "It runs in the family," people said. Sometimes the talk bothered Neelu and Raja, and they thought about asking Ranjana to allow them to find a husband for her, a decent man who'd be willing to take on a 3-year-old girl as his own, someone who'd cushion them from the insults and accusations that Kali's birth had precipitated. This idea of a marriage had first been floated when Neelu brought Ranjana and the baby home from Bhairavi's house, after Raja, stunned to hear of the turn of events, arrived home from Chicago. But Ranjana had said, "I'm fine with it if that's what you want." Then she reconsidered. "But I don't really need a man." Neelu and Raja had exchanged looks, understanding that to press her would be wrong, at least for the moment. They didn't want to lose Ranjana again. Besides, Neelu said to Raja in the darkness of their bedroom, "We ourselves are not ready for a son-in-law, are we? Imagine a stranger in this house, demanding our deference, our salmon." "No, I can't imagine a stranger in this house," Raja said. "I can only imagine the three of us." Then, immediately he corrected himself. "The four of us." And she thought, yes, we have to include the baby in our conversations, in our life now. Ranjana hadn't told them who the father was, and even after 3 years they didn't know what had happened with her daughter, why she'd gotten pregnant, why she'd decided to go forward with the pregnancy instead of getting an abortion in a country where it was easy and safe. And the most baffling of all, why had she decided to return to Nepal and give birth to her baby in an old house in the middle of the city, hiding from her parents? But Ranjana's silence, the way she averted her eyes when the conversation turned to her days in America, told them that she considered that chapter closed. Judging from the darkness of the baby's skin as dark as coal, someone had said cruelly but accurately, and her curly hair, the father had to be an American black, a Habsi, the same person had condescendingly noted. Nastiness followed that observation. "Chi," people said. "A baby with a Habsi father. Disgusting. These Kalis are the worst. Mugging, drugging, murders, riots, you name it, and these blacks are the ones behind it. I mean, if she was going to get pregnant over there, why not choose a Kuri, a white man? At least the baby would come out decent looking. Look at this baby girl now, as dark as black smoke, as sewage water." Kali's real name was Benita, but as she grew up, Ranjana began to call her Kali, in defiance of people's disdain for the color of her skin. "She is dark, and she ought to be proud of it," she said to Neelu and Raja. Whenever Neelu and Raja, mostly Raja, asked about who the father was, why things had happened the way they had, Ranjana clammed up. Over the years they learned not to persist, fearing that their insistence could seem like badgering and push Ranjana away, along with Kali. Yes, in that sense their daughter had changed. Ranjana had always been stubborn but had used charm to navigate difficult situations. Now, her refusal to tell this particular story seemed to reveal a peculiar hardness of heart. The look on her face was tougher, perhaps a defense against the criticisms that had been showered upon her. Her jaw had tightened, and her eyes, except when they fell upon Kali, were wary, distrustful. She didn't utter a word about Kali's father, she said little about her life in America. Not important, not relevant, her eyes told anyone else who happened to ask. "She's aged, our daughter," Neelu said to Raja in the quiet of their bedroom. And Raja said, "At least we found her." Raja seemed astonished at the sequence of events: Ranjana's disappearance, his own short trip to America, Neelu's premonition about her daughter's return to the city, the dark baby girl who now ran around the house like a small tornado, demanding their attention and devotion, the scandal that had erupted, alienating some friends and relatives. Amazingly, Neelu and Raja had withstood all of it and still managed to smile at everyone, especially their granddaughter, whose demands they could not ignore, whom they showered with gifts and kisses at every opportunity, and who had become a noisy, vexing, delightful, integral part of their household. As time went by, they stopped wondering who Kali's father was. By the time the girl turned 5 and started attending kindergarten, Ranjana was working for a public relations firm and taking evening courses at a nearby college. Neelu and Raja had also stopped thinking about a husband for Ranjana, a father for the girl. Their daughter hadn't shown any interest in a man, and they'd concluded that if she wasn't interested, they themselves had no reason to be. Over time people's criticisms had softened, and Neelu and Raja had once again attended gatherings among friends and relatives. Ranjana often refused to go but didn't object if they took Kali along. And unflappable Kali, it seemed, most especially loved visiting the houses of those who sneered at her dark skin, at her unknown father. If she noticed subtle mistreatment, Kali chose to ignore it. When she visited, she led children on rambunctious adventures in the yard or the neighborhood, which elicited a plethora of complaints. Once, a relative called her Hapsi, and somehow Kali seemed to know what that meant, for she told the relative, "Yes, I am Hapsi and proud of it. My mama has told me to be proud of it." Kali got along well with Muwa, who, although bedridden and unable to speak, was still alive. The little girl delighted in using hand signs to communicate with her great-grandmother. The two developed a code, a mishmash of regular sign language and their own innovations, especially in company. They loved to carry on secret conversations. Muwa's drinking, although somewhat diminished, nonetheless continued. Her trembling fingers still groped for the bottle of vodka underneath her bed, but not when Kali was around. When her great-granddaughter visited, Muwa became energized and, with Summit's help, got out of bed. She let Kali lead her down the stairs to the garden, where she sat in a chair and watched the girl kick a soccer ball toward a goalpost constructed of 2 poles. Summit acted as goalie. Muwa's hand frequently reached to touzle Kali's hair, to stroke her cheeks. At times Neelu had to look away because a lump was rising in her throat. If Kali ever wondered about her father, she didn't show it. In the 2nd and 3rd grades, the family was twice summoned to the school because Kali had beaten up a boy. Although the girl had been reluctant to divulge the reason for the fight, it became apparent that in both cases the other party had made a reference to her absent father and commented rudely about her mother. In both cases, Neelu and Raja and Ranjana suspected that the insult to the mother had provoked the scuffle. In both instances, the boy was the one who suffered split lips, black eyes, broken fingers. She was a boisterous girl, with thunderous footsteps. Without meaning to, she tended to break or shatter household objects, toys, cups, and glasses, vases, window panes. She took up a lot of space, even more than her large physical size required. Yet Callie was also as soft as she cried easily at the suffering of others, especially animals, which reminded Nilu of mate Raya. One day Callie entered the house, cradling in her palm a baby bird with a broken wing. It had fallen onto their veranda. For hours she didn't let anyone touch it, ignoring the frantic chirping of the mother bird, which had fluttered and pranced on the nearby tree. Another day she brought home, from an alley nearby, a puppy with a broken leg. The adults were forced to take it to the vet. Then, of course, the puppy had to stay with them. To suggest otherwise would have made Callie tear down the house. Nilu and Raja and Ranjana marveled at how adeptly, and with what astounding seriousness, Callie took care of the puppy. She named it Calibai. After herself, the dog was her brother. Kali's softest spot was reserved for her mother. She was particularly sensitive to Ranjana's moods. Slowly Ranjana's face seemed to be shedding the grim expression it had acquired in America, and now she smiled more. But still there were days when a cloud of melancholy hung over her head. If she was thinking about her days in America, about that man, as Nilu and Raja had come to think of Kali's father, she didn't let on. But Ranjana wasn't lost in thought or sad reveries. Her behavior made it clear that she was yearning for something other than that man. Nilu and Raja couldn't put their finger on what it was, and perhaps they never would. But her experience in America had fundamentally changed her, and she seemed to be carrying not only her own burdens but also someone else's. Callie was so attuned to her mother that at the slightest shift in mood, she'd abandon her toys and her friends and seek out her mother's lap, where she'd talk to Ranjana in a consoling voice and caress her face. Mother and daughter often fell asleep on the living room sofa. Kali's thick arms surrounded Ranjana, whose head lay on her daughter's lap. Watching them, Nilu thought it was hard to tell who was the child and who was the adult. Ranjana furrowed her forehead now and then, and Callie, whose left palm rested on her mother's face, stroked her eyebrows gently. Nilu turned from the mother and the daughter and went to the window. Raja was sitting in the garden, hunched over the plastic table, writing on his laptop. Over the past couple of years Raja, in addition to his job at Nepaliyatra, had began to publish columns in newspapers and magazines. Often these pieces were highly critical of the government, of the misdeeds that went on in the ministries and secretariats. A few months ago he'd been called into the Hanumandhoka police station, where a high-ranking officer had interrogated him, inquired about his party affiliation, and asked him what he meant by specific points in the offending column. Nilu hadn't known about this brief detention until Raja reached home in the evening, and initially he'd not told her anything. But during the course of the evening meal he revealed that he had visited Hanumandhoka. Nilu asked him whether he'd gone there to interview someone. Raja shook his head, and said that he'd been called in for a friendly inquiry. Nilu immediately understood what it was all about. Over the past few months, several journalists and editors had been hauled off for questioning. But she said nothing in front of Kali, or Ranjana, who, cutting her daughter's pizza into bite-sized pieces, appeared not to be paying attention to what her father was saying. In bed later, Raja told Nilu what had happened, how he'd finally been let go with a warning. Nilu lay with her hand on her chest. She clasped Raja's palm and put it on top of her heart, which was beating rapidly. "Raja, don't do anything foolish, please. At this age, even if I tried, I couldn't do anything foolish. You don't have to take on the burden of the whole country," she said. "You don't have to write about everything that's wrong. There'll always be things that are wrong. Sometimes also write about things that are right with us. After all, we have come far, haven't we?" "Yes, we have," Raja said, sighing, and leaning back against his pillow. "That's why it's important to remain alert. Otherwise." "Otherwise what?" "Otherwise things will fall apart. And the center cannot hold? You've been reading Chinua Achebe lately? Or Yeats?" He laughed, then put his hand over his mouth because Kali and Ranjana were sleeping next door. "All right, my next piece will be a positive one." And although in the next few articles Raja traced the country's achievements since the end of the Rana rule in the 1950s, criticism still crept in. The piece he was working on now was a frontal attack on the Prime Minister, charging him with corruption, detailing his oversized foreign bank accounts where, Raja wrote, European companies had deposited large amounts for profitable contracts in Nepal. Nilu had stumbled upon the article only because Raja had printed out a draft of it, with his margin notes, and apparently forgotten it on the dining room table. As she read it, her body turned cold. When she returned to the dining room table an hour later, the draft was gone. She thought of confronting Raja about it, asking him to tone it down. "What will I do, Raja, if they take you away?" she wanted to say. "What'll I do if they do something to you?" Then she realized how melodramatic she sounded, like a silly housewife in a movie, or a novel. This is what Raja wanted to do as he approached old age, this is what was important to him. It excited him, made him walk with a spring in his step. At 55, he was growing his hair long, as he did during those Tamil days, and sometimes when she looked at him she saw her old Raja, commanding the streets with his long strides, planting kisses on her in front of her students, observing the people who walked below their windows and waxing poetic about them. Now, his back to her, he was typing away furiously on his laptop. Acknowledgements. I would like to thank the following people and institutions for their support in the writing of this novel: Indiana University's College Arts and Humanities Institute, for providing me with course release to work on the initial drafts of this book, Kanak Dixit, Amar Gurung, and Sajan Subedi of Kathmandu's Maiden Puraskar Library, for allowing me access to their invaluable archive of Nepali newspapers, my longtime friends Thakur Rijal and Nirjar Sher Chan, for entertaining many of my pesky questions, my editor, Anjali Singh, for making this book smarter, my agent, Eric Simonoff, for always looking after my best interest, my wife, Babita, for reading and rereading numerous drafts of the book, and my parents, for buying me a typewriter when I was 15 so I could begin seeing myself as a writer. About the author. Samrat Upadhyay is the author of Arresting God in Kathmandu, which earned him a Whiting Award, The Royal Ghosts, and The Guru of Love, which was a New York Times notable book, a San Francisco Chronicle Best Book of the Year, and a finalist for the Kiriyama Prize. Upadhyay directs the creative writing program at Indiana University.